que ha conseguido mi carta, pero yo todavía no.
When the stats used to come through, and I used to think, hold on a minute, who's doing these stats? He's blind.
With the legends.
I will be back 1 second because my dog is scratching the door.
It's only right. Because listen,
Every night when we play Champions League, you were so special.
Io que sale que la internet ponen ahí goles de Roberto Carlos, sale todo. Hay mucha gente que ha conseguido mi carta, pero yo todavía no.
when the stats used to come through, and I used to think, hold on a minute, who's doing these stats? He's blind.
With the legends.
I will be back 1 second because my dog is scratching the door.
only right. Because listen,
Every night when you play Champions League, it was so special.
Hoy en día tú sabes que la internet ponen ahí goles de Roberto Carlos, sale todo, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que ha conseguido mi carta, pero yo todavía no.
when the stats used to come through, I used to think, hold on a minute, who's doing these stats? He's blind.
With the legends,
I will be back 1 second because my dog is scratching the door.
It's only right. Because listen,
every night when you play Champions League, it was so special.
Hoy en día tú sabes que la internet ponen ahí goles de Roberto Carlos, sale todo, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que ha conseguido mi carta, pero yo todavía no.
when the stats used to come through, I used to think, hold on a minute, who's doing these stats? He's blind.
With the legends,
I will be back 1 second because my dog is scratching the door.
only right. Because listen,
Every night when we play Champions League, it was so special.
Hoy en día tú sabes que la internet ponen ahí goles de Roberto Carlos, sale todo, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que ha conseguido mi carta, pero yo todavía no.
when the stats used to come through, and I used to think, hold on a minute, who's doing these stats? He's blind.
With the legends,
I will be back 1 second because my dog is scratching the door.
Over 2,000 players from across Europe entered this year's eChampions League. But now 32 players are ready to battle it out over the next 2 days to see how they match up against the best in Europe and see if they can take home some of that $280,000 prize pool. We'll also have icons from the world of football dropping by. So prepare yourself for this, the 2021 UEFA eChampions League. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the knockout stages of the UEFA eChampions League 2021. These 4 players have booked their spots in the finals already. Oliver PN, Makers Jesus, they played out of their skins to get a spot on the 28th of May. Makers Ollie and Ethan are joining them as well after having an exceptional day of FIFA from those 2 players. But we still have 4 spots available for that final on the 28th of May. Hello, my name is Rachel Stringer and I'll be your host for the final day of knockouts on the UEFA eChampions League 2021. What a day, let me tell you, we had yesterday. It was amazing and it produced the kind of performances we would have expected from a night of eChampions League action. But if you weren't here, I don't know where you were, but don't worry, because Mike Cabell, he's got a catch up just for you.
What's happening, folks? Day one recap. And if you missed out on the action, that's okay. I got you covered. There was drama, there was ins, there was outs. We had eliminations, we had progressions.
Into 1-9, massive chance.
Drama, late game, penalty kicks.
Oh, but it's going to be saved. Van der Sar says no. Find an equaliser, but no. Seconds to beat Van der Sar.
Congratulations to Hazard, the Italian. Got by the Spaniard, and definitely a heavy favorite with Ducks Need, who's going to keep it tidy in that losers bracket. And speaking of the losers bracket, who else? We got the likes of Marcuso, Adraman, #Tom. These are household names.
And Need has a chance. He goes down the middle for Edison.
You name it, a lot of big names down there.
If we move to the lower bracket,
See, a chance here for Fernandez. A beautiful back heel, and Adraman with that goal.
I know Houston wants to put something on the books. We got Stefano Pina, the return of Pina. They're going to make or break. It's got to happen. And then big shout out to Ethan, who we were saying was a dark horse, and maybe that was our mistake.
Cancelo of all people for Ethan. The last 5 minutes, and it's going to be Ronaldo.
He said he's a dark horse. Well, he got the job done. He went undefeated, and that's got to be a big takeaway. So I'm hoping for more late game drama. We're definitely going to see those eliminations, those progressions. Do not, I repeat, do not miss the action. Day 2 coming right at you.
2, but it's still the hottest of possible starts. But there's a mistake, and there's a looping shot towards goal. Quite deep in this team as well, just looking to link up the pieces, and what a tackle that is.
I definitely feel like there might be a few more goals in this game. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, he's back into it.
Well, I hope that VT woke you up. Mike, I love the energy. Thank you so much. And of course, again, for day 2, we're joined by Mike Labelle, Spencer Owen, and Dux Gravison. Guys, feels so good to be back, doesn't it? Grav, I'm going to come to you first. Say welcome back to our amazing virtual studio. What a day we had yesterday. It was great to see that recap. But obviously, we know how strong the competitors are. That obviously some had to drop down into that lower bracket. But were there any people that you kind of were surprised that we saw drop down?
Yeah, for sure. Tuga for me was a big surprise to be losing in that first round in the winners bracket, and then losing again in the first round of the losers bracket. That was a big surprise for me. He was one of the big games for me and one of the big names to win the whole tournament. Of course, Lebinken losing to Oliver PN was a big surprise to me as well, but he progressed, and we're gonna see much more of him today. And of course, as well, Doug Sadriman, one of the favorites, the second ranked in the European region. So those are 3 names down, but we can continue and progressing with the lower bracket today, and we're gonna see some beautiful matches.
Yeah, massive names there, like you just mentioned. If you are familiar with the FIFA scene, then you will definitely have heard of some of those names that Gravison just mentioned. But Mike, I'm going to bring you in because I want to just chat about what's happening today, because I think it was Mark actually in commentary. He said the lower bracket is like a shark tank. I mean, who are you looking forward to seeing out there today?
Well, I guess I'm trying to find the biggest shark then, whoever's going to go through that tank and going to progress and be a lifesaver or a developer, or how it's going to play out. Today, I'm super excited. Something that I love about this tournament every year is it doesn't matter what you've already accomplished. It doesn't matter how your season's been going. And we always see different names progress, and we see upsets, and we see some of the favorites go out early, and that's what I'm all about. I like the unpredictable. And I know today, with every game being an elimination game, where yesterday some players had some games in hand before getting to that qualification stage. Not today. You get no second chances. This is it. You're either going to make the finals, or you're going home early, or you're staying at home and you're shutting down the console. You're wrapping it up.
Well, I hope they're not shutting down the consoles, because the season hasn't finished just yet. eChampions League is the big one, of course. Finals are in a couple of weeks' time. Spencer, hello, welcome back. I'm going to come over to you now and just say hello. Loads of massive matchups taking place today. I'm going to quickly put you on the spot which one you're really excited to see, because then we're going to have a look at all of them, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, all the guys are completely right. Gravison talking about some of the guys that have dropped down, as well as #Tom, I think we're going to see up first, I believe, up against Yago, which is a huge game in itself. This is the big bracket, and it is a big bracket, guys. You've got a lot of people that started in this process, but right now we're focusing on this lower bracket and lower round 2, to be precise. You can see some of the matchups that are happening here. And they're all knockout games, just like Mike said. If you lose the game, you are done. Maybe just for the eChampions League, maybe for the season, depending on the player. So it's a huge, huge game. If you progress and win that game, you go through to lower round 3. You'll play someone else to progress out of lower round 2. And then in lower round 4, towards the far right-hand side, you can see 4 names who have also dropped down to the lower bracket, but they stayed in that upper bracket for a bit longer, so they're a little bit further progressed already. So we'll see those games later, of course. If we take it up to the upper bracket, though, you can see some of the guys who have really excelled. These 4 names particularly in these upper semi-finals have all clinched their spot in the final 8. Whatever happens, we are going to see them on May 28th. Makers Ollie from Sweden. You've got Ethan Higgins from the UK. You've got Makers Jesus from Italy, and you've got Oliver PN from Denmark. 2 Makers players. Ethan actually was signed to Makers at one point this year, so they're having a fantastic season. But right now, Ethan and Oliver both unsigned, so fair play to them. We'll see them on the 28th. We're going to see them today as well, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's massive, isn't it, for those 4 players? They've already booked their spot in the 28th, like Spencer just said. It can just kind of, I guess, make them relax a bit more today and enjoy their FIFA. Obviously, a couple will drop down. But Mike, one of your boys is still undefeated, isn't he? Your pick from yesterday to win the entire tournament, Makers Ollie, he's still out. He's still in with a chance. And I was having a kind of a look at his stats. Ololito is his coach. What did you make of his performance? And what can Ololito add to him?
I was just going to say, actually, last year with both Olito and Ollie, it's been kind of the growth of this friendly competition or rivalry within each other with the countrymen and everything that's been happening in Sweden between the Ollies. If it's not one, it's the other that's making a run in the tournament. I like what I've seen this year from consistency. I saw what he did earlier this year as well against Houston, one of the best finals that we've had. Period, does not matter what region, and he's able to show that he has the ability to face adversity and to get the results, and so far he's kind of been coasting. Ollie has been able to do the job, do the business, and just to gloat a little bit, I made the decision or the call that he was going to win this tournament prior to any of the action unfolding.
I love that you had just put that out there. Mike, we know how much you know the scene. It doesn't matter. I believe you, okay? Next up, Grav, I'm going to come to you. Your pick, Dux Adjaman, of course. One of your teammates is still in it as well. Unfortunately, he did have a defeat yesterday, but I think you got to chat to him on the phone, didn't you? I mean, what did he say about day one?
Day one, the first round, he entered the game like kind of cold, and he didn't perform per his standards, and he was a deserved loss against Marcuso. But I got to chat with him this morning, and he feels confident. He has some difficult matches. In the first round, he's playing against Can, and then in the second round, he's gonna play either the winner between Cosmin or Houston. Many people would think Houston is the favorite in this game. In my opinion, Cosmin, I think, has more chance to win this game because he's a really good player with the player lock mechanic. So yeah, it's going to be some beautiful matches. Let's see who wins this whole thing. But Adjaman, he's feeling confident, he's feeling strong. And I think we're gonna see a much better Adjaman today.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope he doesn't go out at this stage of the competition. Obviously, 2 Dux players still in it. Dux Neat and Dux Adjaman, of course. So hopefully one of them makes it through to the final 8. Spencer, let's come to you now, of course. Actually, you don't usually. I'm going to say that, and that's fairness to you. You don't usually pick your own player. But this time, rightly so, you picked #Tom. Unfortunately, he had a loss, didn't he, in that second round there. I think it was to Pepil Belito in the end. I think I've got that right. Similar. I don't know. Excuse my... whatever language that was. Apologies. But yeah, he's still in it. Did you have a chance to catch up with him yesterday, and how was he feeling?
Yeah, well, I was speaking to Stampy, who's coaching him this weekend, and I think the general thing, and this goes for all players to be fair, is just adjusting to this tournament setup, because obviously we're using the rankings, and that was my main reasoning for backing Tom, is the fact that he's #1 in Europe at the moment. But that is using his players. And you come into this event, and it's something that I love about this event, the fact that it is linked to the real-life Champions League competition and the Champions League items we have in the game. So you're allowed 3 icons, and your goalkeeper's not affected, but everyone else on your pitch has to be a E or UCL item for the eChampions League. So there's a lot of players having to adjust to a significantly different team. I think, in fairness, that's something that Tom's taken a bit of adjustment to. Whether that's the same for the other players, I'm not sure, but having spoken to Stampy, they've addressed that. They've been looking at that, and they're hoping that they can put it right today. I mean, it's tough competition. Tom's going in against Yago first game. Yago's a fantastic player from Argentina, obviously, formerly at West Ham as well. He's played in the sort of E-Premier League. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough match, but every single match is tough, and you know what you're up against going into it. Good luck to them all.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had a quick look on Tom's social media as well, and he did say dropped into the losers bracket in the eChampions League. One of the games where the ball just won't go in. Time to go again tomorrow and hopefully make a big run. That's what I think is so good about the community. They do kind of wear their hearts on their sleeves and tell us exactly how they're feeling. But actually, a part of our production team, they actually got to interview Tom before this competition. He actually said something quite interesting, boys, I think you'll like to see. We've got a little quote from #Tom right now. Look on screen. It says, there are two players that I do not want to see until the later stages of the tournament, and that would be Dux Adraman and Ollie Bolly. I've played a lot of games against them. There's a big rivalry there. I mean, I'll come to you, Graveston, first. What do you make of that he doesn't want to see Dux Adraman, even though Dux Adraman has been a little bit similar to Tom, the fact that he's now in that lower bracket?
I think that's just fair to say. Like, they're, in my opinion, the two best players in Europe right now. The thing is, they control the in-game mechanics so well. Like, if you see Tom attacking and his use of the player lock, and if you train against Tom, I've been having the pleasure of training against Tom for the whole year, and it's just his defense is so good and he controls pretty much every aspect of the game. It's fair to say that, and I just checked it out, and they would be, if both progress through the whole lower bracket, they would be playing in the first round of the final tournament in the 28th of May, so that would be an interesting match to open the final tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But Spen, what do you make of that when a player kind of says they don't want to go up against two different players like Adraman and Ollie Bolly? Does that kind of show a little bit sign of weakness at all?
I don't think it's weakness. I think it's him probably wanting to answer a question honestly that he was asked, you know, in the lead up to the tournament. I think we should encourage that kind of honesty, to be honest, in our players when it comes to interviews. I think that he's right. I think everything Graveson's just said is completely right as well. Again, not to rely on the leaderboards too much, because this is a completely different tournament in its own right. But we've got Adraman and Tom on 1 and 2 right now in Europe, and they have had some great battles. They've both been very, very consistent across the year. So I get it. I think underneath all that, Tom and any other top pro would say, look, they might not want to play them. And to be fair to Tom, he didn't say he didn't want to play them. He said he didn't want to play them to the latter stage of the tournament. And that's just because if you come up against them early doors, one of you's going out. Simple as that. In many other sports, you know, you're seeing seeded things where those two players couldn't meet till the end. If that's how this tournament was done, they wouldn't even be able to play early on. It's obviously completely different in its own qualification. So I respect the answer. I don't think any player should want to avoid a player outright, because you have to be able to beat the best if you want to be the best. But Tom hasn't said that. He's just said he wants to play them later on.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well said, Spence. Thanks for kind of clearing that up for us. Mike, I know you have something to add to that little quote from Tom there. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, part of it's just a mutual respect, and that's just building or echoing off what Spencer had to say, where you believe these are some of the best players. If you could play them later on, why wouldn't you want to play them later on? It's a better run for you. It's a better run for them. It just means that you maybe have a second chance as well if both of you are undefeated at that stage, considering this is a double elimination bracket. And the other point that I would add is, and this is from my own personal view, so there's going to be a subjective play here, but as someone who's competed at the highest level, multiple events all around the world, etc., I would prefer to play somebody sometimes that's new, not somebody that I've played 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, whether in practice matches or whatnot. Even if I have a favorable record in those practice games, I've always felt when I go up against somebody in a situation like that I'm now at a disadvantage, because we played so many games and I've won 70% of them, and now the one time that we're playing on broadcast is the game that I lose.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But like I mentioned earlier, I love that the community is so open, and they do give us insights into who they kind of a little bit scared of, or who they actually really like playing. Yeah, I think that's super important. I know back in the day when I was competing as an athlete, I wouldn't have let my opponents know I was scared of them. Maybe I'd have told my mum, but that was about it. Anyway, guys, right. So we have some great matchups coming your way shortly. It's starting with the lower half of the bracket, because some players obviously got a defeat yesterday and they go again today. One loss though, and they're going home. Do come back and join us for the first part of the eChampions League Knockouts Day 2.
It's only right. Because listen.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction, I put you in train for the next one. So anything.
The competitor of the day, how does it feel?
Because he is the Santander competitor of the day, guys. Hi guys, and welcome.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard.
63 miles an hour.
Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation. Tonight, I'm going to a game. It's a very important game. People from all over the world will be there to cheer for the players. So many more people than ever come to my games. I wonder what the players are thinking about. Their families, their teammates, winning or losing, scoring a goal. Or maybe about all the people there to watch. When I watch them on TV, they look so small. I wonder if it'll be the same. I can't wait to watch them play. But even more than that, I can't wait to get my chance. Because one day, that's gonna be me.
It's day 2 of the knockouts, those 4 players have already booked their spot in the finals on the 28th of May. We started yesterday's competition with 32 players. Today we're starting with 24, and we have to lose 16 of them because 4 more will join the 4 players which you did just see behind me. You can only currently see 2 of those players. But let's just jump straight into today's action. We're starting with round 2 of the losers bracket. And taking you through this first matchup, we have Dan Gaskin and August Rosemeyer. Boys, I can't wait for this one. How are you two feeling? Dan?
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, really looking forward to this matchup. Hashtag Tom, who's had a fantastic season, Aga, but going up against another veteran in Yago. A little bit of history between the 2 players that we'll dive into later, but what are your initial thoughts on this matchup?
I've been waiting for this matchup. I mean, it's 2 world-class players, and they can't afford to lose this match because then they're out. And the first match of the day is always the hardest one. Tom will be the favorite going into this match, but if anyone can beat Tom, I could believe it would be Yago.
Yeah, Yago certainly has a history of beating Tom in some way or another. I remember the E-Nations of 2019, Argentina versus England. It might not have been Tom versus Yago, it was Tex versus Yago, but certainly Argentina knocking out England back then. And I'm sure Tom would like a little bit of revenge because those kind of things do sit with you in FIFA esports. But I'm excited for it, and I think Tom will want to make up for his performances yesterday. Whilst we may not have seen them on broadcast, he was probably expecting to get a little bit further in this competition in the upper bracket rather than having to drop down to the lower bracket, Aga. But he is the kind of player who responds well to losses, isn't he?
Definitely. I mean, he's ranked #1 in Europe for a reason, and that is consistency and a stable level always. And that's what he has to show today, and perhaps a bit more than that, because Yago's top level is very, very high. And on his day, on his best day, he can beat anyone. So Tom really has to be ready and show why he is ranked #1 in Europe currently.
Yeah, he has to prove to us, his fans, and probably himself, to try and solidify that spot as #1 going into the likes of playoffs and then the E-World Cup. But in the eChampions League, a very prestigious tournament that Tom would love to lift a trophy for. In terms of strategy, tactics, and what we're going to be seeing in this game, Aga, what do you expect to see? Is this going to be quite an open game, a lot of goals, or are we going to have quite a hard-fought game in the midfield here?
I think it's going to be a cagey affair, to be honest. It's the first game of the day. Both players need to find the flow and the rhythm, and I believe they will clash a bit in terms of game style. Tom is a more possession-based player, while Yago is very aggressive and can also keep the ball, but is a very aggressive player. So I'm looking forward to this, Dan.
Well, we're underway. The first match of the day. Hashtag Tom versus Yago, and it's going to be Tom kicking from left to right in the darker kit, and Yago in the red and white striped kit. For both of these players, a huge matchup, of course. Loser goes home. 2 legs of FIFA. It's as simple as that. Both of them already taken a loss in this tournament, dropping down to this lower bracket. But it's Tom who has the kickoff. And we'll have the chance for the first attack at goal here in this game with Mbappe on the right-hand side. Something Spencer was saying, Tom trying to adjust to this new team that he's using. There's the bridge! He gets around the man! And what a start to this game for hashtag Tom. The directional nutmeg does enough, and it's 1-0.
And that's the start Tom want to have on the game. Very well executed, clinical as usual, and of course, the main go-to skill move that we have been seeing throughout the entire tournament, the directional nutmeg. Executed well and perfect, 1-0 for Tom.
That is just going to give so much confidence to hashtag Tom. A nice early goal, just to try and assert dominance in this tie against Yago. It's going to be a challenge, though, that the referee's not going to like, so a free kick to Yago. And a chance for him to now go down the other end and try and respond, and I guess we're going to get an early demonstration of how open this game is going to be. If we see Yago go down the other end now and score a goal of his own, we might get goals galore in this matchup. Tom has to defend, has to stay switched on. That's going to be offside. So even though Pele does put it in the back of the net, not going to matter.
And I wonder if Yago would have preferred this match to be at a live event, because he is a very emotional player who likes to get into his opponent's heads, and he really shows his feeling when he scores. Oh, it could be a chance here.
That's going to be a second. Pele just putting it away for Tom. Another quick-fire goal in the 13th minute. And unfortunately for Yago, the keeper just not able to get there in time, Yago.
Yeah, it was a bit too easy, this goal, I think, in terms of Yago had to defend that better. But gotta applaud Tom, once again, just taking his chances. Making it look simple, which it's really not. But I would have expected better defending there from Yago.
It's something that Graveson's just pointed out in the wings. He's saying that Yago's been playing 4-2-3-1 all tournament amongst a very strong and heavy 4-4-2 meta. Actually, that's a huge mistake from Tom there. What's your thoughts on 4-2-3-1 versus 4-4-2, Yago? Do you think that Yago is struggling here because of that?
I think in general, but that's super biased, that the 4-2-3-1 isn't as efficient as the last years of FIFA. It's still a solid formation defensive-wise, but just feel like you have to be able to have two strikers, and it just opens up some more gaps for you. It gives you more offensive opportunities. Having two strikers, you can counter, you can keep position still. You need those two strikers in order to threaten your opponent all the time.
2 goals for #Tom in the opening 13 minutes of this game. And that is going to strike fear in the eyes of Yago, I'm sure, knowing that this could be a very one-sided affair if he doesn't tighten up his defence quickly. As Pele now turning on the edge of the box, will find Bruno Fernandes. Again, just shifting his weight backwards to ensure he gets away from the defender. Nice fancy footwork from Pele, but this time Yago just about gets rid of it, but it did look a little bit scary for a second.
And the way he tried to play it out of the pressure, it worked, but he was also a bit lucky with it. He's taking some risks right now, Yago, and you have to be more safe on the ball and take less risk. Risk is when you're in this position of the pitch. That is where you take the risks.
Well, is Yago going to take any risks to try and get himself back into this game? Space here for Davies, plays it back to Ronaldo. Pele, unfortunately, though, can only go as far as Rudhullet. And Tom can look to build yet again here in what has been an incredible opening for him. And what he needed, really, not just for his own mentality, but I'm sure fans and the #crew would have been hoping that he can demonstrate a little bit of, well, dominance, to be honest. As the #1 player in Europe, there will be that expectancy on your shoulders. I wonder whether he can find a 3rd goal here. Pele is making the run, but doesn't opt to go for the pass. Bruno Fernandes now plays the pass to Pele, but Patrick Vieira with defensive duties can only go so far. But second one manages to win the ball back.
And it feels like every time Tom gets into the dangerous area, he is very close to scoring a goal. Every build-up play for Tom ends up in a good situation for him. And he just needs to keep doing that, because then he will win, then he will score more goals and create the chances that's needed.
Defensively as well, Tom just seems switched on. Yago went for the player lock, and Tom didn't bite for it. Instead, just lunged in and ensured that he got the tackle with the defender. Didn't allow Yago to experiment with any player switching. And at the other end, at least Yago is showing a little bit better defensively, but does give the ball away. A lapse in judgment, perhaps. Now, Tom with R9 to Mbappe. Back to Cancelo, a little bit of room to work with on the right-hand side. Finds some space in the middle as well. R9 could play the through ball, but goes far left here to Neymar. Just flicks away from the oncoming defender. Can he get a shot away? No, he can't. Denied.
And again, a very good build-up for Tom, and half the opportunities again is just about that last angle, that last pass or trick from him. I'm really impressed with Tom. I mean, he's arguably been the most consistent player throughout 2 FIFA versions now. And on the other hand here, Cancelo is very close. But getting back to Tom, I really feel like, I wouldn't say that he's underrated but at all, but I mean, his consistency is something that is very, very unique. It's almost impossible, and he just keeps going every year. So I'm really, really impressed with his consistency.
It's been great to see Tom's growth, if I'm honest, as he now manages to push his way past the defender, but Schmeichel with a huge save. It could have been 3. 45 minutes gone. And it was 2 very early goals for #Tom. No shots at all for Yago. And I think that just screams volumes about how well Tom has been defending here.
Definitely, and I'm also looking at the possession stats because it gives you a hint about who is controlling the match or who has the better pressure play or who has the best build-up. And Yago only had 30% of the possession, and usually Yago likes to also keep the ball in periods of games. So it really indicates how much #Tom have been dominating this first half.
Yeah, it's a performance that reminds me of the game we commentated yesterday with Ethan and how he was really dominating the game. But that game did slip away from him a little bit, and we did see goals go in against him. So Tom just needs to stay switched on here against Yago and not allow Yago to get too much confidence in this second half. But the way it has been going, it's looking more likely that Tom would get a third, maybe even a fourth goal. It's just a matter of when, rather than whether it's going to be a case of if he actually manages to achieve it. It's more so for Yago about finding actually a chance to get through on goal, because Tom's defence, he's just really shut out Yago today. And that can be very frustrating as a player, as Cancelo will play it inside to Mbappe here. Maybe Pele can do something, but Schmeichel saves.
And I have one very important finger rule when I'm playing best of twos. Never be behind with 3 goals going into the second leg of the match. It's very important, because otherwise it'll almost be impossible on this level to get back. Your opponent is simply just too clinical, too smart. It will require too much of you, and if you're first behind with 3, you have to risk a lot, and then the chance of getting behind even more is bigger than getting back into the match usually.
So even though Yago does need a goal, perhaps he does just need to stay focused in this game and ensure he doesn't concede another, but might be doing just that here with Mbappe. Takes the shot. Schmeichel will save. Pele gets it back into the box, but Klosterman's there to defend. Almost a third again for #Tom.
Yeah, he's doing well, Tom. He's just looks like he's keep going with the same play, but on the other hand now could be a chance for Yago. Definitely have come better out here in the second half offensive-wise, and it's knocking a bit more on the door, but you still have this feeling that every time Tom gets the ball in this area, things are about to happen.
And there's a through ball. Not sure he was aiming for R9, but R9 has latched onto it now in a dangerous area, but it's going to go out for a corner. Actually, excuse me, goes out for a goal kick. Thought it was coming off the defender rather than R9. That will give Yago the chance to go forward himself now, but that's instantly denied, or as I say that, turned over yet again. Tom gives the ball away. Yago coming forward here with Patrick Vieira. Has to recycle the ball ever so slightly just to ensure he gets away from those defenders. Nice through ball to Pele. Is there any support? Yes, there is. Ronaldo plays it inside, but Hullet, the structure, the physicality of that man, denies the chance again.
I like that Tom is playing with Hullet instead of Vieira. Not that I don't like Vieira. He is, for me, perhaps the best centre-back in the game. I prefer to use him there. But if you're playing with 2 centre-mids, you really want them to be able to attack for you and create chances. And I just feel like Hullet is a bit more complete than Vieira.
R9 tries to go for the finesse on the edge of the box, but the defenders do well to block it. As a reminder, if you are watching for the first time, you're wondering about why they're using these players, they can use 3 icons of their choice, and then the rest have to be ECL items in FIFA 21. So we've seen a lot of R9, we've seen a lot of Pele, Hullet, Vieira, but also the likes of Bruno Fernandes. We've seen Cristiano Ronaldo coming into the fray as well. Sometimes as a substitute rather than starting. And of course your normal players like Neymar, Varane. They've all been featuring, and they've all been very important in their own positions. But 70 minutes gone, it's a chance to maybe make some of those substitutions that I was talking about.
Yeah, I think there will be some fresh legs on the pitch. Perhaps we could see a Cristiano Ronaldo coming in. Always good to have as a target man as well. If you know there's going to be pressure on you in the last 20 minutes of the game, the area he covers, and yeah, the threat he does is super important. We've also seen Hazard get subbed in, Rashford and Salah. So it'll be interesting to see what these 2 players brings onto the pitch.
Anyone with a bit of pace, to be honest. Of course, skill moves are going to be very important. Weak foot comes into play as well. Just a little bit of pace injection to get past those defenders. There's now for Yago He's instantly denied by Cancelo in the counter-attack potentially on here for Tom. Nice little 1-2 to generate some space for Cristiano Ronaldo on the right-hand side. I love the way Tom moves the ball around the pitch. Really commands it. There's a definite knowledge of the game. He knows how he wants to approach it, and it feels like he knows where Yago's going to be trying to defend against him, so he's always looking for those gaps. He's found a little bit of a gap now. CR7 plays it inside to Hullet. To R9, just has to beat the one man, but Varane is there.
Again, when I watch Tom plays, I really feel like the partnership between him and Tex has really developed him throughout the years. Obviously, he chose his way and developed his way, but I really see the same tendencies in some of their game, and Tom really developed this offensive unpredictableness, and it's really an enjoyment to watch every time he plays.
Oh, you're completely right. In any of these 2v2 tournaments, we've seen players really learn the skills of their teammate. And you could say the same for Yago when he was teaming with Nicholas as well. I'm sure he learned a lot defensively and offensively from one of the other best players in the world and one of the other best players in Argentina. But with 81 minutes gone, it was 2 very early goals for Tom that has given him this 2-0 cushion. I'm sure he'd love to get 3 just before the final whistle of these first 90 minutes. But Yago has been a little bit more switched on since those first 2 goals have gone in. And now he needs a goal just to give him the belief, I feel, that he can actually get a shot away, let alone find a goal. As Neymar, fake shot, into Bruno Fernandes, and there is that goal. It's a little bit of a lapse in defensive awareness, I feel, for Tom. Just left far too much space for Bruno.
And that is an important goal for Yago, very, very crucial, because now it's all about 1 goal for now at least, and Yago could have been down with more than 2 goals looking at the first leg here, so he will be very happy with that. Finds Bruno, one of the best centre mids in the game, always take good run into the box, and that's exactly what he does here, and then it's easy for him to execute.
That is definitely going to be a blow for #Tom, but he does have a couple of minutes left to try and regain that 2-goal lead. Just has to stay switched on, probably hold on to the ball here to deny any counter-attack possibility from Yago. You can see building and just biding his time here. Davies plays it forward to Pele. Has to be now, has to go forward, manages to just get onto the edge of the ball, but I feel like that's going to be the final whistle. I imagine after this goal kick, the referee will bring this one to a close. No shenanigans of the ball going any further forward, so 2-1 then to #Tom Agger. It was a great performance from him, but that 1 goal for Yago really gives him a lot of confidence going into this second leg.
Yeah, that last goal will definitely frustrate Tom. I think, in my opinion, that Tom deserved more from this match. I feel like he didn't take advantage enough of his dominance, because first half of the first leg here was all about Tom. We see here the directional nutmeg executed into a shot at the near post, and the best possible start for Tom, really. And it was all Tom in the first half. Here we see the L1 and then the Elastico, which have gone pretty viral this FIFA season, and again Tom was all over it. But for the second half, Yago started to bite back a little bit, and in the end it gave him that 1 goal that makes the job a bit easier, but still very hard.
But this was well worked by Yago. Bruno Fernandes finding himself in acres of space and a sublime finish to top it off. And as you mentioned, that is just going to be really frustrating for #Tom, but a massive, massive boost for Yago's chances to get back into this game. As a reminder, it is an elimination game. If you lose this, you are out of the competition because they are in the lower bracket. So nerves will start to kick in a little bit for both of these competitors. Of course, the first aim for this tournament is to get to that final 8 and get to that broadcast on the 28th of May, where you can then compete for that ECL trophy. And realistically, Tom would expect to be there after the performance he's had in recent times. #1 in Europe right now, but he has had a good game against Yago so far, Aga, but I wonder whether that one goal will just be enough to allow Yago to get back into this one. What do you want to see differently from either of these competitors? Is there anything you'd like to see them change?
I feel like I'm not in a position to say that Tom could do things differently because I believe he almost played a perfect match. It's not easy to create a lot of chances against some of the best players. So I would say that he just have to keep up what he was doing in 84 virtual minutes of the first leg. And for Yago's sake, I feel like there was some good tendencies from him in the second half of the first leg. So you have to try to keep pushing on that and make the game close now. Try to play on the momentum and make Tom a bit scared to lose this match. But it's not going to be easy. I still see Tom as the favorite for this match, just watching the gameplay. But it's close. It's really close.
Oh, it is close, and I'm sure Tom would like to get those early goals again. I mean, it was like the 4th minute and the 13th minute, 2 goals in 13 to give him that 2-goal lead. Things did slow down afterwards. How important is it to get early goals? For you personally, would you rather score early in a game, or would you rather be on Yago's side and get one of those late goals to give you a chance to get back into things?
I always feel like getting the early goals give you a massive confidence and also some freedom in your game. So I would prefer to be on Tom's side. But now going into this second leg here, it would be a disappointment, let's be honest, if one of these players will go out this early. But I mean, one of them has to go out. And for me, these were 2 players I expected to see in the top 8 before the competition. So pressure's on.
Well, this was the first goal that Tom did score. One of the quickest goals that we've seen in the tournament so far. And just the way he played the ball around, switched the play, ensured that he found some space on either side. And it was just the quick-fire passing that was a little bit too much for Yago, and then we know how it ended. It was the directional nutmeg around the player, just a little bit too much space given to R9 in the end. Such a quick goal. I mean, Aga, when you look at this and you look at how many passes he got, yes, okay, the final minute was just all decided by that directional nutmeg, but the build-up play was fantastic, wasn't it?
That's vintage Tom, I believe. He's so good at just keeping the ball and waiting for the right moment to strike, and that was exactly what he did there, and now Yago would be trying to replicate that on this one.
Yeah, Yago would have liked, or would like, an early goal of his own here, as we are underway in our second leg of this lower bracket matchup between Tom and Yago. Tom is going to be in the white kit here, from right to left, and Yago in the darker kit from left to right. And for both players, a huge matchup. As we know, you don't want to fall out of the competition this early. Smollett plays it to Mbappe. Now we'll find Bruno Fernandes. Goal scorer, of course, for Yago. To get him back into this tie, and that's denied by Patrick Vieira. And now Yago can look to break away here. Vieira has been such a staple at the back for him and has made so many important challenges. And there's the through ball opportunity as well. R9 gets through, holds on, plays it across to Pele! And the equaliser is there. And it's just 8 minutes gone. And all of Tom's hard work in the early stages of that first leg comes to nothing.
And now Yago is doing exactly what Tom did in the first leg, getting the perfect start here. He's back, it's all set, and a nice goal. Just keeping calm. He knows he can play the chance even bigger. Well executed by Yago.
And that really shows just how threatening a through ball can be, especially when you've got someone like R9 latching onto it with his strength, just shrugging off the defenders there. And Yago now right back into this tie. And Tom will have to respond and not allow this one to rattle him too much. Some players would put their heads down, I think, after giving away a 2-goal lead. But Tom is more experienced than that. He's been in this position many times, I'm sure, and also been on the other side of things many times where he's come back from a 2-goal deficit. It's him in possession at the moment with Mbappe. A couple of 1-2s to try and generate a little bit of room on that right-hand side, but doesn't opt to use it. Instead goes more central through Bruno Fernandes. R9 there waiting if he wants to use him, but nice interception from the opposition's Bruno.
I'm going to already see here from the beginning of the second leg here that Yago seems much more aggressive and confident in his defending, and not allowing Tom to get the ball into one of his strikers. And when Yago is on the ball, starting to be creative, doing the unexpected, as we can see here. This is really, really nice from Yago. Just a different version of him.
It was almost a chance for a third goal for him. He'd done so much with R9, and the through ball just cut out. Maybe a second bite of the cherry here with Pele. Twists and turns on the edge of the box, waiting for them to come towards him, but the defenders eventually do arrive, and it's Davies who snatches that ball away as Tom looks now to quickly counter here, take advantage of some men pushed up the pitch. Nice through ball here to R9. Just one man to beat, but plays it back to Fernandez, out wide now to Mbappe. This is good from Tom, gets past the first, and oh my word! Ronaldo somehow scoops it in, and Tom regains the lead.
That's a nice goal as well. I really like the lofted pass here we see with Mbappe, because Yago has ridden the situation, so the only way he can get that pass through Yago's defender is with the lofted pass. Super well executed from Tom, and a very important goal for him mentally to just strike back, because Yago looked like that he was ready to play, he was ready to take the lead.
Yeah, he almost had to stop the momentum of Yago, to be completely honest with you. But it looks like Yago's still playing aggressively here. Still looking to try and get back into this game once again. Pele was initially denied, but still holds on to the ball. Just such a nuisance when you're going up against an item like Pele. Plays it into R9, nice little 1-2, great footwork, and that's an amazing, amazing goal! Just so easy on the edge of the box, just pass after pass after pass. Beautiful.
That is, for me, the best goal we've been seeing so far in the eChampions League. What a goal by Yago. He had so many opportunities where he could just have taken the shot and potentially Tom would block it. Instead, he makes that extra pass. That was football. That was beautiful.
Forget your directional nutmegs. That is everything that you want to see on a football pitch. Constantly looking for that extra pass, quick fire passing to confuse the defenders, and a sublime finish to top it all off. And we're back all even at 3-3 on aggregate then, in what has been an amazing lower bracket matchup. But I think we knew it was going to be a match like this, with two competitors with fantastic history in FIFA esports, especially in recent years. As Tom now will have to respond again and try and take a lead once again. My worry is what happens if Yago takes the lead for the first time in this matchup. But right now it's Tom going forward. First time shot, almost beats Michael.
What I like about Yago here in the second match is that he really started to turn up the pace for this game. I think if he tries to play slow and controlled, Tom will be the better player. But if he puts the pace up in this game, using his skill moves, his fast 1-2 play as we saw before with the quick passes, I believe the game will be more in Yago's advantage.
Well, R9 still has the ball. Vieira just sweeps it away from his feet. 60% possession for Tom in the first 37 minutes, so he's still dominating in terms of possession as Yago makes a small mistake. Just letting the ball run out of play there. Better from Yago in this first half than the entirety of the first leg, though. Both players with 2 shots on target, and if you remember, Yago didn't even have a shot at all in the first half of the first leg. So he's very much responded well here in the second leg, and maybe he has got to grips with how Tom plays, and he's trying to counter it. He has countered it successfully, but it's Tom with Pele here. Reverse Elastico to try and beat Varane, but no tomfoolery today.
Good defending here from Yago, and as I stated earlier, it seems like he really changed up his gameplay, changed some tactics perhaps, starting to play with much higher pace game, and again, I believe that will be the key if you have to beat a player of Tom's caliber.
Just a couple of minutes before half-time then in this second leg. Is there one more opportunity for Tom to try and find a lead as the players go into the dressing room? R9 will find Hullet. Oh, as I say that, Klosterman has been able to deny it. And that could have been a deadly through ball. But at half-time in the second leg, it's 3-3. Nothing to separate the two players. And Aga, this game has had a bit of everything, hasn't it?
Definitely. Both players showing why they are some of the finest in Europe. Perhaps the finest. Both players could go all the way, but a lot of games to be played. And first and foremost, they have to show here that they can beat each other.
Yeah, they need to actually just try and assert dominance over one another, because now they both believe they can win this game. Who would you say has the kind of mental advantage going into this second half, though? We were saying how after the first leg, Yago would have been feeling great about getting that first goal. Tom maybe a little bit miffed that he conceded it. Now it's 3-3 and it's an even playing field. Do you see either one having an advantage?
I feel like it's very, very close between these two. It's hard to separate them. But just the way Yago's been playing offensively must give him maybe the small 1% in front of Tom. But looking at Tom's mentality and at the player cam just when the whistle was blown, he seemed very calm, still smiling, and that's just the mentality. And like, it's a good way of expressing himself that he's not worried, he still has confidence.
Well, we've kicked off in the second half of this second leg. So only 45 minutes left to try and separate the two. Tom's through on goal with Davies of all people, but it's gone sailing over the bar. Tom smashes his fist down on the desk in frustration, and quite rightly so. That was a chance.
That was a very, very good chance for Tom. A good through ball, and unfortunately Davies shows where the only place where he's not complete in FIFA 21. Perhaps it is the finishing. Could have gone in either way. Perhaps he gave it a bit too much sauce, as I like to say, powered up too much. But this could be a chance for Tom to get in front again.
Goes for the player lock, trying to find R9 in the centre of the box. But it's been great pressure from Tom, as again just snatches that ball away. Luckily for Yago, Vieira in the right place at the right time to stop Tom from being able to counter too quickly. But Yago just not able to hold on to the ball right now. Tom really is upping the pressure. Maybe he's recognised the aggression from Yago and wants to double down on his own aggression here. He needs to find a goal to come out of it here, because all these players are going to be a little bit tired going into the latter stages of this game. The more he presses, the more he applies that pressure. There is going to be a pause after a free kick here.
Yeah, probably going to speak with his coach Stampy, and Yago just having a break, just rethinking. Was smart to have a pause here, because Tom was starting to get the flow running, and perhaps Yago just needed to calm down for a second and say, hey, let's try to keep up what we did in the first half.
And this was that replay with the player lock. I mean, you saw what Tom was trying to do there. It didn't really work out, wasn't executed as well as he would have liked. The free kick will be taken short. Neymar plays it to Mbappe. Back to the Brazilian as he tries to find a fellow Brazilian in. Pele regains possession here. A lot of blue shirts to try and get past, though, so you're going to have to recycle the ball and generate a little bit of space. Reverse Elastico doesn't work out. But Tom, you can see what he's trying to do. Just wants to beat that final man with some skill moves.
He is trying to get into the positions where his opponent, Yago, potentially could be a bit shaky, a bit nervous and make some mistakes. So I like that play from Tom. This could be nice.
R9 turns onto his right foot, and he's actually managed to put it away. And for the first time today, Yago finds himself ahead in this tie. And it was on a counter-attack. It's after a big possession spell from Tom. But Yago in the box, just twisting and turning with R9, and finds that small pocket of space, puts it away.
And I like the overlap from Cristiano Ronaldo here, and that Yago chooses not to go for the pass central at the first opportunity, that it just waits out, play the chance bigger, find the driven pass into R9, make a shooting feint, and it's a lead for Yago for the first time in this matchup.
Pele on the ball now. We need to see something big here from Tom to get back into this game. Davies plays it back to Bruno Fernandes. What's Tom got left in the tank? Varane has been a tank at the back, constantly bullying, and now the through ball. Can R9 get hold of it? He can, just about the heel to heel, and it's going to be a fifth goal. Frustration for #Tom, and it could be him crumbling out of the eChampions League if he doesn't respond soon. Yago with a 2-goal lead now.
Wow, that was a through ball, and it's kind of been a well-known secret, to say it that way, that these through balls are so dangerous. So you have to switch over to a centre back in time. As we can see here, he times it perfectly. maybe Tom switched too late. He will feel hard done as well. Kyle Walker was there, but R9 just using that potentially L2 to just push Kyle Walker a bit away so he makes a mistake. But yeah, unfortunate for Tom, but very well written by Yago in the situation. And just take the chance, and margins is something you need when you're playing against Tom as well. So it's really looking tough for Tom now, but if anyone can do it, it should be him.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for Tom. There's a couple of things in that. I mean, I feel like the defender probably should have won the ball, but the keeper was very far off his line. And perhaps Tom has brought him out there, and if he hadn't, maybe there's a second chance at trying to save it. But I think either way, if Yago latches onto it, the likelihood is he's going to score. And that is a gift for Yago, that's for sure. But he's going to be more than happy to take it, and he's been the one in the ascendancy in this game. He's had an answer to Tom's performance in the first leg. 22 minutes for #Tom to show us why he's the #1 in Europe here. Still time to find 2 goals, but that time will slowly start to dwindle away. And I'm sure Yago will begin to hold on to the ball a little bit more here.
That's definitely going to be his main objective now, Yago. A 2-goal lead now with 20 minutes left. It's one of the hardest situations as a pro player. You really, really want to not make any mistakes or take no risks. And that is really hard because you can feel the pressure, and you start to almost count down. Please, just finish the game so I can get the win.
Nice through ball here. Davies cuts it back inside. Cancelo intercepts as Tom applies the pressure again. This is good from #Tom. Can he get a goal to reward himself for all this pressure though? Hullet waits for the pass to Mbappe, beats the man, needs to find another pass or to skin this player, which actually there's 3, 4, 5 blue shirts in his way. Has to go back to Hullet. Hullet not going to shoot from there, but R9 could. And in the end, it all comes to nothing. And slowly but surely, Yago is getting closer and closer to moving on into the next stage of this competition, and a 3rd goal here would surely secure it. And it's not going to be. Tom still has an opportunity on the counter-attack.
Very, very important that Peter Schmeichel came out there, otherwise it would have been a game over, I think. But this buys Tom another chance, but he have to be productive now, and his pressure have to be spot on. I believe the constant pressure is on, and here, Dan.
This could be it. Neymar to finish the game, and it's going to be as easy as that. Acres of space for Neymar Jr. A 3-goal advantage, and surely game, set, and match for Yago. An eChampions League tie that we knew would be really difficult to send one of these players home, but at the moment, it looks like it's going to be #Tom.
And I think this will be impossible even for the #1 ranked in Europe right now in Tom. Yago's been better at using his good periods in the game to take advantage of that. Tom will really be frustrated about he didn't won with more in the first game. Wait. Wow.
Almost a little glimpse of hope for #Tom, but Schmeichel denies even that. Would have had to be a goal there, and then 2 very quick ones. And he, as you say, even for the #1 ranked player in the world, in Europe, excuse me, even that is going to be a very tall order as the ball is just lumped up here to Yago to try and latch onto, which he does. Neymar gets hold of it. And now it's just a victory parade, but perhaps he feels like he wants to rub salt in the wounds. Mbappe gets past one and will finish. It is game over. Yago is going through. #Tom is going home. It's been an incredible game. There's going to be frustration on the side from Tom, we know that. But for Yago, it's been an inspiring performance in this second leg.
And that goal just sums up how good Yago have been playing here in the second leg. I mean, the majority would believe that Yago would have shot at the first time with Mbappe. Instead, he just take that extra touch. Once again, just perfect. And perhaps another one here, no. But overall, really, really, really impressive performance and a big confidence boost to win 6-1 in a second leg against a player of #Tom's caliber. Really, really impressed by Yago.
Tom brings down the man in what is just inevitable frustration. It's going to be 7-3 on aggregate, maybe 7-4 as a consolation if Tom can score here. Ronaldo will get denied by the referee. Yago goes through. in what has been a sublime match for him. Unfortunate for Tom to be eliminated from the competition, but we just have to focus on how well Yago has played, especially when he struggled in the early stages of that first leg, Aga.
Definitely. I mean, some of the goals that Yago made in the second leg was impressive. That was on a very, very high level. And it was also important for Yago to get a good start on the game, and that's exactly what he did here with R9 playing it into Pele, just taking no risks in terms of finishing the job here. As I said, I felt like Tom would be a bit frustrated about the way that he didn't take advantage enough of the first leg between these two players, because he was dominating, but he only got a 1-goal lead. And this goal is a pure enjoyment to watch. Here he could have shot with R9. Instead, he just take that extra pass. And yeah, it's beautiful FIFA.
Yes, us as FIFA purists, of course, Aga, we love to see goals like that. But to be honest, Yago scored plenty of impressive goals. There was the one goal that I feel really just rattled Tom, and it was that through ball that his defender should have latched onto, and that was the response right there when it did happen. And I wonder if that was just enough to put him over the edge a little bit and apply that frustration. But it was a 7-3 victory on aggregate for Yago in the end. And we are going to be having a little chat with Yago. Spencer is with him now.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations, Yago. It's an emphatic win there, 7-3. Obviously, huge second leg as well. First of all, how are you feeling?
Hi, Spencer. How are you? Yes, I'm feeling very good. I play better the second time, and I win, and it's the best for me.
What was going through your head in that first leg? You went 2-0 down. And you got that 1 goal back in that first leg, but particularly in the second leg, obviously you've changed something. What were you thinking at 2-0, and what did you do to make that comeback?
Yeah, I feeling at the start a little bit nervous, and Tom played very good in the first half, and I make the same to him, like 4-4-2, and try to make a space for score goals, and it's work, and I'm very happy for that.
You scored some really good goals, Yago, I have to say. Extra passes and some great stuff in the build-up. How would you describe your style of play on FIFA?
I play the same FIFA like FIFA 18 with the extra pass. Try to don't look only the keeper and stay alert for the other passes, and I'm very happy for that, because still playing like that, and I'm here playing against the best players in the world.
One more question I've got for you, Yago. I know I'm right in saying your next opponent is going to be Daniel Aguilar. He has just played in a game. He has won it 10-7. Okay, that was against Mert. There were 17 goals in that match. What do you know and think about the fact that you're playing Daniel Aguilar, and what do you think about the fact that he's just been involved in a game with so many goals?
Yeah, we have a good relationship with Danny. It's a friend from Spain. We speak the same language, and we play all the season for practice with him, and it's the first match official, and it's gonna be interesting match for C.
Okay, well, best of luck in the next round. Well done. An emphatic performance from you there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Amazing job then from Yago. I'm just going to reiterate my congratulations as well. 6 goals there in that second leg after losing 2-1 in the first leg. I think it's safe to say it's a bit of a shock that we've now lost the #1 player in Europe currently. That's hashtag Tom, of course. And someone that I was keeping a very eagle eye on was Spencer. Obviously, he's part of the hashtag team, and Spencer obviously runs that team, owns that team, and we can see Spencer's reactions. Look at these. He was absolutely going through
that
the
was
mill.
The start of the game.
On these.
It went downhill from there. Yeah. That was that
Bravo!
Ronaldo goal when he just snuck it in. I didn't think he was going to score, and then, this bit's just painful, really. I'm clapping him, though. To be fair, you have to clap him because he played really well, Yago. He absolutely turned it round.
You do?
And that clip there, was that shot from Alphonso Davies, which I thought was a goal. Look at my face there. Yeah, that's just a picture says 1,000 words, Rachel, doesn't it?
Sven, does your heart rate increase? Do you wear one of those watches that monitor it? And if you do, what does it go up to in that? Because I know that if I was owning that team and one of my players was playing, I'd be like, oh, take my blazer off. It's so stressful. How actually do you feel?
Yeah, no, I don't know my heart rate, but to be fair, after those first few goals and that opening to the game, I started to relax a little bit. And I'm not saying Tom did as well, but, you know, having seen Tom do what he's done this year, when you start a game that emphatically, you kind of feel like, okay, what's next sort of thing. But well done to Yago. It's not just the amount of goals he scored, but as Aga was rightly saying, there's some really, really nice goals in there. And it takes a lot. You know, you could easily sort of write yourself off when you go 2-0 down to I keep saying it, but the number one player in Europe right now. But he didn't let that phase him. Definitely one to watch going forward. And it's worth saying, by the way, spoiler alert, we didn't just lose my pick for the tournament there. We have lost 3 of our 4 players to pick and to watch the tournament from this pundit sort of couch, if you like. They've all gone. Only one left.
I was literally about to say that because Els, I'm going to go to you next. We've lost Marcuso as well. We'll come on to that in a moment. He was obviously your pick for the entire tournament. But what did you make of that? It was a massive giant killing there. And I mean, how, you know, do you think if you're Tom? I know that you were around like the EPL, you got to see these kind of players and you get to see just how much it means to them. How do you think Tom's going to be feeling right now?
As you said, it means so much to them. The stakes are so high, and when you're under pressure like that, it is really, really difficult to sort of maintain your game. And as we saw there, Tom started off really strong, but then towards the end, obviously, it didn't go as well. And I think that it's all down to sort of the preparation that goes into it. As you said, I worked around the E-Premier League a few months back, and I spoke to a few of the players, including Shells, and he was placing all the importance on preparing and just keeping headstrong during the game. So condolences to Tom, but this competition is, what has just happened is amazing. Well, not for us, because all of our picks have gone, but it's been so interesting, and I'm really excited now to see what goes forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing for Yago as well. And Grav, I'm going to come to you. 32 seeding, wasn't he, coming into this competition? The lowest in the competition. But you were mentioning earlier that you have kind of been watching how he's been preparing for this and his gameplay. So I guess I'm going to say that you're not particularly surprised in that performance from Yago.
Well, I'm not particularly surprised, but it's a big surprise, nevertheless. Like, Tom was the favorite coming in here to win the whole tournament, no doubt about that. And I just gotta say, I'm a freak about these tactics, about in-game things you can do. And Yago was changing things for the whole match. Like in the first leg, he started playing 4-2-3-1. He changed it up to 5-3-2. Things didn't work out for him, so he mirrored Tom's formation 4-4-2. And then, if you talk about Tom does a lot of good things in the game, but I think the best side of Tom is about his manual pressing. His manual pressing is insane. So what did Yago do? Like in the second leg, the first half, Yago couldn't pass the ball comfortably. So what did he do? In the D-pad tactics, he activated the hog the sideline tactic, so he could pass the ball to his two fullbacks more comfortably. And then he started like scoring goals. So yeah, this game was so intense, and it was really good to you know, kind of analyze it, because there were so many things going on.
I love that insight there, Grav. Yeah, because he mentioned, didn't he was super nervous at the beginning of the competition. He settled into that, even though he was a couple of goals down, and then changed his tactics, like you just said, to match Tom, and it obviously worked perfectly for him in the end. So I loved your analysis, but I think Mike LaBelle has got some more great analysis for us as well. Mike, what are you breaking down for us? Where are you?
I'm over here, and it could not have been planned better from what Graverson had to say. We're going to talk a little more about offensively, how Yago was able to adapt versus Tom as well, with not only using those wingers, but overlapping and overloading options, which makes it easier for you, and it's more difficult for Tom to predict what's going to happen. And that's what you're going to see here in this initial freeze frame. Look at these wingers. They're both making these overlapping runs, and the build-up play, or even for counterattacks, when you have choices, you've got preference, it makes life so much easier. You can involve them in that final third, and you see the passing, the quick footwork. fair play from Yago. He made a bunch of different adjustments, and it worked against Tom. You just keep adjusting, and this is why we always stress the importance of being able to have mastery of 2, 3, 4 formations at the competitive level or at the elite level. So I was really impressed with Yago. Good luck to him for the rest of the tournament, and back to everyone at the desk.
Thanks, Mike. Love that. Yeah, you've got to have loads of game plans up your sleeve if you're to survive in this competition. Okay, we mentioned a couple of players who have unfortunately left us at this stage, and it was Els, it was Spencer's, and it was Graveson's as well. Mike's still got Ollie Bolly left in it. He hasn't just played yet, he's already safe. But Spen, I think we're going to come to you now and just get a quick recap of those results and just fill everyone in on where we're up to now, or that lower bracket part 2. I believe you got some results for us, Ben.
Yes, indeed. If you take a look at this bracket, you can see some of the scorelines that just happened. Some of them were insane, by the way. We talked about the fact that I actually think it's Daniel Aguilar that's gone through against Mert. He's playing Yago, Daniel Aguilar, so I think slight error there. But Adraman 7-6, you can see, lost to Khan. That was actually a very interesting game because Adraman, I think at one point was 3 or 4 goals down. He mounted a comeback. Unfortunately for him, not quite enough. Surprising to see Uston win just 2-1. Anyone that knows Uston knows that his goals tend to be very high scoring, but he seems to have worked on his defence a little bit more recently. He goes up against Khan there. And Fuma beats Stefano Pina. Benig beats Marcuso 7-3. Great game there. Zaka from Sweden 7-4 against Lev Vinkens. That's Lev Vinken and Marcuso both out. They both finished top 8, I believe, in Madrid 2 years ago at the eChampions League. And I know that the Flexo Oliver game went to an unreal penalty shootout. I think it was 2-2, then it was 5-5, and it went to penalties. And I do believe that it is Flexo that's come out on top of that one. So you can see the low round 3 is what we're going to be going into next. And then, of course, there's those guys who dropped down a little bit later in the lower round 4 waiting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ben, for just kind of going through that. I want to highlight, though, first, Graveson, some of the big names that we just lost there. Cosmin, Marcuso, Lev, #Tom. Like, the list is endless. But what do you think that was down to today, the fact that we're losing so many of these big players? Not that they're not all big players, because they are, but does that shock you that those names have gone out at this stage in the competition?
It doesn't shock me that much because we're kind of in an interesting season. Like an online season gives really much room to newcomers to come and smash the season and the game. And you can see it if you look at the rankings, you can see a lot of players you didn't know back in the day, and they're smashing it right now. So speaking from my point of view, it's kind of hard to find that motivation to grind the whole year to reach playoffs and then the World Cup. So if you see those big names like Lev Vinken, like Marcuso, they've been playing at this the highest of levels for the last 3 or 4 years. So if you see some of these upcoming players like Fuma, like Cosmin, they're really, really, really skillful players and motivated to just be the best. So I think it's been the topic of the season. We're kind of seeing like a new wave of players coming in, and we're seeing some big surprises here in this beautiful tournament.
Yeah, I love that each kind of edition of FIFA brings out some hot new FIFA players. Els, I'm going to come to you, though, and just speak a little bit about the penalty shootout, which Spencer just alluded to. We didn't actually get to see it. But Flexo going through, I know that the EPL went to penalties, and you were a part of that. I guess, how do you kind of, reset after going through such a stressful penalty situation and make sure you're kind of calm and collected for the next round?
I guess it must be hard because their adrenaline must be so high. For it to even get to a penalty shootout means they've been playing for a decent amount of time, and to then sort of remain calm during the penalty shootout and come up on top means probably a lot for them. And it's going to take a lot for him to sort of take a step back, readjust and get ready for the next round. But as Graveson just said, experience may not play a part in why people are coming out on top. It may just be the pure motivation and the love for what they do. So it's really going to be interesting to see how the next round turns out.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, kind of reset going into the next round. Spencer, I'm going to kind of draw our attention to one of the matchups. Yago, Daniel Aguilar. 3-7 Yago won, we just saw that against Tom, and 9-7 Daniel Aguilar just won. So surely that's going to be an absolute goal fest, or will the tactics completely change and everyone goes super cagey? What do you think?
I think it was actually 10-7 in the end. So it's absolutely crazy, Rachel. I can't believe it. I mean, I made this mistake on a broadcast last week. I said I guaranteed there was going to be 8+ goals in a game. I think there ended up being about 2 or 3. So you never know what you're going to get. It's obviously a great sign. These guys are playing entertaining stuff. And you can usually, I mean, less so with Yago's game because he actually only held Tom to 3. But with this 10-7 of Daniel Aguilar, you start to think, well, his attacking play is obviously good, but he's leaving gaps and he's in. Seeing what Yago can do, I feel like it could be another high-scoring game, but doesn't necessarily mean Yago's going to concede a lot. Again, they're both at the same stage at the end of the day, but for me, Yago's just come through a top opponent in #Tom, so I'm backing him for this next game.
Oh, I love that. Spencer's now gone with the guy who just knocked out his one to watch. He's going with Yago now. He's backing him. But you're in for so many more great FIFA matches. They're going to be coming your way after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Please do come back and join us.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction, I put you in swing to the next one. So anything.
The competitor of the day, how does it feel?
Because he is the Santander competitor of the day, guys. Hi guys, and welcome.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard.
63 miles an hour.
Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
UEFA eChampions League knockout round 2 day. We've just seen so many great action already. We've got so many more still to come. You just saw in the screens behind us, that's the 4 players who have already qualified for the finals on the 28th of May. We just had the lower bracket round 2, so a couple more players went home, unfortunately, and some are moving closer towards qualification to join the 4 players already qualified in a couple of weeks' time. And now I promised you some icons of the game of FIFA and football. Well, here's one for you right now. It's Rio Ferdinand.
That's about right.
The perfect centre back.
If I had to give you 3 words to describe Rio Ferdinand,
Don't worry, I
Rolls
didn't.
Royce
Yeah.
defender.
Gladiador.
Yes, everything that a defender needs. Such an experienced rock in the defense.
Para mí, el mejor central inglés que yo he podido ver, lógicamente. Mejor que Terry para mí.
I think that's about right.
I loved his cornrows, the hair. Very nice hairstyle. I've had it myself as well. That's very nice.
That's crazy, man.
Para mí, Rio Ferdinand tiene una gran carrera, pero si no me equivoco, tiene una Champions ganada y 2 finales perdidas. Yo le diría que al menos hay que igualar la balanza, que tiene que conseguir una más, que no puedes tener más finales perdidas que ganadas.
I agree.
I'd probably give him a little nudge, a little reminder for when Gareth Bale beat him at Old Trafford and put him on the floor.
¿Te acordás que Messi te ganó un cabezazo en la Champions de 2009? Tenés que limpiar la imagen, le digo. Básicamente tiene que ganar un balón de oro para recomponerse de eso.
Every manager would love to have Rio Ferdinand in his team. He's a leader.
Es el jugador que manda, es el... Para mí es una especie de, en ese sentido, de Sergio Ramos inglés. Un tío que te manda, que te dice lo que hay que hacer y que hay que hacerle caso porque no tiene pinta de tener un buen enfado.
He is a nightmare to come up against in FIFA. He is a very good defender in FIFA and also when he played in real life.
Absolutely. I play a little bit with my sons, so I see, and they both got me in their team, not just because I'm their dad, because if I wasn't any good on the game, they would not have me.
He's got much pace and he was fast in real life too. He's got the big defending sets. He's very, very aggressive as in real life.
In game, he's so high, tall and strong and fast. He's so good. It's like a team of the year.
Generalmente no pierde cuando da de cabeza o siempre que vas a chocar a alguien con él va a ganar. Entonces, y no es tan lento como otros centrales, entonces es muy bueno para usarlo en FIFA.
The icon cards really do him justice. I think he's a great centre back in FIFA as well, and it's particularly because of his pace and strength.
Passing. The passing stat needs to be bigger. Like, my passing was mad. They don't realise. The next icon that comes out for me, that stat needs to just, the passing stat needs to just be raised a little bit. Everything else is all right. Right.
Imagine we play 3 at the back. We have Ferdinand with his strength. He's very, very tall. And then you've got Rhys James and Kyle Walker, the 2 youngsters.
Kyle Walker, because he's a young guy and he's looking up to Rio Ferdinand as his role model.
Yeah, it would be the perfect combination for centre back, and I don't have to worry about goals from my opponents anymore.
Well, I love that he loves FIFA and he wants to come on the broadcast as a commentator. But Spence, do you think we'll ever see someone like Rio Ferdinand have his own FIFA esports team?
I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I know he's very interested in this space. Having spoke to him about it before, I think there's a load of guys that have obviously got into it as well. That are sort of Rio's level. We've got Gareth Bale who's got a team, as we mentioned. We've got Mesut Ozil's got a team. People like Ruud Gullit, who obviously a little bit sort of generation before Rio, but really successful team actually. Team Gullit having a fantastic year this year. So they're not here just to take part, and I wouldn't put it past Rio at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great to see. Loads of the Premier League guys have got teams like Spencer just mentioned. And we actually might have a special guest joining the broadcast a bit later. I'm not going to name them. I'm going to leave it as a surprise, but it might make you all sit around and watch the content. Els, I'm going to come to you. Have you ever played Rio at FIFA? Because I know you've played so many kind of musicians, footballers. Have you played Rio? If not, who have you played?
I've not played Rio yet. I have played Tammy Abraham. I lost and he scored as himself against me, which was kind of like rubbing salt in the wounds. But I think it would be really interesting to perhaps have someone like Rio come on and commentate and give some advice to the players, because I'm sure that they could really use it in the competition today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we need to get you a win as well. Can't have Tammy Abraham beating you. We need to get you on stream actually playing against someone, and Els needs to get the win. Mike, I'm going to come to you next as well. How many of the boys have we seen on stream that are using Rio this time out, or not many as you expected?
He's not commonly used this year in terms of the competitive scene, but throughout the years, he's always been a regular customer, even at the esports level. However, if you got into a weekend league, every single year you're going to see him used constantly throughout rivals, weekend league gameplays versus their friends, etc. Once we get into the I guess the upper echelon, and there's a lot of different rules and squad rules, then you have to limit, well, what icons can I use, which ones do I have to put to the side, because you have limitations as to how many you can of course include in the starting 11. And I was just thinking, you said the 3 words to describe him. I've always called him the CEO, so I guess he'd be like the chief executive officer. Would be the 3 words that I've attached to him. So I think it's a good, good compliment to how valuable he can be in a team.
Love that. You're just trying to butter him up in case he ever comes.
He might be coming on, so I'm just doing my best right now to build into a great first impression.
Bit of a bromance going on there between Rio Ferdinand and Mike Lavelle. Other way round, actually, Mike Lavelle and Rio Ferdinand. He doesn't know. Anywho, let's move on. Round 3 of the lower bracket is coming your way next, and our matchup is Fuma taking on Benny CR7. This is going to be super interesting. Can't wait to see how this gets on. Benny CR7, of course, just knocked out a big name in the form of Marcuso. So we're going to hand over to Mark Hatcher and Ryan Pessoa to see how excited they are about this one. Boys, how are you doing?
We're doing very well, Rachel. Incredibly excited to get our first game of the day under our belts, and what has been already, with just 1 match gone, a tournament that seems to be full of surprises at the moment. Ryan's been pulling all sorts of faces when he's been looking through the lower bracket and seeing some of the results that are coming through, and it's for good reason. I mean, everyone seems to be performing at an incredible level. Some players just not being able to match that, but it has been a fascinating watch so far today.
Yeah, as Mark said, I feel like we've seen a few upsets. You'd say, of course, the top players who are ranked the highest in the European leaderboard on PlayStation have fallen out of the competition as early on as we have been so far. And of course, some of the mentions from the casting team on the desk, talking about their predictions who could go the distance. 3 out of 4 already out. So we're looking to see who else will remain in this competition.
Well, 2 players who, of course, are still in the competition are going to be the players in our next game. Reminder that it's, again, an elimination game. So pressure ramped up just another level here. And the 2 players we have are Fuma going up against Benny CR7. Now, Fuma we've already seen on broadcast, Ryan. Unfortunately, he lost to Ethan to find himself in this position. It's the first time we'll see Benny CR7, though. What can you tell us about him?
Benny CR7 is, of course, a player for Wolfsburg. He's competed throughout the years. Now, he's still very, very young. There's a lot of experience at the top level. And he's also ranked amongst the top 40 in the leaderboard. So he's had a good season. He's been consistent. And, of course, he's looking to go the extra step in the eChampions League. Despite already having a loss, it doesn't mean that he's out. He's still in the loser bracket. But, again, backs against the wall. And I know he'll back himself to do so. And for Fuma, of course, you mentioned we saw him up against Ethan, who is still in the winners bracket, up against Ollie potentially later today. And he'll have some confidence going into it because he's picked up a win against a top player as well. So it'll just be interesting to see who can come out on top here.
I always find the lower bracket gives us games where players are playing at a crazy level as well. I mean, we've already seen upsets, we've mentioned that, but when you get game after game, you start to beat player after player, reputation after reputation falls in front of you. It gives you that confidence, doesn't it? And when you have 2 players come together now, like we're seeing with Fuma and Benny CR7, who are coming off the back of wins and are feeling very good. I mean, just look at the players. Fuma's just taken down Stefano Pino. If you're a fan of FIFA esports and have been for a few years, you know how much of a win that is, taking down a player like him. And on the other side, you've got Benny CR7, who has taken down Marcuso, and exactly the same thing can be said. So both of these players clearly taking, their game to the level they need to, as you can see the player journey in front of you and who they've taken down on their way to this game, Ryan. But this is what I love about lower bracket. This is what I love about double elimination. It gives these players the chance to find their best possible form.
Yeah, and again, backs against the walls, they have to perform their best to advance. And you see there from Benny CR7's results, there are goals. He's scoring goals, he's conceding goals. And I don't want to do a Spencer Owen and sort of say we'll see a lot of goals. I hope we do, because again, it will be more entertaining. But I actually feel like we'll see quite a few goals from both of these players.
Now, this is a little bit of a loaded question. As we know, I love to put you on the spot. It's my favorite thing to do just before the game kicks off. But I think it's almost unfair for me to do so. But I'm still going to do it. Just because of the fact that, you know, we were talking beforehand and you're looking across the losers bracket now and you're thinking, I don't know who is the favourite in any of these games anymore. Just looking on A, their form, B, who they've taken down, C, the players they've lost to. It seems like there's no real pattern or rhyme or reason to who is beating who at the moment. But I mean, what are your thoughts on this game? Who do you think has the advantage as far as maybe play style is concerned, as far as, you know, form is concerned? Who do you think is who's got that kind of edge going into the game?
Oh, that's tough. I wouldn't say there's a clear advantage for either of these players. I feel like both of them will have confidence because they've just won a loser bracket game. It's always good, of course. It's difficult coming off of a loss, but knowing that you win, you can bounce back straight away. It shows the strength and the mentality that they do have as competitors. But I think it'd be slightly unfair for me to say either one has the advantage based on... I really don't know, because in all honesty, if you ask me a prediction of the players who would have advanced through the last round, I might have got all four of the matchups completely wrong. So again, we've seen many upsets and anything can happen.
I'm actually going to let you get off with that one for once,
yeah,
because, you know, it is, as I said previously, it is a very loaded question. Well, speaking of one of our players, the German Benny CR7, we actually have a quote from him here that we could get maybe just a little bit more of an insight into his mentality looking ahead to his game and what he wants to bring to the eChampions League. And you can see here, my major strength in FIFA is that I play differently to everyone else. I'm one of the guys who defines the meta every year. The other pros watch my streams, watch how I play, and try to do it themselves. And it's kind of a compliment for me. Now that is confidence of the highest level.
That's one of the statements that's got to go down. That is, yeah, incredibly confident from him. And in fairness, a lot of it's true. I remember in FIFA 19, he has a lot of the things with his goal kicks and like deep crosses from like kickoff and creating chances from there. And a lot of people have implemented that into their game. So in fairness, he is correct. But as I say, that shows how much confidence he does have.
I mean, that confidence is crazy, right? You need that confidence, don't you, as a player to go through these kind of rounds. I mean, do you think he's going to have any more tricks up the sleeve? You know, he's saying that he always defines the meta, and we have seen a constantly evolving meta. Or do you think at this point, maybe all the tricks that are to be found have been found at this point? Or is Benny going to surprise us a little bit?
I feel like I'd be shocked if he's come up with something that we haven't seen before. Of course, he's a player that has played at the highest level and he's been in competitions where he's reached the latter stages. So to get there, perhaps he might have had to execute one of those things that he potentially could have found out. So as I say, if he has something completely new, I'll be stunned. However, the things that I feel like he would have mastered are the directional nutmegs, the elastico, the L1 stop into another elastico, all the little things that are becoming much more common in the scene now amongst the competitive players. I feel like he would have had mastered those maybe a couple weeks, a couple months before everyone else.
Well, let's talk about the man on the screen right now, Fuma. This guy it started pretty well. He beat Conan his first round in the winners bracket. Then, unfortunately, like we saw, he lost to Ethan and then just taken down Stefano Pinner, who, let's be reasonable, hasn't had the greatest of years as far as competitive FIFA by his own standards. However, anyone who takes down Stefano Pinner, you know they've had to play at an exceedingly high level to do so. So he's going to be feeling extremely confident coming into this game.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Stefano Pina has been one of those players who's been in and amongst the top players year in, year out. Of course, this year it hasn't reached the standards that he has set in previous years, but he's still a top competitor. As you said, when you beat players like that, you get the confidence going into the next rounds, and it gives you that extra boost knowing that you've beaten somebody that's been in the grand finals before, that is runner-up in one of the actual PlayStation finals before. So that gives you a boost of confidence. However, I feel like he's somebody now, he's still very young, of course represents Atlantide Wave, and he's got a lot of support on social media, I see from a lot of the French community that back him to do well. And they know how good he is, and I'm sure he knows how good he is as well.
Always great to see the support coming in from people at home for the players in the eChampions League. Don't forget to send them a message on social, making sure that you show that support and that you are behind them going into this game. But I want to kind of pick your brain a little bit about the lower bracket here. As a player, you've been in these situations before. You've been in the lower bracket. Talk to me about how it is, because we've seen some big upsets. We've seen some big results. We've seen players pulling performances out that we haven't seen from them in recent times. That performance from Yago is probably the best I've seen him play all year against #Tom in that last game. What is it about the lower bracket that brings out the best in some of the competitors we have here?
It causes a lot of panic. in essence anyway. That's for me personally as a competitor. When you're in the loser bracket, you know that obviously goes without saying, you cannot lose another game, because if you do so, you are eliminated. Now, you might be in positions where you're winning and you get that slight boost of confidence. You can see the goal, like for Tom's instance anyway, you're still winning 2-1. However, that confidence for yourself sort of drops slightly and your opponent gets some momentum in themselves. They gain the confidence as we go into the game here. But I would say the loser bracket is a fantastic addition that we've seen, especially for this tournament format. In the eChampions League, we've had the Swiss format where players had to play 8 rounds to reach even this knockout stage, plus having a loser bracket, I think is incredible.
Well, here we go then. It is time to get the action underway. Thank you for sticking with us there as we got Ryan's thoughts on everything lower bracket, everything on these two competitors that we have in front of us, and we'll be following the story, of course, through to its conclusion now, as we will unfortunately lose one of these players in the eChampions League, or one of them will continue their march through the losers bracket. It will be Fuma, who's in the white kit, shooting from left to right here with possession, and Benny CR7 in the Wolfsburg kit, shooting from right to left. And early on, turnover possession in midfield. As I say that, Ollie almost manages to pinch that ball back, but it's going to be Benny CR7 now stepping forward.
Benny CR7, you saw the quote that we mentioned anyway from himself, and I feel like his play style, you'll be seeing a lot of through balls, you'll be seeing a lot of directional nutmegs. Same with Fuma, you'll be seeing a lot of skill cancels as well, and his intricacies around the box with dribbling and his passing sequences. So again, I don't want to jinx it, but I really do feel like we might be seeing a lot of goals.
Well, here's Pele, and almost managed to get the wrong side of Raphael Varane, who has been one of the only 2 players ever present picked, I believe. Dr. Nightwatch in the back was informing us that the French centre-back has been in every single squad so far, and you can see exactly why with that kind of tackle. But here's Marcus Rashford now. First time we've seen Fuma inside that final third. Goes back inside now to Ruud Gullit. A little bit of pressure building here. Fernandez, that's a loose pass though. Maybe just a little example there of some of the nerves that the lower bracket can bring.
We almost saw a through ball attempt today, so that unrushing Cancelo just about gets an interception on that, because Pele would have been in on goal. And we've seen how effective through balls can be in this tournament. We saw a number of them happen yesterday and today as well already that create a lot of goal scoring opportunities. But for this game, I feel like as a player anyway, when you win a game in a loser bracket, you sort of look forward already, because there could be a chance here actually.
Cancelo's in there. Hold that thought, because Mbappe had a massive opportunity and Varane will clear the lines. One Frenchman with the shot and another with a defensive clearance, but action kicking off here, Ryan. Back to your point though.
Yeah, that was a goal-saving block from Raphael Varane, but I was saying the players gain that confidence when you win it. Oh my gosh, is it Yashin just about has the speed to pick it up just on the toes of the onrushing R9 Ronaldo. But when you play and you gain that confidence from winning, especially for Fuma, I would say Benny CR7 defeating Marcuso, he's an incredible player as well, and defeating Stefano Pina. So both of these players, the level of confidence will be extremely high, despite them already having a loss in this tournament.
Already seeing both players almost create golden opportunities, just needed testing the goalkeeper. You could argue that Yashin was tested coming off his line there and had to be quick. Interesting to see actually Yashin as the pick between the sticks, as we've seen some incredible performances from the likes of Edwin van der Sar yesterday. And of course Peter Schmeichel seems to be ever present for a few players as well. Big interception coming through from Bruno Fernandes, and immediately trying to turn defense into attack here, firing that ball forward. And that's what the 4-4-2 gives you, the outlet to those strikers.
It does. And just quickly on the goalkeeper choices, I feel like goalkeepers are, in all honesty, a lot of players, it's all personal preference, and that sort of leads on to the squad building between a lot of these players in the competition. Of course, you can only use 3 icons outfield. Of course, the goalkeeper does not count to the restriction, and you can also have UCL themed cards like the road to the final cards. You've got the team of the tournament, you've got the base rare cards that you're seeing in the teams. But it's interesting to see the likes of the choices that are being made, as we see R9 Ronaldo on the edge, and it's a block from Kyle Walker. But a lot of the squads you will see have R9 Ronaldo, of course. I think he is in every single team. If he isn't, I'll be stunned, but I'm almost certain he's in every single team that the players choose. But you're likely going to be seeing Raphael Varane, Alphonso Davies, but some players switch it up. They use Klosterman, we saw today. We've seen Zachariah yesterday as well make a feature, and Akanji. So it's very interesting to see who is selected in the squads.
I always find that the squads start to settle after a few performances have been put in as well. You know, players watching each other's games and thinking, hey, he looked pretty good in that position, and the one player hasn't impressed me. But here's an opportunity now for Benny CR7 inside the box, but Patrick Vieira filling back into almost a centre-back role there. And now straight up the other end is Kylian Mbappe on the counter-attack now for Fuma. The Frenchman, controlled by the Frenchman, little cancel. Goes back inside now to Marcus Rashford, tries that croqueta cancel again. And this time it's Bruno Fernandes who's tucking back in to do the defensive work.
It's almost a fantastic chance there. He built up really, really well on the edge of the box. Chose the right skill combos as well, but of course the La Croqueta cancel was just into the defenders where he could muscle him off and get possession of the ball. And it's Pele here. This could be another chance.
Ronaldo feeding the ball back into Pele. The two Brazilians exchanging passes. Pele trying to go 1v1 with his man. Thinking about maybe a finesse. Instead, he's going to play it to R9. There's a directional nutmeg, but there is Alphonso Davies to step in at just the last second to pinch that ball away as R9 was loading that right foot to rifle one across goal.
That was great defending there, last second anyway. It was a bit fortunate that the angle was just enough for Alphonso Davies to close off the angle for the shot for R9 Ronaldo. And I would say those situations are one of the scariest, just because you're in a position where you're square on with the attacker, square on with the defender. Their fake shot stopped. You don't really know what skill move they're going to do. Are they going to pull out a La Croqueta cancel or a McGeady cancel? Or are they going to just try and do a directional nutmeg? So it's very difficult to defend, and it's nerve-wracking at those moments.
Well, defend it he did, and defend it well. Most importantly, to win that ball back and stop the chance, just as it looked like it was almost a guaranteed strike at goal. But ball given away there as you see Pele just tucking back in to help out defensively for Benny CR7. Saying that though, given away now, and Neymar in a 1v1. There's Varane though. Important tackle in that position. And even though at the half-time break here, no goals to report, certainly chances at both ends, right?
Yeah, there's been chances. I feel like Fuma has given away possession. He gave it away there at the last part of the first half. A little bit too easily. I don't think he'll be happy, but I don't think either player has settled into their rhythm. It's just slowly biding their time, trying to build up their attacks. Perhaps this is the first time they've played against each other, and perhaps ever. You never know, because of Fuma is a newcomer, as we see some of the chances there. Joao Cancelo plays it across, and it's a fantastic block there from Rafael Varane, which saves an almost certain goal, and we see there as Yashin picks it up just ahead of R9 Ronaldo. But I was saying both of these players haven't really shown their impetus on the game yet. There's still a long way to go, of course, and I always speak about this, Mark, where the first half of the first leg, or perhaps even the first leg completely, you use it just to understand how your opponent plays, especially if you've never played them before, you've never seen any of their games, and I feel like it's very interesting to see the approach that both of these players are taking.
Yeah, the first half, we'll call it the half of education for both players, just finding out how each other play, doing that research, getting in the lab, and just trying to work out where those weaknesses are and also where the strengths are of your opponent to make sure that you're nullifying that. And it's going to be Benny CR7 who'll have the first attack here of the second half of this first leg. Mbappe goes back to Fernandes. Quick passing in and around the box here from the German. Ronaldo tries to step away, but is bundled over, and a chance here from the free kick. Neymar's going to step over it. Well, it's brought back onto the line here to try and deny that direct shot of goal. Ronaldo's going to step up. He's going to drive it a goal, and it's carnage inside the box, and with the carnage comes a result here. A little apology coming in from Benny CR7 because he knows that Lady Luck was shining down on him.
That is extremely fortunate. There's so many bodies there, and Patrick Vieira on the swivel on his weak foot somehow arrows that into the corner, and as you say, you see the sorry celebration from the player cam. As very, very fortunate.
Patrick Vieira, the former Arsenal captain, I should say, coming up with what could be the goal of a true leader on the pitch. Left-footed on the swivel, not something you would list as some of the strong attributes of Patrick Vieira, but that prime icon moments does certainly have the ability to finish off chances. Here's Alphonso Davies now looking for a second to double that lead, but a good interception comes in, and now Fernandes can break away.
This could be a fantastic, but if he somehow keeps this on here, this could be a quick transition, but he's in a tight angle, and he earns a corner just from that.
That long ball causing the defenders problems. Ball in now. Hullit's going to be under it. Hullit gets there, and Hullit drills the header into the ground, and most importantly across the line. And there is the equaliser, swung in, and that's the power of Hullit.
That all came from that long ball. It was a hopeful ball aimed towards Mbappe. Fortunately, he gets a corner from it, and he scores from the corner. But you'd say it's sort of. It is a fortunate goal just with the way it was created, but it's in all fairness, it's fair just because of the goal he sort of conceded, so it evens out a little bit, and 1-1 apiece.
just on the hour mark as well. So 30 minutes left for one of these players to maybe carve out another clear opportunity to take a lead into the second leg. Otherwise, you imagine we're going to see a very similar pattern of play in the second 90 minutes between these two players, as Varane now steps forward and goes across to Patrick Vieira, who's going to be partnering him in centre back there, and that's something that we have seen a little bit, and not a surprise for me. I think out of all of the UCL player pick selections maybe that are available for these players in the tournament with the restrictions, the centre back might be one of the weak areas alongside Varane, but Mbappe now in behind looking to test the centre backs here of Benny CR7. It's the fullback Davies who'll turn it over.
I feel like that was very good defending from the sequence there from Benny CR7. He didn't fall into the trap of being baited by the player lock switch, and he switched back to the person on the ball. That was Fuma that done that, and Benny CR7 stood firm, got the tackle, and I think he defended that part really, really well.
Another chance here for Fuma to come forward. Hullet, the goal scorer. There's a player lock off the ball as well. And it's going to be R9. He's trying to get in behind here. Neymar in a 1v1 with his man. Decides to go back inside. Varane did enough to force him back as Vieira now comes across to try and deal with the pressure that's coming in here from Fuma, trying a few different skill cancels there, but none of them really creating the little half yard that he was looking for to maybe burst past the defender or create the angle for a pass. And you have to say both players have actually defended very, very solidly so far in this game.
Absolutely. I don't think there's been a clear-cut opportunity. You can speak about the Rafael Varane one, which was blocked, from the chance in the first half, but both goals haven't come from a clear-cut opportunity.
Well, Patrick Vieira, the goal scorer, is in behind here. The player lock's there as well, maybe looking for that cutback, but well defended again by Fuma. Saw that the run was being made off the ball, away from the player being controlled, and tracked it and cut that passing lane perfectly. And now with just 15 minutes to go, it's the Frenchman who gives it away now. And that could be somewhat of a gift here at the end of the game for Benny CR7. Vieira and Fernandez exchanging passes. Here's Pele. Into R9, goes near post and finds the back of the net. And it was that little mistake, Ryan, that leads to the opportunity and the lead going to the German.
That's a fantastic goal. I'll be honest, I thought he was going to play the pass back to Pele, which inevitably could have been intercepted, but he takes the quick turn onto, of course, R9's 5-star weak for arrows at near post. But again, you speak about the mistake. It comes from that misplaced pass, as we see the highlight was a fake shot, onto R9's left. A fantastic goal, but it's that mistake in the middle of the park in his own defensive area. Gave away possession, and you can see from the player cam he was frustrated with that, just because making mistakes at this level, your back's against the wall, there's no room for error. And sometimes you... Yeah.
It is crazy. Sorry to cut you off there. It is crazy, isn't it? Like how one tiny misplaced pass, all of a sudden, you've got that extra half a second to be ahead of those defensive midfielders to create the opportunity. And that's exactly what happened. It seemed like the players had so much space, and it all comes from one silly pass, one lazy pass. It's something that we've seen a little bit over all of the games yesterday was players making passes where maybe a little break in concentration had occurred. They didn't wait for that extra second. It was almost like autopiloting those passes. And defensively, when you see those opportunities, if you can predict it, you can switch those players. That's where the chances come in these games.
Exactly, and that's something that I know a lot of professional players nowadays are working on, where their concentration levels, because it is very, very difficult. It might seem easy just to play a couple of games of FIFA, but when you're playing at the top level each and every game in a row against top competitors, there is no room to slip up in concentration. It has to be maximized for every single game, because any slight mistake, as we've just seen there, can lead to a goal.
Well, here's R9. Unfortunately, the step overs look pretty good, but he forgot the ball.
Yeah.
And that's going to turn possession over to Benny CR7 again, and that might well be the last opportunity for Fuma to go forward if the German plays this smartly and plays this well. You can see the time in the top left-hand side of your screen, 83 minutes on the clock. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo, who I think has been recently introduced to this game. He might be able to make the difference here. R9 goes for the heel-to-heel. Fernandez will get a piece of it, and it will actually be Fuma now with the opportunity to go forward. So not all is lost from that little mistake a few moments earlier.
It'll be interesting to see if he waits for the last attack of the game, or is he going to push a few more players forward just to try and get a goal as soon as possible, because there is an opportunity here.
The Giddy cancel from Neymar found R9 originally on Rafael Varane. I think he read that, to be honest with you. The reverse elastico, perfect defending again from Benny CR7. Just positioning the defender to deal with what he predicted would be the skill combination that's coming. And even though I thought that Fuma would have the last attack, That was Benny CR7 with CR7 who's streaming forward into stoppage time now at the end of this first leg. Here's Wijnaldum into the feet of Pele, turns away from one, directional nutmeg away, gets a little bit of fortune. Shot cancel is brilliant, and the finish is simple. And again, an opportunity not taken at one end turns into an opportunity in the other, but a moment of brilliance. That shot cancel, I think it sold everyone watching.
That is a huge goal from Benny CR7. Of course, a slight bit of fortune again, the directional nutmeg with Pele. And he gets the ball back, but it's a simple goal for Arna, and he's never going to miss from there. And that's what I'm saying. I speak about the last attack with Fuma as the game ends there, 3-1 to Benny CR7. I speak about how important it is because, of course, in hindsight, it's a wonderful thing. He could have potentially have scored if he didn't have a goal. You never know, anything could have happened. But I like to just wait to the last minute because even if I mess up my attack, I know that I can't concede from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy moment at the end. We talk about the directional nutmeg, and again, it's a conversation we were having off camera. It's not just the initial directional nutmeg that's so difficult. It's the momentum of the player who can immediately tackle you, even if you do make that initial challenge. And we saw it there at the end. You know, that initial tackle was made, but the momentum of the player kind of bullied the ball back into his possession as we take a look at some of these highlights. But the shot cancel, I want to kind of heap some praise on that just towards the end as we will see it, because that's a moment of brilliance. That's being able to perform under pressure in those moments and make the most of the opportunities presented to you.
Exactly, and we always speak about luck being a factor in some of the goals that are scored, but however, sometimes, even Spencer Owen, I said it before in the past, you have to create your own luck, where the situation arises because you've taken a risk to be in that situation, and he's done so, and it's worked out for him. We've seen some of the goals so far, both of these goals from set pieces originally, but we see here with the chance from Pele, does fantastically well, the fake shot back onto the left foot from R9, and then this is the goal here. We see the direction that we were speaking about. Vieira does enough there, but then Pele turns back and then R9 an open goal. Literally the last kick of the game, and it's a really bitter pill to swallow for Fuma.
And that changes the scoreline, of course, the aggregate scoreline from a 1-goal difference to a 2-goal difference, which completely changes how this second leg has to go. You're going to expect to see Benny CR7 play a little bit slower, maybe just hold on to possession, not force too much play, as obviously he has a commanding lead. And I always look at it as he's got 2 mistakes in the bag, right? He can make 2 mistakes defensively in this game and still be on level terms. And on the other side of things for Fuma, he now can't make any mistakes, and he has to be perfect almost every single time he goes forward to convert the opportunities that he will eventually create.
He has to take a few more risks going forward. I feel like he was doing it in build-up play and it wasn't coming off to any success. I spoke about him giving away possession needlessly in his half a few times, and of course one of them did in fact lead to a goal that he ended up conceding from. But again, sometimes we've seen many comebacks in this competition so far. We even saw the first game, Tom was winning 2-0 and ended up losing. And then we see yesterday, Daniel Aguilar was 2 goals down, and even there was a period of time, I believe it was 4-1 down, I believe, and he's even come back against Ketadalo to do so. So we've seen a lot of comebacks, we've seen a lot of goals, and for Fuma's sake and everyone that's supporting him and that's around him, we'll be hoping that he can bounce back in the second leg.
Certainly will, and I think you just summed it up perfectly. Yesterday, today, whenever it is the eChampions League, any game that seems to be falling under the banner is either upset or comeback city. It's as simple as that. So do not go anywhere if you're a Fuma fan and a fan of French FIFA in general. For Benny CR7, I'm sure he's more than aware, and he doesn't want to be another statistic that gets added onto a crazy comeback happening. But a 2-goal advantage for him. Let's talk about what was good for Benny CR7 in that game. He says he likes to evolve the meta. He creates the meta. He is the trend setter in his own words, and you can see some of those long through balls again being incredibly effective for him in that game.
Yeah, they were, and I feel like one thing for Benny CR7, he defended really well. There was a period of time, of course, but with Varane, he anticipated the skill move, the reverse elastico, and he sort of over committed, but it worked out because Fuma didn't expect to have that much space. However, sometimes that can work against you. When you overcommit, the player could react quickly to that, and I feel like, weirdly enough, for Fuma, if this wasn't a normal game where the stakes weren't as high, I feel like he would have taken advantage of that situation a little bit better. But when everything is against you in the game where you're feeling like, all right, you have to perform well, you start to panic a little bit more, it's hard to take those chances as they come.
Well, it looks like we might be getting to the game again very soon. The second leg just around the corner. It is Benny CR7 with the 2-goal advantage after that 3-1 win in the first leg. A little bit of an update for you on some of the other scores as well from the other games that are going on at the moment. Caen is currently 2-0 down to Euston. So Euston having a very good performance in that first game. Yago versus Daniel Aguilar. Yago continuing his form. He's 4-1 up in that game as well. Zach versus Oliver. He is down a 4-0. So Oliver with the 4-0 advantage in that one. So all of these games going on at the same time, but the main game that we're focusing on is the game in front of you right now. We're back underway in the second leg, and Fuma has it all to do.
We're seeing a lot of goals amongst the other games that are going on, which is great to see. And of course, a 3-1, well, if you look at it from both perspectives, okay, if I'm Fuma right now and I'm losing 3-1, I wouldn't change anything dramatic. Again, I always speak about that. A 2-goal lead is one of the most dangerous leads to have in FIFA. And I feel like there's time to come back. You've got 90 minutes. Maybe at half-time for Fuma, he could potentially change a tactic or maybe change personnel for a Fuma bodies forward. But for Benny CR7, same thing. I really wouldn't change anything. However, is this going to be onside? I think it's just offside there. We saw from Marcuso yesterday where it was against Adjuman. He was leading and he didn't change anything necessarily, but he just slowed the tempo down a little bit with his build-up play. He didn't force any passes which weren't pretty much secured. He just waited a little bit until the openings were completely clear before he played a pass.
I'm sure the players will be aware of what they have to do and what they should do. It's one thing to do it, though. As we all know, you can get carried away in the moment sometimes. You see an opportunity to go forward and you kind of get a little bit thirsty for it. As we see Pele battling not only offensively, but defensively, having lost that ball initially, wins that ball back straight away. Now Patrick Vieira and Fernandes will exchange some passes in that central midfield position. Neymar twisting and turning as he loves to do. Fernandes now into the feet. There's a beautiful dummy as well, and R9 with the power strike in towards that near post. Test van der Sar, not the sternest of tests, but the goalkeeper does well enough. As now you're going to see Neymar once again, and another goal here as we see an attempted ball roll and a little click of the stick for the flick.
If that had gone over the defender and somehow led to a goal, oh my goodness, that would have been remarkable. But we'll see Benny CR7, even the dummy, is very, very rare to see that being utilised. It was utilised in previous FIFAs a lot more. I used to use it a lot, but it's not the same because of the acceleration the play does get afterwards, as we see the attack from Fuma here.
Into Neymar, first time fake shot, tries to turn back as well, but Raphael Varane with that long reach manages to make the interception, but good pressure here from the Frenchman Fuma. He needs to score this goal to turn things around, but well defended by Benny CR7. I would say the interceptions have been superb from him so far, with both Vieira and Fernandes. Just seems to be shielding that back four, not really putting them under too much pressure defensively.
Exactly, he's defending well. I feel like that's something that's improved a lot with his game in previous editions of FIFA. He's improved that aspect of his performance. You speak about what he knows how good he is offensively. Defensively, I wouldn't say he leaks goals, but he does concede somewhat more than other players, but he's done really well so far. Just to sort of predict the movements from Fuma, because Fuma is very, very tricky on the ball. We've seen some of the skill cancel combos he's done in the final third, and none of them have come to fruition.
Great ball in behind here to Neymar. Beautiful directional nutmeg, and Pele says, thank you very much. Two different generations of Brazilian combined for that goal, but it was all about the directional nutmeg there from Neymar. And the goal goes to Benny CR7, and that's now a 3-goal advantage.
That directional nutmeg, dare I say it, was actually phenomenal. I'll be honest, he got the angle perfect, the speed boost around the defender, and of course, playing it across goal. I was just about to say, he's never going to miss from there, but he very nearly did, hitting it off the inside of the post and giving him the 4-1 lead, and Fuma's he's got it all to do, basically. He's got, 65 minutes left, plus at the time, he's got a lot of work to do just to try and come back into this game.
Wonderfully worked goal. And any time that you see someone with a simple finish at this level, you know that something special has just happened. Well, here's Neymar for Fuma, and a goal before half-time. You feel vital. There just needs to be some sort of lifeline as Ronaldo now twists and turns and goes inside the box. Neymar trying to do likewise. Mbappe with the fake shot. Davis with the strength. And Mbappe trying to give a little bit back, but it will be the Canadian who comes out on top there, as and CR7 once again defends absolutely sublimely.
Incredible defending. That's just admiring Fuma. I know he's losing, but his dribbling in and around the area, just his left-foot dribbling is phenomenal. But I feel like he's dwelling on the ball a little bit too much. You don't really have time for that. Now, as we see, Benny CR7 is breaking through here. He's going to have a lot more space, and this is the thing where when you're winning in these situations, I always say attack is the best form of defense sometimes, especially in games like this where you know your opponent has to flood forward because he's going to panic and rush, and I feel like Benny CR7 potentially could end up picking apart Fuma here.
In such a good job of holding possession here as well. You can see the Fuma's trying to put the press on. He's trying to push forward with both Ollie and Fernandes and win that ball back, but has to be extremely careful because he knows that Pele and R9 are just lurking in behind, waiting for any scraps to fall their way. But well defended by Fuma. Goes short now to Neymar. A chance to counter-attack. A little bit of a missed tackle there in midfield. He's going to maybe give Fuma a few seconds to look to get forward. There's the player lock as well to find the feet of R9. And there's the directional nutmeg. He's being shadowed by Patrick Vieira, though. The Frenchman getting back in to deal with the pressure that is building. Rashford now looking for the reverse Elastico all the way across here. Linesman's flag does stay down. And nervy moments. But nervy moments that turn into a solid tackle as R9 now attacks at the other end.
That was, again, it was great attacking from Fuma. I just feel like nothing's falling in place for him. The thing is, Benny CR7 doesn't even have too many players. I wouldn't say he's part of the bus yet. He's got numbers behind the ball, but again, he's defending really, really well. His player switching, he's doing well. He's pressing right at the right time. He's squeezing in his opponent. And again, he'll be taking a lot of positives from this performance.
So a few moments until half-time here. The neutral in me wants Fuma to find a goal here, just to set it up for that second 45 minutes, the last 45 minutes of this matchup. And here is R9, once again, being tracked by Ronaldo, looks for that ball inside. Neymar will win it back in a dangerous place, and now Neymar can't get past Kyle Walker, and there's been so many of those situations in this first 45 minutes here for Fuma. Found himself 1v1 with the defender, but hasn't been able to beat him so far, as now Pele goes back up the other end, and Mbappe all the way across to Neymar. The PSG link. Looking to find a goal at the end of this move. And he's brought down in the box, and it will be a penalty.
Oh, that is harsh. I wasn't really paying attention too much to that. Was slightly just off the ball there from Cancelo. And if this goes in, I feel like this could be it.
Ronaldo steps up. He puts it away to the right-hand side of the goal, just inside the post. Van der Sar does not move. And like you say, Ryan, that could well be the goal that just settles this tie, even with 45 minutes ahead of us.
It'd be very interesting to see the highlights of that. I believe Fuma potentially could have lunged in for a tackle, one of those hard tackles that are new to this iteration of FIFA, and it just carried over to one of the dribblers from Benny CR7. But 5-1 is... I always speak about comebacks in FIFA, right? We've seen a lot of them. I'm a big fan of them myself, but to do this for Fuma anyway would be near enough mission impossible. If he does so, then, well, fair play, but I just see Benny CR7 having so much control, and he's defending really, really well. It almost seems as if Fuma has to work even harder to get a goal than he would do in other games that he's played so far.
I think that's the great point that you make there. I don't think it's the lack of offensive ability from Fuma. I think it's just Benny CR7 is playing some incredible defense at the moment. Every single time that he gets in those 1v1s, he's not biting on anything. Any kind of skill cancel, left stick dribbling, whatever it might be from Fuma, it always seems like he's one step ahead as far as being inside of his mind and knowing exactly what he wants to try and do. And that's so difficult to do against a player that is as unpredictable as Fuma is.
I think that goes to show confidence in someone's performance, and they back themselves defensively. Whenever, we spoke about this before anyway, whenever I see somebody backing off of the attacker, I tend to think that they're not that confident in defending at that given time. However, when I see an opponent manually cutting the lanes himself, he's pressing high up the pitch, he's wanting to chase down the ball higher up, I sort of tend to put them in a bracket of them being really confident defensively, because they trust themselves to get the ball back higher. And even if they don't, and they leave themselves in a situation where they potentially could be 5 against 4 and they're a man down defensively, they still back themselves to force their opponent to make a mistake, and Benny CR7 is doing just that.
He's still looking to go forward as well. You mentioned about how there might be a little bit more space, and there's going to be a free kick, I believe, on the near side, as we're going to see a little bit of a change in the tactics screen now, which is such an important moment for Fuma. I mean, it's difficult to say tactically what to adjust here, because Benny CR7 has been so good all over the pitch. But what would you suggest, maybe formation-wise, that you could see working against what Benny's bringing to the party?
We saw briefly that he was using the 4-3-1-2, and that's something that I would say is an option for him to use. I wouldn't necessarily go... I would set up a tactic that's constant pressure and has aggressive interceptions on all my players and push bodies forward, have a higher depth, higher players in the box, and I'll leave that to maybe the 65th minute. If Fuma can get a goal by then, perhaps he could have a slither of hope. But again, we spoke about this yesterday. I said I'd rather lose a game 10-1 than lose 5-1, for instance. So I personally, anyway, would throw everything at it. That's what I would do. But
put the pressure back onto your opponent. At least if you get one, sow the seed of doubt in their mind about what could potentially happen, as we now see players flooding forward inside the box. Davies didn't get any of the ball there, and we have seen that kind of tackle being given as a penalty. It would be a little bit soft, we have to say. But certainly a moment that I think if Fuma wanted to get back into this game, he would have needed to go his way. There's that long ball over the top again from Benny CR7. Davis will deal with the initial defensive clearance, and not only that, we'll find a player as well. And now you can see more players up the pitch trying to feed that one through to Mbappe, but it's difficult to say. You almost feel like, yes, that might have been a bit of a rush pass there, but he has to rush things at this time because there's not enough time on the clock to create the chances he needs to.
Yeah, he needs to take the risk going forward, and again, it goes without saying, I think this is just offside. Yeah, it was from Pele. It was almost a fantastic run, but it goes without saying that he needs to create more chances than he's done so far. I haven't really seen much from him offensively. We've seen the intricacies with the dribbling around the box, the skill cancel combos, but there hasn't really been a shot at goal unless a fantastic save there from Yashin. I thought I was about to jinx it there. I thought that could have been one of the goals to get him back into it.
Well, it was a massive opportunity and that had to go in. And speaking of goals going in, there is going to be one hit. And it is from the set piece again. The ball just fell free in the box, and R9 Ronaldo said, I will finish that off very easily indeed. The Brazilian did so. So 3 goals now, the difference between, and it's amazing, isn't it? You just say that out loud. It's like 3 goals now, the difference between the players. You look at the clock and you think there is a little bit of time here, and you start to believe.
In all honesty, if he could get a goal, right, let's say latest, right, I'm going to say a weird, like maybe 78th minute. Okay, let's say he can get a goal by then. 2 goals in 12 minutes. We've seen, as I say, we've seen 2 goals in 2 minutes in FIFA before. So crazy things have happened, but I would say for Benny CR7, he's very established at this. He knows how to resort to game management, the right moments to do so. He knows when to be calm, when to take risks, and I feel like we're going to see him just maintain possession a little bit more. As we're seeing, he's going to be a bit more sensible and a little bit more reserved because he knows that, again, he doesn't want to be a statistic and one of those players who have given away a lead so emphatically at a huge competition.
He's navigating that press so well in all positions there. You always feel like just a player's going to turn back and you can read that tackle and pinch the ball off of them, but not being allowed to do so as well, just turning the right way, playing a little dinked pass down the line, just almost perfect in the way that he was dancing almost around the tackles coming in. But for Fuma, this is the last opportunity. They are in the pause screen right now and adjusting the tactics, and it will be the last throw of the dice with the amount of time that we do have left in this game. But I mean, Benny CR7, I've been incredibly impressed with what I've seen from him so far. I think that all round, he has barely made a mistake in this game.
He hasn't at all. I wouldn't say there's been something where I've thought he's given away possession needlessly or he's given away a clear-cut chance to his opponent. I don't think Fuma's had too much in the area where you'd say, all right, this is a chance where the goalkeeper's pulled off a fantastic save. I'd say once with that chance there, which in fact did lead to the goal from the corner. But other than that, I think he should be very, very proud of his performance, and it'll give him a massive boost of confidence as well if he does end up seeing this game out.
We'll have to see if he can do it, and of course he is certainly the favourite to do so as we're about to jump back into the game. But a goal here for Fuma in the next few moments, and you could see those seeds of doubt that we mentioned previously start to grow a little bit inside the brain of Benny CR7. Still a long way to go, of course, for Fuma to really establish that comeback. But, I mean, what's the craziest comeback you've been involved with, Ryan?
Oh, wow. Where do I begin on, sir? I seem to find myself 3 goals down quite often. But I'd say, for me, there was an event on FIFA 19 where I was 4 goals down, and it would have been maybe the 50th minute, and I ended up winning 5-4. Which was a remarkable comeback just because how important it was for my season at that time. But comebacks, as I say, we've seen them really frequently in this tournament alone. And I feel like that's added to the spectacle of the eChampions League. A lot is up for stakes. So you've got the pride, you've got the prize money, of course. You want to be the eChampions League winner. And a lot of these players, they're going to be feeling the pressure. So it's not surprising that chances are going to be given away at moments where you think in a usual circumstance, they'd be calm and composed. But when the stakes are this high, there'll be a lot of panicking.
Prize pool of $281,000, and we're now going to see Fuma maybe with a chance straight from the restart here. Oh, attempted finesse towards that far post, and if that one flies in, then things certainly do look interesting. And it looked like it just ricocheted back off of R9, unfortunately for the Frenchman, which means possession back to Benny CR7. And if you're a fan of German FIFA esports players and you're a fan of Benny CR7, that is absolutely massive, as the goalkeeper should comfortably deal with this ball over the top.
I think for Fuma, I spoke about around about this minute, it would be time for him to throw everything. I think that's what he's done. You can see there's barely anybody back in defense. He's got so many bodies flooding forward, but again, it's a fantastic tackle there from Varane, and he's almost needlessly giving the ball away there, and it's De Bruyne looking to start up the attack for Fuma.
Players just flooding forward. Ronaldo into Cristiano Ronaldo. Look at that player switch though, just read it perfectly, and that's been a real feature of the game. And now you can see the 2v1. Davis is trying his best to get back. He's going to have to try and mark both of these players. He can't do so. Van der Sar has to sprawl to his right-hand side to turn it behind for a corner.
That would have been, I've said this already, but that would have been the nail in the coffin for sure. But he's done well there. I don't think he's going to push forward for another goal, as we see the late tackle from Kevin De Bruyne. But he's just going to die the clock down. There is no need. Maybe I've jinxed it. I was just going to say there's no real need for him to go forward to score again because he's winning by 3. But it would be very, very interesting to see if we could get another goal here.
Here's Ronaldo. There's a step over. There's a strike. There's the ball on the floor. And there's Cancelo to get back up and deal with it. And there's Rashford with a beautiful directional nutmeg just to get away from the pressure. And that shows the confidence in the ability to execute that skill move when you're doing it not only in your opponent's box, but when you're under pressure yourself. 10 minutes left in this game. As we see Mbappe now into Neymar. And once again, Raphael Varane. I'm not going to lie. He's had Neymar in his pocket, it feels like, for most of this game.
He has, and we've seen this is one of the mistakes from Benny CR7 there. And it's R9. There is 7 minutes to go. Could we see one of the craziest comebacks?
Okay. Reverse elastico, top corner. But only 6 minutes to go. And he needs to win the ball back, but it will be a throw-in to Benny CR7 here. And you just get the feeling that maybe it's been left a little bit too late as Ronaldo steps away from one. It'll flick over the top. Beautiful stop from Benny CR7. He continues to go forward. Rashford now towards the corner. Not sure what that skill move was, but it kind of worked out for him. Constant pressure coming in here, but surely this is now done.
Yeah, this is very professional and it's needed from Benny CR7. I was worrying for his sake anyway because he's giving away the ball sometimes at R9. Oh my goodness!
Oh, it deserved a goal! It deserved a goal! A wry smile on the face of Benny CR7. That would have been goal of the tournament, I think.
That would have been ridiculous with the skilled pass across there. Of course, a fantastic block. But even if we do see a late goal, it's done.
Yashin picks the ball up. Stoppage time is done now, and it will be the German Benny CR7 who keeps his run here in the lower bracket of the eChampions League going. He stays alive, unfortunately, for Fuma. It will be his elimination now. The Frenchman, a great run from him and a great experience as well, Ryan. Such a young player getting to this stage, performing so well, will take a lot away from this.
Absolutely, and as you say, he's very, very young. He's sort of a newcomer in the scene. I know I spoke about the French community having high hopes for him to be extremely successful, and he has been so far in his FIFA career. So he will take confidence from it. Of course, it's unfortunate to go out at this stage in the eChampions League, but again, I mentioned taking positives from each performance, and he'll definitely be able to do that.
Well, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the game as well. The first leg and the second leg, of course. And there were a lot of goals to speak of as well. We see that save coming in from Van der Sar. This is the second leg highlights. But this goal, this was the one that really kind of changed the feel of the game, where you felt it was wrapped up. A beautiful directional nutmeg there, Ryan, to create the space.
It was fantastic, and that's it. That's the highlight I was looking for. We see Cancelo. He does dive in late, and it's the penalty which gives them the 5-goal advantage. And this is a goal here which sort of gave Fuma that slight glimmer of hope. I felt like he had a little bit of misfortune in the game, but there were chances here. I thought this would have been the one to 100% end it, but it was a great save from Van der Sar. But another goal we are going to see here from Fuma. Very, very calmly and executed a reverse elastico, but again, it was too late. I feel like he was creating a lot of chances in the final third at the moments where if this was shown in the first half, or sorry, the first leg, maybe the tide would have been a little bit different.
Well, you can see the final score then from the lower bracket round 3 game. It is Benny CR7 who will advance. A 5-3 win over Fuma, as we now go back to Rachel and the gang for some analysis.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Rachel, lonely at the moment. The gang is going to be joining me very shortly. But yeah, Benny CR7 progressing through to play another match of FIFA. Spen, I'll bring you in and just get your thoughts on that matchup. Obviously, the first half of the first leg, 0-0. Then Benny CR7 just had the advantage and the penalty, like the boys said, just kind of wrapped it up. He never really looked challenged. Maybe the last 10 minutes, but he looks quite comfortable in control, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was going to take a massive comeback in the last 10 to see that change. So well done to Benny. Really impressive, to be fair. He lost his first game. He lost to Khan. Ever since then, obviously, he's won consecutive games. He knocked out Marcuso round before this. In fact, last time I checked, Khan was actually losing to Uston. So it shows you that double elimination format and why it's so important. The man that's actually knocked Benny down, Benny might have actually gone further than him. So it's not just about just losing one game. You can always bounce back and put a run together, which is exactly what Benny's done. He's looking very close, not quite there yet, but very close to booking himself a spot for the 28th.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a look at the results. I'm not sure, again, if they've been updated, but as it stands on my results, it still says Khan is 2-0 down to Euston, but we'll get confirmation of all those results in a moment's time. But right now, we're going to head over to Mike LaBelle, because he's got a MasterCard moment of the match. But from which match, Mike, is my question. Where are we heading for this one?
Well, we're gonna take a second glance at the match that we just saw with Benny facing off against Fuma, and I call this the RSVP, and let me explain what's gonna happen. This is when your players align, you're almost arranging or making an appointment, and I really like this example because it's simple, but it's so important, and you're triggering this run, and you know as a competitive player, I gotta take space with the ball, or with the player on the ball, and then I'm able to trigger this run in behind the defense. You see a nice little directional bridge, and a very simple finish on the back end. You can't miss from there, but anytime you have a wide open goal or a wide open opportunity, that means you've done something right with your build-up play. And it starts with the passing, added in a little skill move, and then we saw just an absolute very, very dominating, for the most part, performance from Benny. A little rocky towards the end maybe, but he got the lead, he had that spread, he took advantage, and he's moving on. But back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks so much. Yeah, great to see that Benny CR7 is progressing in the competition. We're going to go back to our entire desk and see who's joining us for a chat about what we've just seen. Gravison's back, Els and Spence. Gravison, I'm going to come to you first because I want to just draw attention to the fact that Benny CR7 is in fact an Xbox player, or he plays on the other console, really, doesn't he? Obviously, he can now play on both pretty well. Is that something that's quite surprising and people don't really know much about the scene? Is that something we see quite a lot of?
Yeah, for me it's quite surprising because I've played myself in the other console and it's not easy at all. The gameplay is kind of different from one console to the other, so it's really hard, to kind of adapt to each gameplay. So props to Bene because he's playing really, really, really good at the moment, and also he just bet one of the, in my opinion, dark horses of the competition. Fuma is playing a really, really good level this year. He might not look like it because he's not crushed it at the broadcast events and at the FGS tournaments, but I've been training with him and I've seen him in the Blackie Cups the whole year, and he's just that kind of explosive player who can just beat anyone. So convincingly, Bene won the match, and I think he's one of the persons we gotta talk about because I think he's one of the favorites to take one of those spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go to Els now. Els, I'm kind of going to say as well, you should go for Benny CR7 now because he knocked out your one to watch, which was Marcuso. So maybe we can go, Els can have him. But Els, actually want to talk about Fuma and the fact that it's his first year playing competitive FIFA and obviously getting pretty far in this stage of the competition. Fifth seed coming into this and ranks 24th in Europe. What would you say about his season, like how well he's been doing so far?
I think he's done really well. I mean, as we keep mentioning, the stakes are so high with a competition like this. And I saw Mark and Ryan saying during that match, mistakes can change a whole game. And there's just a few split seconds where he mispassed a pass, and obviously Benny CR7 took advantage of that and was able to take the lead. So I do think, I said earlier that experience may not dictate it, but it's his first competition. So you kind of have to give a bit of leeway for it being a new experience to him, and maybe the pressure got to him a bit. But I would like to see him in future competitions because I really think he showed a lot of skill and a lot of promise there.
I'm sure he'll be even more motivated after getting so far in the competition, knocking out some big names. Spence, quick word on Benny CR7. I was reading earlier, he actually likes to play with super bad connection, just to make sure he's kind of prepared for anything that the game throws at him. So he'll play, obviously he's a German player, he'll go and try and play games with people in America or in Russia or across the other side of the world. What do you make of that kind of preparation?
Well, it's actually something that I've talked about with hashtag players quite a lot over the years. You know, it's the more things you go into a tournament prepared for, the less they're going to phase you, you know, and that's something that I've said many times at events over the years. If there's technical issues or anything that kind of delays things, often I feel that when those things happen, the people that end up winning those events or going the furthest are actually the people who are just mentally able to deal with those setbacks. So if you're prepared for things like that, it's not going to do any harm. Ideal scenario would be everyone would be able to play each other and there'd be no issues like that, of course, but that's just not the way it works at the moment. So everyone has to put up with that. But I have got a question for Gravison, because he has just said that he thinks Benny is one of the favourites to qualify, even though he's playing Neat, I believe, in the next game. So what does that mean, Gravison? Because obviously he's a Ducks player.
Yeah, I think Ducks Neat really has a lot of chances of winning the whole thing, but I think Bene has played a lot of matches today. So in this kind of position, I think it's harder for the person who's waiting on the 4th round of the lower bracket, just because it's your first match. And Aggie and Ryan talked all about it in the matches. The most difficult match you can have in a tournament is your first match. It's really hard because you're not properly warmed up. Of course you've warmed up, but you haven't played an official match yet, and it's not the same. So I think it's gonna be a hard match for him, and I think Ben is the favorite just because he's played all these matches and he's kind of warmed up for the big match. So of course Ducksnade can take the game and can qualify, but I think it's gonna be hard for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've just given us a little bit of a teaser of what's coming next. Ducks Neat, obviously taking on Benny CR7. But Spen, you're going to go through the bracket with us right now and just tell us the results from those previous games and what is still to come.
Yes, so obviously I mentioned Benny will be playing Neat. There's obviously 3 other games in that losers round 4 we can focus on as well. Yago's kept his run going, as I did predict. Just want to throw that out there. I said he'd beat Daniel Aguilar, and he did. Big victory, as you can see there, coming out 8-2 on aggregate, which puts him up against Monza Cassia. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but obviously the Italian player, Caccia maybe, in the loser round 4. Remember, these loser round 4 games are games to, I think I'm right in saying, to qualify for May 28th if you win that match. Likewise, there's another Italian waiting for the winner of that Khan-Uston game, which we're still waiting for confirmation of who's won that one, but they'll be playing Totem Figueiredo. As we know, Benny goes through to play Neat. That's going to be a fantastic game between a Spaniard and a German. And then Oliver Nola Real is going up against Pepil Botellu. That's what I'm going with pronunciation-wise. Couple Spaniards, couple Italians, both countries doing well in that section.
Your pronunciation, Sven, was much better than mine. I think I absolutely killed him earlier. So sorry, Pepu Botellu. We need to get confirmation on how you say that. Grav can help us a bit later. Anyway, we are literally racing through these matchups. We still have plenty more to come because we are still yet to find out which 4 players are joining the other 4 to secure their spots on the 28th of May in the final. Yesterday, we're still yet to find out. So please come back after the break and find out who is making it to those grand finals. We'll see you then.
light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard.
63 miles an hour.
Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction, I put you in ring for the next one. So anything.
The competitor of the day, how does it feel?
Because he is the Santander competitor of the day, guys. Hi guys, and welcome. Hey guys, yes, you are seeing the 4 players who've already qualified for our finals of the eChampions League on the 28th of May. Welcome, my name's Rachel Stringer and I'm your host for this tournament. We've been loving all the matchups throughout this tournament so far. Well, I have. Obviously, some people have gone home, which isn't the greatest result for them. I hope you guys at home are enjoying watching it as well and loving our virtual studio. We're having a lot of fun and it's still got to continue, of course. But right now, we're going to throw to a pretty fun game that you saw the first part of yesterday. It's with our own Kyle Walker, and he's chatting to Marcuso and Lord Yorth. And I believe Lord Yorth is actually in the lead so far in this little quiz. Check it out.
We're back with Blindside, where Lord Yorth and Marcuso are going head-to-head as we test out their knowledge of FIFA 21 player items and UEFA Champions League. Lord Yorth is currently in the lead, but Marcuso isn't far behind. Let's jump straight back into it and see how the action unfolds. Now, this one's an interesting one. His 93 icon features 98 pace and 48 defence. He's played for English, Italian and Spanish clubs in the Champions League. He's won consecutive UEFA Champions League finals with 2 different clubs, plus he became the second player in history to score in 2 UEFA Champions League finals. Let's hear it, Lord Yorth.
I would say attacker.
Okay, I mean, those clues right there, that lean towards an attacker. All right, let's talk about the player's position then. Which one do you think this is?
Well, I think I would. Oh, that's just a guess. The left wing.
Is that what you're going for? Left wing? That's wrong. That's wrong. I'm sorry. Marcuso is shaking his head right there because he must know who he thinks this one is. Marcuso, it comes over to you. All right.
I'll go for the name.
Oh, you're gonna go straight for the name? Who?
I think it's Samuel Eto'o.
Oh, well done. Look at that right there. It's correct. This is the decider right now. Both of you can shout out your names. The person who does it quickest can start this one and can answer, okay? Let's move on to our final foot item. His 92-foot icon item has 91 in both shooting and passing. He scored one of the fastest goals in UEFA Champions League history, and this Dutch player has 4 UEFA Champions League titles and is the only player to have won the tournament with 3 clubs.
Seedorf.
Oh, wow. There we go. I mean, Marcuso, you didn't even need to shout your name. You shouted the foot item's name. It was the icon, Clarence Seedorf. So I'm just going to give you all 3 points on that one because you shouted it out. And that means you're our winner. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Lord York, what happened?
I could manage the pressure, actually.
And Marcuso, we know that you've won competitions all around the world, but surely this must be the best thing you've ever won, right?
Maybe one of the biggest achievements in my life so far. I'm pretty happy about it.
I love that. Well, congratulations. I've not got a trophy, but I can just say well done.
That's good enough. Thank you.
I love that little quiz from Kyle there. It's always so much fun. But Marcuso was our champion of the blindside quiz. Unfortunately, he got knocked out in the competition, but I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of him. He's an epic player. We know him in the community. He's been around for a long time and obviously was part of the first ever eChampions League as well in Madrid back in 2019. I think we can go over to the boys now and get their thoughts on that. And I might actually put some of them on the spot as well. Mike, you hated my quiz I gave you yesterday when I said, here are a couple of statistics from a player, and you obviously were like, oh, I know who that is. Right, Mike, I'm going to give you another one this time. Okay, I'm going to say, I'm going to give you a name, and you have to fill in the blanks, okay?
You're giving me a name?
Mason Mount, fill in the blanks. Pace.
Ooh, okay. I think it's a 92.
91. Shooting.
Okay. It's also in the 90s. 90. Let's go 92 on that one. Maybe that's where I got it.
Correct. Ding ding. Passing.
Right. Also in the 90s. I think it's a 91.
93. Oh, I thought you'd be better at this.
You had like 4 in the 90s. Keep going.
Dribbling's
in the 90s as well. I think it's dribbling. I swear you had 91s. I swear they were 91s. 91. 92. 92.
93. Defending.
Now that's low. 50. I don't know.
70. And physicality.
You got a 70 for defense?
Sure thing.
Fair play.
I'm reading it.
All right, Mason.
Physicality. Last one. Physicality.
74. 74.
83. Mike LaBelle, please go and do your homework. I believe Spencer would have known all them. Spencer's like nodding and going, actually he's not. He's grimacing, going, do not ask me that, Rach. I have no idea. Anyway, guys, let's just talk about what we still have to come. Obviously, so much going on. But yeah, let's just talk about what we've seen so far as well. Graf, I don't know who's actually joining me on the desk. Can we... Here we go, Mike and Spen. So Spen, yeah, quickly talk about what we still have to come and what you're super excited to see.
Well, obviously, we've still got a lot of people to secure their places on the 28th, 4 to be precise. Those games are coming up soon. We're going to see the guys who've already done it in action again, just helping them work out exactly where they're going to fall into the bracket come the 28th. But, so I'm looking forward to seeing those guys play, particularly, if I'm honest, Ollie. I think, I'm hoping we get him on broadcast. I think Ollie is the favourite to win this tournament right now. I think Mike was bang on with his prediction, so I'm happy to hold my hands up and say when Mike's got it right. He hasn't won it yet, of course, but I'm looking forward to seeing him again. And obviously, that moment, these games coming up very soon, which are basically qualification games, are going to be great.
Yeah, that matchup between Ollie and Ethan, I absolutely cannot wait for that one as well. That's going to be pretty cool to see. So I think we've got possibly a guest joining us now. I believe someone is ready and waiting by. It's only the former Arsenal legend, Ian Wright. Ian, are you there? Can you hear us?
How you doing, Rach?
Welcome to the show, Ian. Lovely to have you here. What's happening? Have you been watching?
Everything's good, man. Yeah.
Good.
Everything cool? What an unbelievable looking place, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how do you rate this compared to the studios that you sit in? I mean, ours is pretty good, right?
Yeah, this is as good as it gets. It's better than our studio. Miles better than our studio.
Okay, well, Ian, tell us a little bit about what you've witnessed and just like obviously what Champions League nights are like, and you know the feeling that you used to get when you used to kind of walk out on the pitch and the music was coming on. Yeah, describe that feeling.
Well, the thing about it is that you know that you're at the elite level. You're at the place where the best players are. You know, you know that, and you know I used to think more than anything else is how good the defenders were. Out of the fact that when you're playing in Europe at that level, that you know you can't make too many mistakes. But it was a case of you're going up against the top players, man. You're going up against the best.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that today as well. We've seen a couple of kind of, I guess, underdogs coming out and putting in great performances. We've seen some people absolutely taking their game up to the next level. And again, that's obviously what you have to do on Champions League nights, right? You have to just raise your game. How did you used to do that personally?
Well, the thing about it is that you know, hopefully you're playing well in your league. You know what I mean? Because we were normally doing pretty well before when we were playing. So the fact is, you're playing against top defenders in England. But I used to find that when you used to play against the guys in like Italy, especially, you know, in Spain, they were so tight. It was so hard that you knew that you had to be bang on it, because as a forward, what happens is that sometimes obviously you have to make runs so other people can make space. Someone like Dennis Bergkamp can get space. Patrick Vieira can get space. People like this. So you're running people away to give them space. So you're doing a lot of work for the team. But then when the ball does come into you with these defenders who were really fit, really strong, really quick, you had to make sure that you kept the ball. So even the way you came off the defender to receive the ball had to be right, because if you get that wrong and the touch is wrong, they come around the side. You play against someone like Cannavaro, you play against like Nesta. You know, if you don't get it right, Ciro Ferrara and them guys, you don't get it right. Like I remember when we played against them for Italy, they're nicking that ball off of you every single time. So the thing what I used to be worried about more than anything else is retention of the ball. Making sure you keep the ball. So then if I lose the ball and Dennis is making a run or the midfielder's making a run and they win the ball, then all of a sudden, bam, they're straight into us because of my frailties and not being able to keep the ball. And then all of a sudden the team is now saying, play on Ian Wright because he won't keep the ball. We'll be able to win it off of him and we'll catch them out of position.
I mean, we see that in FIFA all the time as well, don't we? Possession is a massive statistic that we always look at, and if you've got the better possession statistic, then yeah, likelihood possibly of you going all the distance is quite high. But Mike, I think you have a question for Ian. What is it?
I've always got many questions for Ian. How are you?
What's happening, Mike? Are you cool, bro?
Yeah, I actually used you this weekend. I put 5 games in. You've had 7 goals, so pretty good contribution. Nice. 7 goals, 3 assists. I love it. We're doing well. I heard you might be coming on, so I was like, I gotta put this into motion. So I've done that. And we always talk about the pro FIFA players and how they have to pivot and adjust. And I felt like with what you were describing there, being obviously a striker and going up against all these different center backs, what was the hardest adjustment for you in your career in terms of having to make changes maybe in the middle of a game, or knowing that they were going to play a different tactical setup? Because we always talk about it to FIFA, and I think it translates really well.
The main thing is especially like I say, when you go to a higher level, especially when you've got, I found it very difficult when, you know what I mean, all of a sudden you'll be playing the game and then you are making runs and you're doing stuff, but then they say, right, they're going to go man to man on you and they follow you everywhere. I didn't mind it, but I used to find it quite claustrophobic, quite suffocating. But then all of a sudden, what that then enables me to do is run a guy out of a space that normally, Mike, if I ran out of space, he would maybe pass me on to somebody. But then because he's man marking me, then he has to come with me. So then there's a space for a Dennis to run through, or a midfielder, a forward-thinking midfielder to come into. So when they change stuff in the middle of the game, you know what I mean, you have to recognize it quick. Then you think to yourself, okay, so if they're saying that he's dangerous and he needs to be stopped in respect of me, and it's funny, it's something I learned from Paul Gascoigne. Paul Gascoigne used to say to me, when he was being man-marked, when they just all of a sudden changed it right in the middle of the game, right, man-mark him because he's too dangerous, he would just run them into places where then it causes them a problem because he's now out of an area where he doesn't want to be. Like for me, Mike, I would take my centre back into the left back position or the right back position, and then it looks really awkward and weird for them. And then all of a sudden he might say, I can't stay there. So then you get your space somewhere over there. But sometimes as well during the game, Tony Adams would just say to me, drop back because we're under pressure. You know, that kind of stuff. So then when he said that kind of stuff, then I knew for a fact that I had to be used as somebody that would stretch the team. You have to stretch the team to open space so as people like Dennis, Patrick, Manu Petit, all those guys can get space to play. So when you stretch the team, which they were always afraid that I would do because I had good pace, and I'd stretch them, then all of a sudden you're leaving space for Dennis. So I didn't mind it. I didn't mind being that person that used to have to make the runs for other people to be able to profit from the space that I'm leaving.
Yeah, or if you're playing this FIFA, Ian, it'd be the directional nutmeg. That's what's kind of making the difference at the moment. But Spen, I know you got a question for Ian as well, haven't you?
I have. Ian, hello, always a pleasure.
What's happening,
friend.
Spence?
I'm good, thank you, mate. Yeah, all good.
Good.
I want to say, first of all, you are an icon in both senses of the word, on and off the pitch. We know what you've done on the pitch, but I mean, for me, you're very inspirational off the pitch. I've told you this before, but even it's very pressing now. I think this weekend, the piece you put out of Alan Shearer about social media abuse, we all stand with you on that. I think that was fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Obviously about a negative issue, but I think you handled it really well. And your iconicism, is that even a word? Your iconic nature, it really is telling, because even the players you talked about coming across in games there, Nesta has an icon, or had an icon card. Cannavaro, you obviously playing with Bergkamp. Even the players around you are icons in FIFA. So it's a great era of football, and it's great that these players are still going in FIFA now. My question for you is, what would you say, because you mentioned it's important that these players are playing well in their leagues. You know, in comparison for you would have been obviously in the Premier League, then going into Champions League. In comparison for FIFA is these guys playing in things like the E-Premier League or the sort of European qualifiers we have. What's great, just like the traditional football setup, is that these guys have to qualify. What would you say if someone said that eChampions League should be a closed shop? I think I know what you'd say about it.
No, you can't have it. Nothing should be a closed shop. You know, everybody should have the opportunity to try and elevate and get to the next level. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm trying to explain, because like at the end of the day, what we saw with everything, what they tried to do the other day with the ESL is they tried to have a closed shop for elitism. So then that stops growth. That stops people from attaining and achieving. And that's not what sport's about. Well, it's not what sport's about in respect of me when I was growing up, because when I was growing up, I wanted to be in a competition and playing football where I could continue to rise up. You know what I mean? And I found it very difficult at the start, because I came straight from Sunday morning football and I had to learn a lot very quickly. But what was always there for me was the capability of being able to go to the next level and then again. And then you've got to obviously have a lot of faith in yourself. You've got to have a lot of faith in the fact that the coaches that you're working with are going to get you to that level. But at the same time, the one thing that I learned more than anything else, once I got into the professional level, and if you want to go higher, and it's what I told my sons, both of my boys, Sean and Bradley, if you want to go higher, you have to make sure that you retain the ball. You do not give the ball away. It's one of the things that I found one of the hardest things for me to do, because I played a lot of street football up until I was 22, till I got into the professional game. Then all of a sudden, it was like a massive culture shock in respects of keeping the ball, making runs. Because when I played Sunday morning football, obviously I had pace, so I was just running past people, and they were kind of overweight, big guys. It wasn't a hard thing to do. Then all of a sudden you get into the professional level, and then you're playing against better players. Whereas if you lose the ball, they will take the ball from you and they will hurt you. And that was something that I was really wary of, simply because then if they scored against you, then I would get the blame for not being able to hold the ball. Then teams would be able to say Ian Wright cannot hold the ball. So when the ball's going in and around him, really like getting tight with him, because he'll lose the ball. So I had to work on that. And the point I'm trying to make is you have to get better at the things that you're not good at the higher you go. Because if you're going to start losing the ball in areas where you're trying to build moves, so as defenders and midfielders are pushing up because they know, oh, Ian's got the ball, so he's not going to lose it. If you start losing it, then you're gonna start hurting your team. So the thing is the point I'm trying to make is the higher you go and the probability of you going further is how you retain the ball, keep the ball.
Ian, I've got one final question before we get into our next matchup. I don't know how much you've been watching, but there's one player who's already qualified for our finals on the 28th of May called Oliver PN. He's actually the under-18 captain of the Danish national team. I want your thoughts, just quick thoughts on how great it is that actually professional players are playing the game, and how much do you think that helps them, I guess, professionally in FIFA and FIFA professionally. Your thoughts quickly on that one.
Well, the thing is, what I like about when I play, and I'm not great, you know what I mean? What I like about it is the way that you can retain the ball and you pass the ball, you can one-touch it off and you do all that stuff. But what I like about it for the players is the way you can use the game to kind of get a guide on how you're going to play the game. And because you're so precise in the actual game where the ball comes into you, you lay it off. As long as there's a man there in your vision, you can get it to him one touch. And you know what I mean? If there's a guy that you can pass it through, what it shows you is that you can aim for perfection. Because if you do it right with the game, the way the game's set up, you know, if you're passing the ball to somebody and there's somebody inside, he'll pass it to him and he'll pass it to him at the right side. You know what I mean? He can have a touch if he wants. He can lay it straight off first time to somebody else. And I think that if you're a young player watching and a young player playing this game, what it can show you is how important it is that you keep the ball moving, keep the ball going, passing it to the right sides of people, linking play. You know what I mean? All that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? You could get it as a visual. It's like for me when sometimes I played a golf game. It makes me play better in respect of the way the swing is so perfect. Bam, bam. So when I play golf, the swing's perfect. When you're playing football, everything's perfect for you. So that's how you should be playing when you're playing real football. Do it properly, because this game makes you do it properly. When it goes in one touch, bam, over there, one touch, the pass is perfect. And that's what you should be aiming for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think the football awareness and football knowledge has absolutely helped Oliver Pien. And actually, I'm now going to look out for him going forward in that Danish team and see if he can progress through the ranks as well in actual football, as I'm going to say. But right now, guys, I'm going to leave that there. Ian, I think you're sticking around, so we'll chat to you a bit more later on. Thanks for your insight, as always. But we're going to go over to Dan and Aggie, because they've got this next matchup. It's Catcher taking on Yago. Can't wait for this one, boys.
Rachel, yes, we've got some more FIFA action underway. I saw Ian Wright had like the Champions League scarf. I don't know if he got sent a bobblehead. If he didn't, I found a little Ian Wright figurine in my collection. So as an Arsenal fan, it's great to see him on the show. But Aga, you're an Arsenal fan as well. Ian had a lot of things to say there, a lot of advice for players. I mean, it's very true, isn't it? A lot of things can translate from the football pitch to the virtual pitch.
Yeah, definitely, and we can see it as well on, like, Oliver is a great example on it, that like playing real football, playing on one of the highest levels, at least nationally, can help you towards your FIFA practice. So he's a great example of it, and as always, Ian Wright has a lot of wise words for us.
But our next matchup is going to be Cassia versus Yago. We saw Yago have a matchup earlier where he knocked out #Tom. He then went on to win another game in a very emphatic fashion, leading by 8 goals, I think it was. So very impressive performances from him thus far. But Cassia is going to be a difficult opposition for him. Most recently, we saw him in the E-Club World Cup finishing in top 4. Who do you think is going to take this one? Is there any sort of like inklings you have at the moment? Do you have a favourite?
I definitely believe in Yago, considering how he had won his recent games. I mean, the amount of goals he scored, I believe it's 15 in 2 matches against some of the best players in Europe, just gives him the confidence. And as Gravison and Ryan and I also spoke about, Katja is playing his first official match today, which can be the hardest one, while Yago is building up the momentum. He has the confidence, he knows what he is about to do. So I'll call Yago as the favorite here, even though Katja has really had a great year as well.
Yeah, so you can see Katja's journey. He did drop from the upper bracket, losing to Ollie 3-2, but did have victories prior to that. And the initial victory was a 6-4 victory against Yago. So they have already faced each other in this competition, and it is going to be a rematch and a chance for revenge for Yago. How does that affect you mentally as a player if you know you've already played this person and lost against them?
Personally, I just get even more eager to prove that I can beat the player. But obviously, from Katja's point of view, he'll be satisfied and confident because he know he beaten him before, and that's a fact that he can do it again. So I'll say it could go both ways. Both players could take positive things into the match.
Well, one thing we did see demonstrated in Yago's game against #Tom a little bit earlier on the broadcast, Yago was very good at changing his tactics when he was kind of had his back against the wall. He instantly recognised what Tom was playing and eventually adjusted and mirrored Tom's formation. So perhaps that's something he'll be looking at going into this game. He was playing the 4-2-3-1 to begin the tournament. Maybe he'll adjust now over to the 4-4-2 after finding some success. Do you think that's very important as a player, Aga, to be able to have a plan B, a plan C, and know your formations?
It's alpha omega, and especially in FIFA 21, where I really strongly believe that being tactical aware of the formation your opponent is playing with can be a game changer. And for Yago's sake, he showed it against Tom, So I really feel like it plays a huge role in FIFA 21.
Well, we're underway in this lower bracket matchup. A chance to progress to that final 8 on May 28th when the eChampions League will find its victor. Catcher is going to be from left to right in your red stripe kit, and Yago from right to left in blue. And in the early stages, Catcher with some nice pressure here with R9 on the edge, has to go back to Vieira. It does have plenty of support. It's Hullet actually with Mbappe linking up, but Klosterman comes in and defends accordingly.
It's really going to be in today. Here we have the through ball, Dan.
Another chance. This time it's for Pele at the other end. The ball roll, though, just couldn't quite get past Schmeichel. That was a real opportunity, and it wasn't taken.
I thought he would have done the ball roll to the right way there, and it would have been a goal. Interesting to see a good start for Yago. It's important to threaten your opponent early in the match, getting into the set, saying that I know I can create chances against you.
Yeah, we saw a similar through ball when Yago played #Tom earlier, and as I mentioned just before the game, he did knock out Europe's #1. I'm sure Tom won't want me to keep harping on about it, but Tom seemed happy. Top 24, prize money secured, and for now it's Yago who's moving forward. And actually, excuse me, Catcher's the one on the ball, even though Yago's the one who's been moving in the tournament. It's Catcher in the ascendancy with possession. Rashford has to try and get past all these blue shirts, finds Varane in a attacking position. Needs to be careful not to lose the ball here, otherwise he might find himself a little bit vulnerable, and that's why he's recycling play a little bit here.
I gotta applaud Katja's passing display. Makes it look very simple, not the most fancy player in terms of skill moves and stuff. So making it look easy or simple.
That looks simple as well, Aga. There was a little dink over to Rashford, who tucks it away. And what a goal that was, just turning with the body, volley in. And that's going to be the lead for Katja, as simple as that.
And as I was about to say, he's not the most fancy player, like visually, with all the nice skill moves and stuff, but his passing play, making it look simple when he attacks. So very impressive there from Katja.
Now Katja's managed to win the ball back again. It could make things even worse for Yago. After all of the goals that Yago has scored in his last couple of games, he doesn't want to find himself behind again. Neymar tries to get it into Mbappe, but this time better defended by Yago. Goes for the quick counter-attack again, looking to see if he can find any runners. There is going to be one. Cancelo, though, is far too quick to just get his body in the way. Very end-to-end stuff at the moment. No real chance for either player to take a breather unless they choose to hold on to the ball as Hullet will play it back to Vieira. That Hullet-Vieira combination in the middle that we see so often in FIFA esports. But they just need to link up with someone a little bit further up the pitch, the likes of Neymar or Mbappe. Again, slow, patient build-up, just waiting for that right moment, hoping there's going to be a bit of space, which does present itself. Cancelo player switch into the middle, but Schmeichel punches it away. And Katja does look very dangerous.
He's bringing a lot of players forward when he attacks, and it's impossible almost for Yago to defend it so far. He had to come up with an answer, because I believe Katja is playing the 4-3-1-2 and it's working wonders for him.
All time with Hullet. Neymar now can shoot with his left, and he's actually found the back of the net. And that's going to be a 2-goal advantage. And the patience does pay off for Katja. Yago just looks on in disbelief.
And I would take a break now if I were Yago and adjust, because Katja is bringing so many players forward. You can just see when Katja is holding possession, he's having his wingbacks coming forward as well. And it's really countering the formation Yago has right now in the 5-3-2. So this is where he needs to show, as he did against Tom, that he's tactical flexible. Because right now, Katja is only going to score more if he continues this way.
And there is just a little replay of that goal. Neymar given far too much space and tucks it away comfortably. What a different game it could have been if Yago had scored that early goal when he did ball roll arguably the wrong way around the keeper. I'm sure he'll be thinking back to that one and hoping he gets another opportunity. As simple as it is Ronaldo. Directional nutmeg just around the man. Will find the pass. Can shoot here if he wants, but goes for the fake shot, and Pele can't get round the man in the end. But better from Yago, at least he's getting into these threatening positions. Now from the corner, is there anything special? Loops it to the back post. Varane tries to nod it down, but the chance denied quite comfortably.
And I really like the courage of Katia playing this formation with the fullbacks, because you're risking a lot by putting so many men forward, and especially the wingbacks. They have to be very fast at getting back. But he's doing it in a smart way. He's also keeping the possession. He can always switch the game because he has so many men. Look at how many red players there are in the box. There are 3 every time, and he can always switch it over to the other wingback. So really a lot of courage from Katia.
He had a lot of possession as well, 70+% possession in the opening stages of this game. But it's Yago coming forward with Pele on the right foot, but Davies will just get the body in the way. And that's a crucial interception, otherwise that could have been a goal. Bruno Fernandes trying to croqueta around the man, but doesn't work out.
Here again, he's on the ball, Katia. But the curse of the commentator, I guess, and it could be something for Yago here.
Davies will just roll away, goes for the directional nutmeg, but arguably at the wrong time. And perhaps sometimes the wrong time is the right time, and you do get away with it, but not on that instance. As now Katia can continue with his domination of possession, and there's a lot of space to work with on this left-hand side. Davies plays it into Hullet, a nice little layoff to Ronaldo, and it is going to be a third. R9 strikes. And it was a short spell of possession for Yago, but Katia responds so comfortably. And just manages to continue to pummel Yago into the ground here.
Makes it look very simple again, but it's really not. It's top-notch passing play from Katia. And again, if I were Yago, I think he already changed formation. Maybe he's matching it now, so he's mirroring Katia. But perhaps he needs to change things up again, because time is still running out and it's 3 goals. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
It's Katia moving forward again in the last minutes of this first half of the first leg. Still a 2-legged affair here in the eChampions League lower bracket. Ronaldo back to Vieira and Neymar, just dropping back a little bit to provide some support. Here is Mbappe again, but Klosterman stepping up and being aggressive. Need to go forward if you're Yago to have one last chance. That's a fantastic over-the-top through ball. Mbappe gets on the end of it. And that is a wonderful goal, a very much needed goal for Yago, just on the stroke of half-time.
And what a vision from Yago there. Thought he actually didn't make the pass, so the time would run out and the ref would blow the whistle for the half. But instead, he just baited Katia to think that he would going for the left striker running into the depth. But then Mbappe came in the second run, and yeah, a high through ball and great overview from Yago, an important goal.
You could argue a slight mistake from Katia not holding onto the ball a little bit longer going into half-time there. A lot of players would have just ensured they had the last attack of the half, but he probably thought he'd done enough. It did tick over to 1 minute before that over-the-top through ball was played, but great recognition from Yago that he had to go forward, and he was rewarded for his risk. And now he has a goal back into this game, and we've already seen him come back from 1 deficit in the tournament when he was 2-0 down against #Tom. So it's another 2-goal cushion that he has to try and turn over, refluff, and then hopefully he'll get a cushion of his own. But the way Katia has been attacking certainly makes me feel like there is going to be plenty of goals coming up in the rest of this fixture.
Definitely. The way both players have been attacking during this competition really promises us that that wasn't the last goal we've seen in the match between these 2 top players. And it could potentially be something here in the corner, maybe have something in his sleeve, Yago.
From the corner, we'll find R9, a bit of space, tries to hit it near post. Peter Schmeichel never going to let it go in from there, but I like the attempt as R9 again plays it back to Mbappe, quick fire pass to Davies as Mbappe tries to have a little merry dance on the ball. Doesn't work out. Certainly a better series of play from Yago, showing that he can get into those dangerous areas, regardless of whether it's from a set piece or from normal play.
Just looking at the match now, you can see when Katja had the ball, just threw it away. How far up his wingbacks are, it really gives him a lot of options when he attacks, and it's really hard to defend from Yago because he can't cut all the passing lanes. So he really needs to be cautious.
Of course, could leave him vulnerable at the back if he does lose the ball. I think that's going to be offside from Mbappe. Apparently not. I think it came off the other player, and Fernandez had a shot, but it is eventually pulled back. No chance for Yago to put that ball into the back of the net this time, but certainly gaps opening up at the back for Yago to break through. This is where Kasia looks a little bit scary. All those red shirts starting to march on forward as R9 only has to beat one player, does manage to shift it onto his left foot, but it's not good enough this time.
Very, very important block by Klosterman there. I believe it's the first time we're seeing him. He's going to be important.
Could be a chance, and it's going to be Mbappe who makes it 4-1. It's an easy finish at the end of things. The chance created after picking the ball up off of Yago. Again, Yago just shakes his head. He's not happy with it. You can argue another small mistake from him.
He's giving a lot of space to attack when he's pushing forward with his centre-backs, Yago. And Katja is just executing that, taking advantage of it. Oh, now it looks really, really tough. He needs at least one goal. So he's only behind with 2 coming into the second leg, I believe.
Katja not letting off, foot firmly on the pedal right now. Player switch, nice little fake, pull it back to Neymar. We'll find Mbappe in the middle, tries to just scoop away from the man. Doesn't quite work out, but again, just great pressure here from Katja. Yago needs to find something on the counter-attack. We've seen a few through balls that have worked out for him already in this game. Maybe he'll look for another one here. Instead, plays the ball over to Davies. Fernandez now. Pele into Mbappe. Nice turn away, but Vieira has been so good today.
And you can see instantly when Katja gets the ball, he's dangerous on the counters. Could be it now, Dan.
So much space. All the space in the world, but he still fires it top bins. R9 makes it 5-1 now to Katja. And Yago just couldn't track back, couldn't defend, and this is always the risk when you're trying to get it back into a game. You are going to push more men forward, and Katja taking full advantage of that now.
And he has so many players when he's going forward, and they're coming very, very fast. It's really impressive the way he, from a tactical point of view, has managed this match, Katja. 5 goals against Yago in the first match, potentially more. It's really impressive.
Well, a slight pause and a quick break for both players to both take a breather and have the adjustment of any tactics or substitutions. But for Katja, I mean, he doesn't really need to make any changes. Perhaps some fresh legs at the back just to ensure that Yago can't play any of those pesky through balls to try and break through himself. But for Yago, we need to see a big, big change in how he's approaching this game, Yago.
Definitely, and we see the replay here where he takes Klosterman and Varane totally out of position, and you can't do that. You can't take both of your centre-backs out of the central area in the box. Then your opponent will punish you. But that's also a result of how many players Katja is moving forward when he attacks, and we've seen different variation from him, and that's because he's so good at using the entire pitch when he attacks.
Well, a 4-goal lead for Katja. We're only in the first leg. Things could get even worse here for Yago if he doesn't switch things up and find a different gear sooner rather than later. It's Katja with possession, again from the free kick restart. Does give away possession though, and Yago now will look to try and break away and counter-attack. Neymar right in the middle of the park, fires one over the top, but it's going to go out of play. And it's a nice attempt from Yago, but it seems like that's all he's got in the locker at the moment. It's just trying to ping balls over the top and hoping for the best a little bit.
Yeah, and you can't really put your chances over to luck and margins now when you're behind with 4 goals. You have to think about something new and innovative, and we can also see on the player cam that he is thinking. He knows what's online here in this match. If he wins it, he is qualified for the final 8. But right now, it's one of the biggest mountains he would ever have to climb in his career, because Katja is looking so solid, and he's not looking like a player who would stop scoring goals.
It's all well and good us saying, well, 4 goals, it can be overturned, it is doable. Of course, we have seen it before, but when you're playing up against someone like Katja, who just seems to be relentless with his aggression, it becomes even more difficult, because they are then going to catch you on the counter-attack when you press too many players forward. For Yago, he needs to find a big adjustment, but I'm slightly worried it's not going to arrive. But I will hope, for the neutral of course, that we get even more goals here as Klosterman steps in, and perhaps that could be the start of a potential chance here. But no, just again, a risky ball forward hasn't worked out for him.
And it's pretty often when you're behind with 3 goals or more, this is the game situation and how it often evolves. It is that the player who's leading with the goals is just going to score more, because it's so hard to find that balance between not wanting to take too many risks because you're required to do it now since you're behind with 4, but at the same time being good defensively. It's just a balance that's nearly impossible to do on this level.
Neymar tries to get past the player and it doesn't really work out for him, and now maybe in these last few minutes of this first leg, Yago can do something similar to what he did at the end of the first half and get a goal back, just to give him a little bit of confidence, belief that he can score goals, that he is still in this tight. Neymar will get taken out by Varane, a fantastic tackle. Rafael Varane has been so important for so many players across the board. I think he's been in every single team that we've seen in this tournament, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, must-have player. This could be it. But again, we see why he's on every player's team. He is the captain in the defense.
Maybe one last chance for Katja now going forward. 2 minutes have been up though, and the referee will blow the whistle. A 5-1 victory in the first leg for Katja. Of course, another 90 minutes to come, but an amazing performance from him. We can take a look at the highlights at how he achieved those 5 goals, because it was an emphatic performance where really Yago didn't have an answer for the majority of goals, Aga.
Definitely. I mean, Katja here, looking at the first goal, making it look simple for the majority of his goals, but it's really not on this level. That is like the major receipt to success. Making it look not easy, but simple against the best players in the world is championship material. And as we can see here, it's not like on the goals we see from Katja that he's pulling out all the fancy skill moves and stuff. It's just pure, beautiful passing play. And once again here, he finds Hullet for the goal for 3-0, 2R9, just a scoop, and it's a 3-0 goal. And he just kept doing this, playing simple, so to speak, but just with a really high intelligence level.
And we knew this was a rematch of an upper bracket round 1 matchup where Katja had already beaten Yago 6-4, and now he's already found 5 goals in just 90 minutes. But as this game is a 5-1 lead at the moment and looks pretty one-sided, thankfully we can switch over to a different game and we can see how Neat versus Benny CR7 are going to be getting along, because it's 0-0 after 42 minutes. This is the first leg as well. Aga, talk me through these 2 competitors. What can you tell me about them?
Well, Benny had the opportunity to play this year, and he's, as he says confidently, a player who creates the meta. He's very innovative and know what works in the game and what doesn't. While Niad is a young player who's already now established as one of the players we will expect being at the top for many, many years. Already won the National League, I believe, last year. And this year, been to a broadcast before, been at the top, and now he's here.
Well, after 45 minutes, nothing to separate the 2, which is good because it means we can dive into how these players are playing at an even playing field. We're not joining the game and having to work out who's chasing the game and who's changed their tactics and whatnot. But what a tournament it's been for Benny CR7. He has been around the scene for quite some time, and I've enjoyed watching him throughout various tournaments. But Niat, for example, has been an amazing player. But speaking of amazing players, we've got Ian Wright also joining us for the commentary. Ian, you saw some incredible FIFA action. I'm sure just a little
Yeah.
bit sooner. It was 5-1. Some amazing
Yeah.
goals. Have you scored goals like that yourself personally?
I scored a couple, I got to say, but like I thought he was very good a catcher. Really, really decisive, simple in his passing. Very, got it forward as soon as he can. Very, how can I say, clinical with what he was doing. And I found that his opponent, he lost the ball too frequently. Didn't get the ball quick enough, forward quick enough, and wasn't passing through the lines quick enough to hurt a catcher. But just seeing what these guys are doing now, I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a much tighter affair, and hopefully we do see some goals now that you're on the broadcast and you can bring your prolific striker abilities and encourage these guys to actually find a way past the defence. As we'll see Pele into Neymar onto the left-hand side now as Ben ACR7 looks to try and get the opening goal of this game. A little bit of space to work with on this left-hand side. Davies has to work the ball into the middle soon. Neymar now this is great defence actually from Niat. We're seeing him just holding back Ian, and that's good. You want to see someone at least matching man to man. You were talking about man marking earlier and how difficult it is to break through. We're seeing something similar from Niat here.
Yeah, what we saw on the left hand side, there was a lot of overplaying. I thought they could have worked it a bit quicker and tried to get it in the box. They had 2 men in the box, and sometimes you do see a lot of overplaying. If they could get it in there while people are making the moves forward, like we're just seeing our guy there, so they could get some shots off. But then sometimes I'm seeing a lot of overplaying.
Would you agree with that, Yago? Is there just a little bit too much tomfoolery in the moment? A lot too many passes?
Sometimes simple is good, and obviously it's a mix between being a bit more direct, as Ian says, making the more simple plays that can be very efficient. And on the other hand, if you're playing like this is a total new match where it seems like they're defending a bit more patient, then you have to be a bit creative and innovative in front of the box, because they're putting many men behind in their box to just defend.
That was almost a chance for R9 with that directional nutmeg that we speak of. Just so powerful in FIFA 21. Potential through ball here for Ben ACR7, but again just tries to force his way down the right-hand side. Not going to work out with the likes of Patrick Vieira on the pitch. And Ian, I mean, you know Patrick Vieira well. He's one of the best in FIFA. He was one of the best in real life as well, wasn't he?
Well, that's what you want to do. You want to try and get the ball. If you could get the ball into those kind of midfield areas with Patrick, the Patrick that I played with, he tries to get it forward as quickly as he can. And he's the kind of person that when he does get it, I make my move, because I want to get. I know that Patrick will try and find me. He's not gonna have too many touches on it. He gets it, he one to it, he'll play it off you so as you can get forward. And you can see here they've got players forward, but now you need somebody. He's got no one to play off in the middle there. Now he's coming to the middle now, but I'm not seeing a lot of ball in the box from this. I've ever shot or something. I'm not seeing enough. And now they've lost the ball. They've overplayed there.
Yeah, both players just really struggling in the final third. No one being able to create any chances at the moment. But Ben ACR7, perhaps he can change his own fortune. He'll recycle the play back to his own Patrick Vieira, who's playing in centre-back, I believe, for him. And now Neymar with the chance again on the left-hand side into R9. But there's just no space at the moment for them. R9 has to try and break through and do something himself. Vieira into Bruno Fernandes. Bene trying to up the tempo a little bit here in hope that a gap will kind of show itself, but it hasn't done thus far. Vieira commanding the midfield, plays it forward to Pele on the turn. Can he do anything here? Nice little stop-up. Wait, denied by Varane and Yago. I mean, what you're seeing is just two players who seem to be defending very successfully.
A super tactical affair right now. Really think that they're patient in their defending, which is really hard to break down. They're not taking any unnecessary risks, which means that it really requires of the two players when they're attacking to be creative. And it was a very good situation for Bene before. He got isolated with Pele or R9, and that's what you want to. That's really the scenarios you want to have. Just as in real football, if Vieira would pass it to you, Ian, or to Dennis, that was also, I guess, some of the situations you, as a team, wanted to have.
Yeah, what you want to do, you want to get them in that kind of area of the field where you know that they're the ones, guys, who will put that ball into the area. Like we've got R9 here, we've got Pele. You want R9 on the last man, And then when you get the ball in that position, you slip him in, he is not missing. And this is what they're not doing at the minute. They're not getting the ball to him quick enough in areas where we know R9 will punish you.
Certainly all tournament long, R9 has been scoring goal after goal when he does get into those positions, and maybe a chance here. Ronaldo will play it back across, but it's into no man's land. But Cancelo was there, and that was a chance. And now we maybe might see something just right at the other end. Neymar tries to shift it on in. Can he get on the end of it with Pele? Yes, he can. And there's the opening goal from Bene CR7. Pele striking it home. And Ian, that was a goal.
That is fantastic. That is a brilliant counter-attack. The thing, again, simple. Was it 3 passes? Bam, in the goal. You got to get the ball to these guys, like Ronaldo and Pele. As soon as you can, bam, they're going to finish.
Wow, amazing goal there. I mean, Aga, talk me through it. It was on the counter-attack as well. How much does that hurt as a player when that goes against you?
Well, Bene told us before the competition that he likes to create the meta, and he's seen something that none of us really saw with that pass from his own half. I mean, that was a counter-attack on a very, very high level. Then, as Ian said, 3 touches, get it into the striker who converts it. One of the best goals, to be honest, I've seen in this competition, just because of the vision from Bene.
Great vision. I mean, we're getting to the business end of the tournament now, Ian. This is a chance for top 8 in the eChampions League. As a player, would you get a little bit more nervous the further you got closer towards finals and the
absolutely. Absolutely. The thing is that what you do start thinking about when you get to the latter stages of the competition is how important the chances that you may get, and they're all half chances because, like I say, you're playing against top players. They're all half chances, and what I used to think about more than anything else was making sure that I hit the target with my chances. Oh, jeez, that's so unlucky.
Speaking of hit the target,
wow,
that one's hit the post.
And that's the thing, sometimes you're playing in games and that is the chance you get. You get one chance, unfortunately, he's done well with that, but he's hit the bar. But what I was going to say is that I would always try to make sure that I got my technique right to hit the target, so as sometimes you get half a chance, you have to take half a chance.
Maybe they could have done with Ian Wright on the pitch there to try and finish that one and grab the equaliser. But 1-0 at the end of the first leg, so still another 90 minutes to go between these two competitors in what is a very tough game for both. It's been a very defensive display from them, but it is an important one to try and get into that top 8. I mean, Ian, as a football player, like professional player yourself, when you kind of watch FIFA, and we'll look at the highlights as you talk us through them, do you see the imitations from real football transferring over to FIFA? Do you see that a lot?
Well, like I said, I was saying earlier on, Al, I like the way, you know, when you pass the ball, it gets there. Bam, first time, one touch passes get to where they go. What I see a lot in FIFA when I'm watching, as much as I do love the skills, you know what I mean, people try to do skills with the players that they've got who can take one touch and finish, like this kind of stuff. You know, sometimes you're seeing people get the ball in an area where they're doing a lot of skills, which is like, in real football, you take your half a chance because the higher you go, you don't get that much time on the ball. So you have to, a Pele, a Ronaldo, they're not going to mess around, the R9, they're not going to mess around in there because they'll get it out of it, bam, and finish, because that's what they were good at. That's what they were immense at.
And I mean, Aga, whilst Ian is a champion on the pitch, you're a champion on the virtual pitch, a previous E-World Cup champion. How is it for you as a player when you're in these situations, when you're trying to break into that top 8 and it's kind of last door saloon where you know you'll be out of the competition if you do lose here?
It's really about staying composed and staying confident and trust yourself, because there's a reason they are here. There's a reason they're playing the decisive game of getting to that top 8. So they have to trust their own abilities and they have to take their chances. And so far, I believe that's just what separates them from the first leg. They had one chance each, and as Ian said, the higher you get up in terms of level, the less chances you will have. So it's about converting them, and so far, Ben has taken his chances.
Yeah, Bene's taken his chances. Nihat, however, did strike the crossbar, and I mean, mentally, that's not going to help you when you're going into the second leg, that you came so close. Ian, is there anything you want to see Nihat change going into this second leg? From what you've seen, you saw it as kind of a bit tight on the wings, no one really being able to break through. Is there anything you would tell them if you were the coach?
What I tell them is like, the simpler, the quicker you could get it forward to the forwards, what we've got on display, then the better. Get your shots off instead of getting into a position where you could have had an opportunity to shoot, but you haven't taken the opportunity to shoot. Try and get yourself in a situation where you can get the opportunity to shoot, then get the goal, because these players will score the goal, and then you could start playing a little bit more cagey. And then, like we saw with the counter-attack, if they do make a mistake, bam, 3 passes, you can score the other side. But try and get that goal, because we've got players who can finish with one-touch finishes. Get the ball into them sooner.
Yeah, you got some of the best icons in the game. I mean, Pele, CR7, for example, they can finish
Yep.
it. R9, excuse me. And Aga, it's very difficult when you get hit on the counter-attack. I mean, we've seen it quite a lot throughout this tournament, goals being scored when you push those players up on the pitch. How do you stop those counter-attacks from happening? Because it seems to be happening a lot in today's tournament.
It's really about being sharp in the gegenpressing. So whenever you lose the ball high on your opponent's area, you have to be very, very composed and fast in your player switching, getting your men close to the player who have the ball and preventing him from getting up here to his strikers or his offensive midfield, to players who can change the game.
Well, we're underway for the second 90 minutes then. And the last chance for these players to try and show what they're made of, to break through into that top 8 of the eChampions League. Bene CR7 going to be from left to right in this lime green, and Nia in the purple from right to left. And it's Bene CR7 going forward. Pele gets hold of it, will strike, but a fantastic save there from Van der Sar. We'll go out for a corner. So maybe trouble not quite over just yet. Nice challenge from Kylian Mbappe to keep things going his way, but I think Pele might be still onside here. Mbappe shifts the ball, direction or nutmeg. Plays it to R9, some nice cricketer cancels coming out here, but in the end, slightly overplayed again, Ian.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When we just saw just now, I saw R9 make a good run in the box, but they played it outside the box instead. You've got to get the ball in the box, because these guys, if you get it in there, they will finish it.
Here is Hullet.
There you go.
The other side now for Nia.
There's
the goal, and there is it. Ronaldo, R9 gets the opportunity, gets fed that ball that Ian has been so desperately hoping was going to arrive. And the finish just tops it off. And that's what can happen. Just give R9 the ball. It's as simple as that, isn't it, Wrighty?
Well, the thing about it is that, like, you know, I know that what I love about the game is watching the guys do their stuff and express themselves. But we're talking about a competition where you're trying to further yourself and get further in down the competition. You've got the best players ever to play this game. You get the ball to them, they do their stuff. Get it into them, get the game comfortable, then show me what you got.
Well, 1-1, all tied up, Aga. And that's going to do a world of confidence for Nia, and maybe he could strike twice here with R9. Just trying to shift away from the man. Neymar tries to go for the Elastico, doesn't quite work out, but a fantastic response from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can tell now that he's very confident, and he's starting to find those passes where he gets R9 or Neymar isolated with Bene CR defenders, and that is what you want to do, because the longer we come into this second leg of the match, the more intense it will be, and then it's just the hardest mental position to defend when you're isolated in a 1v1 with your strikers against the opponent's defenders. And Nia is starting to find those gaps now.
Here's Patrick Vieira, finds R9, directional nutmeg, shifts it onto the left foot, and wow, what a finish that is. After being behind, now takes the lead, and it's R9 again, striking on that left foot, and quite rightly deserved a round of applause there, Ian.
You know, like I say, you know, you've got these players, use them, and what I like about what's going on, what he's doing at the moment, is like he's getting a lot of width. You can look at the defence here, the green defence, and they're very narrow. You know what I mean? So for me, you know, yes, you've got the space out wide, but if you could get them very narrow and get people making the runs inside, or you can have the shot, get people like R9 going in, he's going to fit, he's going to at least hit the target.
Well, 2-0 now. And after a tough first leg for Nia, he suddenly finds himself ahead here. And perhaps a chance to really take this game by the scruff of the neck and pummel Bene CR7 into the ground, but I'm sure that Benny won't allow that to happen. He feeds the ball into Pele, but Van der Sar off his line. And that's a huge save there, Aga.
Very, very vital save for Edwin van der Sar and for Nia. Edwin van der Sar has been, for me, the best goalkeeper in this competition. We also saw him yesterday pulling out some wonderful saves. But overall, a huge chance for Bene, and that's really what it comes down to when two players are so close to each other level-wise. It is about taking your chances, because otherwise your opponent will do.
I mean, goalkeeper selection is always a hot topic when it comes to these tournaments because they don't apply to the restrictions. Ian, if you had to choose a goalkeeper and you're not allowed to choose David Seaman, who are you going for?
Say again, you just cut out the last bit there?
I was saying, if you had to choose a goalkeeper but you're not allowed to choose David Seaman, who would you go for?
Schmeichel. Peter Schmeichel was so tough to score against. I think I only scored against him in friendlies. We played against him in the Community Shield at Wembley. Scored a great goal against him. And I scored a couple of goals. We played a pre-season friendly in South Africa, but he literally saved. Some of the saves he made against me it was personal. It was personal. I hated him. By the time we finished, I hated him. Like, we're friends now. We play golf. He always teases me. Never scored against him in a competitive game, but he was so good.
Anyone else taking a shot against him might have gone in, but just because it was you, he said, nah, I'll save this one, shall I? That sounds pretty spiteful, but I respect it.
He let players in teams that were going in relegation score against him, but not me.
Well, maybe Bene CR7 could use the help of Van der Sar, who's currently in goal for Nia. It is a 2-1 lead as we approach the end of this first half. And what has been a much more exciting and explosive second leg. Not quite as tedious in the midfield as now Ronaldo strides forward. I think Pele could be offside, but he's not managed to hold his run here.
Yeah.
Only a few minutes left, Aga. Are you impressed with how Nia has responded in this second leg?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a great response from him, and I felt like the first match, both players were just feeling each other out, seeing where are my opponent's strengths, where are his weaknesses that I can take advantage of. And I feel like Nia have been decisive, more decisive in front of the box in this match, which at the end of the day could go on and be the difference between those two players here. But there's still one half to be played, and of course the last 2 minutes here where I believe Nia will try to just keep the ball and take the last attack, so he avoid that Bene will score before first half is blown.
Yeah, he wants to ensure that there's no counter-attack possibilities. Arguably a free attack, but does give the ball away to Bene. So last attack of the game could go to Bene, but he also fumbles a little bit here. So now Nia will have his opportunity just to go forward, see if he can do anything special, but not going to happen just yet. 45 minutes gone in this second leg. Only 45 minutes left. I mean, Ian, where do you think this game's going? Do you have a favourite? Niat with a 2-1 lead at the moment.
Yeah, I think Niat, for me at the moment, because you can see him starting to get more confident. I saw him do a beautiful little backward kind of move with Ruud Gullit there. But what I'm seeing with Benny is he's not getting the ball forward enough to let these top players do their stuff. Get the ball into them, score the goals, and then you get your confidence coming. Because like at the moment, they're not doing enough in and around the last third to cause Niat problems. And now Niat's getting his confidence. You can see, I can see him getting another couple of goals.
And on the other side, Agra, I mean, we talk about getting the ball to the likes of R9, the likes of Pele, for example, but we do have some fantastic defenders, of course, in the game. Slightly different from what we might see in other FIFA tournaments. We're not seeing the icons being played at the back, but the likes of Varane has done wonders for players today as we get this one back underway.
Yeah, definitely. He's been the leader in the defense, and then he most likely have been supplied by the likes of Kyle Walker moving into a centre-back role, or a Klosterman or a Kanji. So there's been different partners to Varane, but Varane has definitely been on all the players' teams.
Well, again, in the second half then of this second leg, last chance for Bene to try and get back into the tie and stay alive in the eChampions League. Loser goes home, winner progresses to the top 8 where everyone wants to be. We will play those finals May 28th when the 8 top competitors will all come against each other. Some of the best in the world, some of the best in Europe as well. But we have seen the best players really knocked out in the early stages of this competition. And Wrighty, I wanted to ask you, I mean, as a player yourself playing in cup competitions, of course, there's always going to be upsets. Did you fear getting beaten by kind of teams that were lower than you in the league?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Absolutely, because I remember I remember that when I joined Arsenal, we played. I was injured, and we played Wrexham in the FA Cup, and it was massive, and they beat us. It was like it was a game. You're watching the game, and you can't understand why we're not playing any better. But their game raised. They were brilliant. Their players played well above themselves, and we did everything we tried, just didn't work out. And then the next year we played against Yeovil, and it was tough. They made it very hard for us. They're like 5-6 leagues below us. And it was really, really tough. And when you go into those games, you're going into those games knowing that you're better than the team, but you have to prove that you're better, because on any given day, you know, they get this adrenaline and then they get that goal and then they get the impetus, and it's very difficult to beat them. But then, you know what I mean, your professionalism and the fact that you're better than them should always take you through, but it's how you approach the game. You don't take anything for granted. You don't take liberties with them, a lot of space there. And then, you know, you finish them off.
Well, now. Man, that's going to be a chance, and Neymar gets on the end of it. Pass after pass after pass, and a celebration towards the camera from Nihat as well.
It's awesome.
You know you're confident when you start to celebrate at the camera. Well, that was a great goal. I mean, Aga, talk me through that one.
And what a play, what a passing display here. I mean, one touch passes in the box and just played a chance for that was looking like a 100% chance over to a 110% chance. And it just again shows that Nihat has really been responding and converting into this second leg and got the confidence that is needed to win such a decisive match as this is.
Now has a 2-goal lead, a 2-goal cushion. He'd start to be a little bit more calm with his approach to the game and try and dominate the possession, but NACR7 will look to try and disrupt this and get back into the game as soon as possible. As Vieira just strolling forward, but Walker denies and has been fantastic at the back as well. And this certainly is going to be increasingly difficult for NACR7 to get back into the game, especially with a ball like that. Neymar will get on the end of it, nods it down. Needs a little bit of support here though. Happy to eat up a little bit of time, but we'll still be thinking about that 4th goal. Here is Patrick Vieira. Any support in the midfield has to turn on himself. Neymar gets taken out, but Cancelo only gives the ball back. A little bit of a wrestling match on that left-hand side. Mbappe will recover, but it's going to be offside. And a chance for a breather, Ian. But, I mean, you must have enjoyed seeing that goal. That was the football you've been asking for.
Beautiful. Well, the thing is that one thing that you, like I say, and you can't ignore with this, is that you have unbelievable players on there. So what you want to do is you want to do the simple stuff, get the goals like we're seeing Nihat do now, and now we're seeing Nihat play some great stuff. Confidence is flowing. Now we're seeing the one-touch stuff, keeping it simple, and that goal was, like I said, and you see him score more goals because he's a lot more confident now. He's showing his skills and everything, and this is the time to do it.
This is the time to shine indeed. And I mean, Aga, you as a player, when you do have a lead like this, is this when you start to showboat a little bit?
Well, in this case, if you start to showboat, it means that you're confident, that you have that extra energy and feel like I got this. And that's also what Nihat is showing us, I think. So definitely, but there's also a line between just being very, very structured and disciplined and not taking any risks, and then potentially not overplaying stuff, because the game is far from finished. It's only 2 goals still.
Well, NACR7 almost had a chance there to try and at least get one back. Yet to score, of course, in this second leg. Only had the original goal from the first. Ronaldo will play it to Neymar. Lots of lime green shirts flowing forward, but it's just about finding one of those prolific strikers to get on the end of it. Ronaldo could take a shot if he wanted, but lays it off to Pele. Tries to spin past the man. Reverse Elastico into the scoop. They're all fantastic skill moves, but they're not really getting him closer to goal. There's now actually Neymar on his left foot, and there we go. Game on. Right back into things. And there might have been some fancy footwork, but it was the finish in the end, Ian, that was sublime.
Well, exactly right. And I'll continue saying what I've said from the start. You've got great players. Get the ball in the box and let them shoot. Get the ball out their feet, let them shoot. Get yourself back into this. That was a good goal. Fantastic finish.
And those are the goals that you really want to see if you are a fan of NACR7. Of course, a FIFA player has been around the blocks a little bit. I'm sure he would love to get to the top 8 of the eChampions League, but it was just the pass after pass after pass, always looking for those extra percentages, Aga, that you were talking about And it can be a risk to look for those extra percentages, but it seems to have worked out for both of the players today.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're heading into a situation in the match that's really uncomfortable for Nihat. He has to really show his composure here. We saw yesterday that he was perhaps crumpling a little bit against Hazard, who will play for the upper bracket semi-final later on today. But we saw him crumble a little bit when he had the lead. And hopefully for him and for Spain and Docs Gaming, he learned from yesterday and knows what to do now.
Just needs to keep his cool here. Try and hold on to possession a little bit. But I don't want to see him turtle up too much and be reluctant to push forward, because we do see a lot of players in this situation when they only have a goal lead, sit back, try and sit on that lead, and it's so quickly taken away from them, sometimes in the dying moments, which is even more heartbreaking. But with how Nihat has been attacking in this game, I'd like to see him continue to look for that final goal, which really would be the final nail in the coffin. It's a nice pass forward to Mbappe, plenty of room here. Is R9 onside? It looks like he is. What do you go for? Do you go for any skill moves? And oh, it's just a little bit too much. Varane off the line, and that could have been the chance to win the game. I like the attempt, but it looked like he just didn't really know what he was going to go for. It's now Vieira, back to Mbappe. Maybe it's not just over yet, this attack. Mbappe nods it down, flicks it over the man, and back to Vieira again. Who's going to be the man to really make a difference here? Mbappe cannot get hold of it. It's all a little bit messy at the back, but Yago, I mean, again, 1v1 situation with the goalkeeper, and it hasn't gone his way.
Yeah, he really would have loved to score on that, but also nice defending from Bene, just delaying the situation so he can track Varane down to the goal line and just blocking it. That was a last-minute action, and it could be...
What can you do with it? And it's going to be the finish. It's going to be the equaliser. And you can see what it means to Bene CR7. Punches the air. A little bit of a gift after a deflection from the goalkeeper. But it's the goal. It's an equaliser. And Ian, I mean, I'm sure you would have even felt that celebration. That one meant a lot to Bene.
Yeah, it does. And the thing is, what he's realising now is he's trying to get it forward quicker. He's passing crisper. He's getting the ball in the area where he can actually hurt Nihat. And what he's done now, he's caused him a lot of problems. And if I'm hearing right, that Nihat might be he might be feeling a bit nervous right now. So it's up to Benny now to keep pushing forward. Simple, get it forward to the guys. See if he can get the equaliser.
I mean, we say all the time that momentum is everything in FIFA esports. Momentum heavily on the side of Bene's CR7 right now, Yago. And I'm sure after that goal and after that just injection of adrenaline from scoring, he's going to be feeling on top of the world. But it was how he just reacted to that moment. The ball kind of bobbled around, but he knew exactly what he wanted to do with R9.
Yeah, definitely. Composed in the box, and I really hope for Nihat now that his coaches and supporters who are sitting behind him really have to calm him down now and lift him up again. Because in the beginning of this second leg, we saw how confident and how good Nihat can be when he's just fearless. And with 10 in-game minutes left, you really have to be fearless now. You have to be composed. You have to take the right choices. And that is going to decide the match now, who is best at doing that.
Bene CR7 leans as close to his monitor as physically possible. Has his head almost in his webcam at this point, but only 8 minutes left before we potentially head to extra time and then penalties if we need to separate the two still after those 30. But it's Nihat with possession. Can hold on to it a little bit here. Doesn't have to rush his play. Will go into R9. Directional nutmeg attempt number 1. Tries to get past, and oh, he's actually got a shot away, but Yashin has made one heck of a save there. Otherwise, we might have been seeing Nihat take the lead with only a few minutes left. Has he got anything from the set pieces? Tries to find Rudelit, but Yashin pushes it away once again. Vieira now. It's all Nihat, and it's all his chance to try and win this tie, because a goal here would surely settle it. Playing it around all these purple shirts, but now overplaying it. And things are starting to get a little bit nervy, Ian.
Yeah, this is what it's about now. So now we'll see what people are about, because I agree with Nihat. He's just got to stay calm, keep the ball, not do anything simple, and wait for the opportunity. I think the same with Benny. They've just got to take their times now. Don't give the ball away silly. Don't do silly things in silly areas. get the ball in an area where you know that you can hurt them and see if they make mistakes. That's a good pass.
That's one incredible pass to find Cristiano Ronaldo, but the ball will go out for a corner. Again, another chance to try and find some of these big defenders or the likes of Huller who can nod them away. It's lofted to the back post. Van der Sar punches it towards his own post. Mendy will be there to try and rescue, but this is a real messy situation. And I feel like this is going to be extra time. It will. 90 minutes gone in the second leg. 3-3 then, nothing to separate the two, Aga. And this is where it really starts to get scary as competitors, when you know that you're edging even closer to a penalty shootout.
This is where champions are made, so to speak. And obviously this is not a final, but the momentum you can get by winning a match that evolved like this is huge. And both of them have ups and downs during this match. So it's really, again, about who can keep calm and take the right decisions under pressure. And right now, I feel like Bene has got the advantage based on the last 15 minutes, just because of the momentum. And he seems a bit more sharp and composed. But we've seen with FIFA how fast things can go. So it's really hard to predict.
Yeah, and it's a case of just trying to find that extra little bit of gas, which is quite similar to real football, Ian. I mean, when you go into extra time, how difficult is it to find that extra level?
Well, the thing about it is you're trying to do the same things, you're trying to make sure, but you're doing it with the kind of mindset that you don't want to make mistakes. This is where Nihat doesn't want to get into that situation where he's hanging on, because the momentum is with Benny. So he will be going for it. But what Nihat's got to do is got to carry on playing how he plays, because he saw he was able to breach him. So he's got to keep doing that, and then the chance will come.
Oh, almost a chance for Mo Salah, who's now joined the pitch. Some fresh legs to try and inject some pace into this game. There's almost a big mistake there from Nihat. You can see the possession stats there in the top left-hand side of your screen. 54% possession in favour of Bene CR7. But it's Nihat who has the ball, with Cancelo joining the attack. Into Ronaldo now. A lot of lime green shirts in his way, so needs some support. Gets a nice 1-2. Ronaldo with the finish, but it's just gone straight into Yashin. And that was a chance to win the game. And Aga, I mean, head in hands moment for me. You just expected it to go across goal.
Yeah, we could see that Bene already moved his goalkeeper towards the near post. So the far post was totally open, and that's what we are speaking about here. It's about being composed and have the calmness in those situations, because it's not guaranteed that you will have a chance like that again. So super vital for Bene, but also really a punch in the stomach for Nihat.
And this could be an even bigger punch in the stomach as the ball smashes into the back of the net as Pele finds the goal. And it's a 4-3 lead for Bene CR7. And I mean, Ian, even you're saying, oh no. So I wonder how Nihat would be feeling.
Well, to be honest, he's got to be gutted at the moment, because what's happened is that he's kind of like he's crumbled under the pressure, if I'm being totally honest. He hasn't played his game, he hasn't stick to his game, because when he was 3-1 up, he was confident, he was passing it around, he was trying to go for that next goal. I saw a couple of skills coming out, whereas Bene CR7, he's just eased himself back into the game, got the ball into the forwards, they scored the goals. Now he's in front. It's up to Nihat now to get himself going. He's got to find it. He's got to find it. Like you say, his people around him have got to get him going. He's a good player. He's got to find it.
Needs to dig deep. And he might not get the chance in the first half of this extra time period as it goes into added on time. The whipped ball only finds Rafael Varane. Has to be going forward now, does Nihat? Otherwise the referee will bring this game to a halt at half-time of extra time. So 15 minutes left for Nihat to try and get back into things. Bene CR7 now having a goal lead. And Aga, I mean, 15 minutes in a game of FIFA just feels like a couple of seconds, doesn't it?
Yeah, at least for Nihat it does. For Bene, I believe it will be one of the longest 15 in-game minutes he'll have in his career. He wants to probably try to do some time management here and just making sure not to pull any defenders out of position and just be well structured and organized. While Nihat will have to bring many men forward now, probably change up his formation. He's been running that 5-3-2 formation. They have to pull much more men forward now. Just to secure a draw would result in a PK shootout. So it's the experience right now that's against Nihat, and regardless of what's happening here, it's been a very, very big season for Nihat and can be proud of going this far. Obviously, you haven't lost yet, but I mean, the experience just comes to show here that you have to sit in a situation a certain amount of times in order to know exactly what to do.
Well, 15 minutes left for Nihat to try and rescue this situation and try and survive in the eChampions League. One goal would take us to penalties, but of course, CR7 will not want it to be heading that way, but it is Nihat heading forward at the moment. Those purple shirts all flooding forward together to try and get closer to goal and hope that he can just pinch one back here. Throw-ins can be sometimes difficult, but he's been able to find a little bit of space with Marcus Rashford. A couple of players waiting in the middle. Plays it back to Patrick Vieira. Into Ronaldo now. Nice little 1-2 with R9. Here's Patrick Vieira. Could he be the one to get the goal? The fake shot comes out and goes for an attempted back heel, but it's not going to be there. And I thought for a second, right, that Vieira was going to get the goal.
I was very surprised to see that. Although Patrick has scored goals, I've seen him do that. But when Patrick was going to shoot there, I was like, come on, Patrick!
I'd love to see it go in, especially Nihat would have. But now on the other side, CR7 has the opportunity to put this game to bed. Could time waste, but instead looks for the goal, going in with Pele. Scoops away from the man, and this is all tactical. It's eating away at the clock, but then does give the ball away, Yago. And that's not the situation you want to be putting yourself in with only a few minutes left.
Yeah, we still managed to waste some time. I'm really surprised that he didn't score there with Vieira. Should have just pressed the trigger, but could do it here.
Hold on a second, and Rashford!
Oh my gosh!
And there's the goal!
Well played.
He's going to send us to penalties, surely.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
That's what you want to see. You want to see your big players step up at the right time.
Yeah.
Heartbreak for CR7, but it's Marcus Rashford, Ian, who gets the goal.
A brilliant goal from Marcus Rashford, but absolutely crazy play from Pele down in the line, down the bottom there. Messing around with the ball, then giving the ball away like that. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, we always say, Yago, that it's great to just run to the corner and eat away at the time because it can get away from you so fast. But it almost felt like he thought about time wasting, but then thought, actually, I don't want to time waste. I'm going to go for goal. Second-guessed himself and gave the ball away.
Yeah, it's such a hard situation to be in because there was still a lot of time to be played of the match, so perhaps it was a bit early to run down to the corner. So I guess that he started doubting, should I just try to be in the corner flag and just keep the possession, or should I go for the goal? And that ending up being crucial for him because Nihat got the ball, made a good counter-attack, and now we definitely have a match.
We saw a quick quote there from CR7 just saying how confident he is for penalty shootouts. And that looks like the way we're going to be heading unless there's even more late drama. It's going to be possession for CR7. What has he got left in the tank after that heartbreak of conceding so late and being so close to tasting that top 8 here in the eChampions League? I'm sure he'll want to hold on to possession a little bit, restrict the chance for Nihat to get any sort of counter-attack or any sort of free attack as we go into just 1 minute of added on time. So it's now or never for CR7 to find a goal. Otherwise, we'll be heading to penalties. R9's found a little bit of space on this left-hand side. Stops up. Is there anyone to pass to? Heel to heel, ball roll, scoop turn, all the skill moves as he finds Mbappe. Cannot afford to go backwards. Walker steps in. It's a little bit messy, but it looks like Nihat's going to be able to hold on to it. And penalties we go. I mean, Ian, you've been in plenty of penalty shootouts yourself.
Yeah.
It's a scary moment to be in.
It is, but like this kind of moment, I'm thinking to myself, I'm taking number 5 penalty. The reason why I always want to take number 5 penalty because it's either you're going to be the total hero or you're taking a penalty to save your team.
Salah steps up with the first penalty and it is saved by Van der Sar. And now Salah on the other side for Nihat to try and take the lead here. Goes the same way, but it's a little Panenka. I will reiterate that they do not have the reticule in these penalties, so it's even more difficult to score than what would be usual in FIFA 21. As our first penalty does go in, and Rashford equalises here, Yago.
Yeah, very, very intense. we've seen the variation of trying to make the Panenka, and it haven't really worked out. So it really requires confidence to do it. And the mentality that you speak about, Ian, is exactly the mentality these two players should have. No fear. They want to save themselves and the team.
Yep.
Ronaldo hits the post as well. It's so difficult for both of these players. Bene CR7 can't quite believe it. But he has the chance to take the lead again. Goes for the Panenka, but Van der Sar holds his ground. And now Nia can take the lead in this shootout with CR7. Goes right into the post again! And the curse of having no reticule really is showing off here. Mbappe, surely he scores. No, it's saved! And Nia has the chance to go through now with this penalty. Hullet, of all people, steps up. Can he score? Yes, he can! Dux Nia goes through. The room celebrates, he celebrates. Bene CR7 puts his head in his hands. You can see what it means, though, to the Dux gang. An incredible penalty shootout full of plenty of misses, plenty of saves. It's not a nice way to be eliminated from any competition, Ian, but certainly a amazing feeling when you do win them.
Absolutely, it is, because of the nerves that come in with it. But like, I got to say, I got to give a lot of credit to Niat there. I thought he was done and gone when Benny CR7 came back, but you know, he showed a lot of character. You know, penalty shootout. That was that's my first penalty shootout I've seen. It was so exciting. I couldn't believe it. But like, yes, no one likes to go out like that. But when you win them, you know, you're just so relieved. You know what I mean? I feel for Benny CR7 because he came back well, but I thought Nia had done enough in the game just to win that one. But it was a good game. It was a great game. Really exciting game.
Well, we're going to jump into the highlights, Aga, so we can take a look just how these players got to a penalty shootout. I mean, talk me through some of these goals. This game had a little bit of everything, didn't it?
Definitely, and in the beginning of the match, we really saw Nia turning up, and we were pretty confident that he would win the match, as he eventually also ended up doing, but he really made us doubt. But in the beginning, it was picture perfect. This goal is super, super nice. First touch passes and just executed very nice. And then we were in for the comeback, and where we started again to doubt if Nia would have learned anything from yesterday, where he crumpled a bit and seemed pretty nervous, to be honest, making some bad decisions, I'll say, allowing Bene to come back into the match and eventually also taking the lead here with Pele. And that was really where we thought, okay, Bene CR7 is going to take this match. But a very nice action from Rashford here. Made it up, so it ended up in the penalties. And at the PKs, I mean, a lot of misses, but at the end of the day, Dux Niet won, and a very, very nice experience from him.
Well, thank you, Aga, and also a pleasure. Thank you, Ian, to commentate alongside you. The final score, 5-4 to Nia in that penalty shootout, or after penalty, should I say. An amazing game. Rachel, what do you have to think about that one?
Oh, boys, thank you so much. Ian, you said that was your first penalty shootout that you've watched, and you were stressed out. I've watched so many of those penalty shootouts, and let me tell you, they don't get any easier. But obviously, congratulations to Dux Nia for going through there, and commiserations, Benny CR7. Yeah. Obviously, that's not even his preferred console, so a massive well done for him for getting this far in the competition as well. Love to see that drama left, right, and centre, guys. But we do now have our players confirmed in the competition. Mike, I'm going to come to you first because you were watching it, living it with me. Obviously, Ian was commentating, so I'm going to come to him in a second. Just give me your thoughts on that, Mike. Can you explain it? Sum it up for us.
Well, I might look a little rough. The jacket came off, the buttons came down, the buttons came back up, and the jacket went back on. I couldn't believe what I was watching in terms of the comeback, the resilience, and then when you got the penalty kicks, are you kidding me? Because we saw the post hit, and then a post hit, and then you'd have a miss, then a failed Panenka. Neither of them converted a Panenka. And if you're at home and you're saying, I play a lot of FIFA, why are these guys struggling so much with penalty kicks? Multiple reasons, but two of the main ones being, one, they're under a lot of pressure, and two, they don't have an indicator. So if you're playing online right now, you have an indicator. But when you're dealing with the pro level, there is none of that. So slight aim this way or that way, you can overdo it, you can overclock it, you don't get any assistance. I'm stressed out. I'm a little stressed out.
Yeah, I can see. But maybe, Ian, though, the players should be more thorough in their preparation of penalties, like I know you were back in the day. You used to say after training, didn't you, and put a bit of practice in?
Yeah. I would take at least 25 penalties after every session. because the reason why that was is that when we got a penalty in a game, I wanted the guys to know that they were confident in me taking it, because I was confident in taking it because they saw me practice them. Like you say, there's no guideline with the penalties here, but like I thought that it was still very exciting. When you see a Panenka go wrong, it doesn't matter what guidelines they've got, it just looks so bad. But at the same time, I have to say with Nihat, my worry for him is that the further you go in the competition, like you say, that the tactical people will be looking at him and saying, listen, this guy has got enough about him where you've got to finish him off. You've got to finish him off, because as much he went 3-up, it was 3-1 up, and then Benny CR7 was able to kind of like to drag him back. People are going to look at that and say, we have to see this guy off. He has got to find a little bit more in himself to be a bit more ruthless. Because when he was 3-1 up, I found him a little bit like, oh, he's doing a little bit, instead of just go more for Benny, go more for Benny. And in the end, Benny CR7 was very unlucky not to get something out of that.
Maybe that's an age thing, though, Ian. Obviously, we know that Duck's Nihat is quite young, but his teammate, Gravison, who we had on our broadcast as well, he said that he likes to take things really simple. He doesn't overthink that, which I think is a super positive trait. Because I'm sure that you've come across lots of players that overthink things too much and maybe never get to where they should do in terms of like in their career.
Yeah, but at the same time, in this game, what I love about this game is that what you have is the best. The players that you've got are the best. So if you can get the ball into Ronaldo, into Neymar, into Pele, into those, they will do the stuff. Instead of when you start a game, showing all your stuff, get into these people, get the ball into them, score your goals, and then get the game done. Because the further you go, you're going to have less time and you're going to get less scope to actually make mistakes because people will punish you. So for me now, what I would do if I'm playing is I'm going to be so ruthless and so clinical. Of course, you got your game plan, but I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to be taking too many touches around the place. I'm going to get the ball into my top guys and get them to finish it off.
Yeah, Spen, I got to bring you in. What did you make of that absolute monster matchup? I always watch you as well down on the screen, and you're always like head in hands. You're reacting to everything. Give us your thoughts.
Particularly penalties at the moment, because it is so hard without the reticule that we're just seeing so many not go in, which is, it's hard on the players for sure. I think that's why we're seeing so many of these Panenkas as well. It's just because people don't want to take the chance of trying to put it wide because there's so much room for error. But really impressed with Nihat, I mean, obviously as well as his opponent there, Benny, especially on his weaker console. But Nihat was my pick before the tournament when I was asked for a dark horse. I did say that, and that's because I've been really impressed with Ducks in general this year. What they're doing there in that Ducks house is fantastic. But as the youngest member of that house, he's got so much room to grow. And I think that could be a watershed moment for his career. You can see the stats now, 19 goals scored, 11 against, decent goals average per game, 4.75. The fact that he came back in that 115th minute goal in extra time and then found a way to win on penalties, it's important for him now because he's going to take that going in. And, we know he's in the broadcast. He's made it into that top 8. Perhaps a bit more pressure was on his teammate, Adrian, as the second highest ranking in Europe going into this, and he was able to kind of slip under the radar. But now he's very much on people's radar. He's going to go into the finals on May 28th as maybe one of the favourites, probably just outside Ollie, but super impressed by him.
Yeah, exactly. And Gravison, he was like, we've got Adraman and we have Nihat. Can one of the Ducks boys continue in this competition? We have the answer, and that is, of course, yes. So I can't wait to speak to Gravison in a little while and get his thoughts on that. And maybe he's had a conversation as well with Nihat on the phone like he did with Adraman a little bit earlier on, and we can get some insider gossip on how he felt during that one and how he overcome Benny CR7 then. Okay, righty. Mike LaBelle is standing by as always, and he has some great content for us because he has a moment from one of the matches. He has a MasterCard moment for us. Mike, where's it coming from?
Well, of course, we're reviewing that matchup, and outside of the intensity that we saw with the penalty kicks, we've got to talk about this sequence with passing. With Nihat versus Benny, this is the goal, the big takeaway for me. I got out of my seat, just quick passing 101, how to unlock a defense, Barcelona-esque. You see 1, 2, 3, it's gonna be 4 quick passes, and I'm sure Ian would love to be on the back end, the last touch or the final touch in this sequence. It's just such a beautiful play, and at that point you're just saying, please convert it. It's just brilliant in terms of a form of expression in FIFA, and you don't always get to see so many first-time passes. We get caught up in some of the skill moves, but you can still play the beautiful game, and with the classic intangibles and the vision there from Nihat, congratulations. Obviously he's moved forward, but back to all of you. That was the goal. Screenshot it, recap it, grab it, video, post it. Do something with it.
I'm sure it'll go on socials for many years to come, that will, because it was epic. Obviously, that matchup was epic. Unfortunately, it ended in penalties. I hate to see a match end in penalties. It makes it more excited for the audience, of course. Okay, well, we've had so many matchups. We still have our semi-finals of the upper bracket still to come. That is, of course, against all the players who are still undefeated. Yes, they haven't lost a match in this competition so far. So do not go anywhere. That's coming your way right after this break.
Champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction, I put you in ring for the next one. So anything.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard.
63 miles an hour.
Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Music never gets old, does it? Hello, welcome back. My name's Rachel Stringer and I'm your host of the UEFA eChampions League 2021. And what a couple of days we have had so far. We've had so many epic matchups, and we have actually now got our 8 competitors who are going through to the finals on the 28th of May. We'll tell you more about them in a moment's time. But right now, we actually have the Santander competitor of the day, the Power Guys, is in your hands. So all you have to do is head on over to Twitch, and these are your 4 that are in line to be crowned our Santander Competitor of the Day. All you have to do is put the hashtag with the name of the competitor that you think has been so amazing so far over these last couple of days. So you got Yago there, you have Khan, Benny CR7, and Oliver Noel Real. So, I mean, 4 epic competitors. I want to know who you think should be voted the winner of this. So, yeah, put it in the Twitch chat. Power is in your hand. We'll announce this a little bit later on. Okay, there we have it. I love that. I might actually go on Twitch as well and do it. But, right, guys, we have something really cool coming for you right now. Check this bit of content out.
How does that feel for you, knowing that people in the next 5, 10 years, they'll be playing with a prime Rio Ferdinand?
It's only right.
Sorry, Andy, didn't know what it was, Rio or quizzes.
Right, Rio, we have to start with talking about you being a part of the list of the iconic defenders in EA Sports FIFA. What's been the attribute that you like the most about your own player item?
Pace. The pace is real. It's real pace. In that game, you need pace. I don't care. All these slow players, they got to get on the bench or don't get picked. Sorry.
When you're playing in the UEFA Champions League, you're coming up against some of the best players and squads that the world's ever seen. So what was the biggest thing you learned from playing in the UEFA Champions League?
Not to play the occasion. Listen, man, when that music comes on, we've all grown up listening to that. And then you get the opportunity to be part of it and stand out there, and the music comes on, you're looking around like, oh my God. The hairs on the back of your neck are standing up. All of the different moments and great moments you've seen over the years start flooding into your mind and thinking, wow, I'm actually taking part in this now. You've got to be on it, like, because you're playing against the creme de la creme.
Was there ever a time where you looked across at someone and thought, it's going to be tough today?
You always thought that with Drogba. He wasn't someone who scored like the 30 goals a season, man. He weren't that guy. He's one of them guys you could keep quiet for 90 minutes. And then there's 1 minute, 1 second he gets away.
That was seamless!
And he's clinical. Until that whistle goes, man, he's there. Sergio Aguero was one of them as well in the later stages. I would like to have played against Sergio Aguero when I was in my prime. He was happy going left or right, which made him hard to play against, man.
Sergio Aguero is back amongst them in the Champions League.
He was harder to play against than I think a lot of people appreciate, really. Top player, Sergio.
People are always saying the game has changed so much. What qualities of being a good defender would you say are iconic or timeless?
I think having a good mental approach to the game. I think being someone who doesn't get emotional. As a defender, I've always said I don't like people who are too emotional as defenders. They make rash decisions. You can be as quick and physically ready as anything as you want, but at the top level, if you're half a metre out of place, or you react too late to a situation, no matter how quick you are or strong you are, you ain't going to get back, you get punished.
Right, Rio, honestly, it's been incredible looking back at your career, incredible looking up against some of the players you played with and you played against. You definitely were iconic.
Thank you.
I always love hearing from those little features and hearing from Rio there about his career and having a little look at his icon card. Ian, I'm going to come to you first. Kyle, one of our presenters, just asked Rio there, I guess, who, when he walked out onto the pitch on a Champions League, like, he looked across and went, oh, no, you're playing tonight. Were there any of those guys that you used to think, when you used to line up and go, yeah?
Fabio Cannavaro was, I think I had sleepless nights. You know, because you're not getting anything off of players like that, you know. I remember like playing against AC Milan and Costa Curta, Maldini was playing, Tossotti. It's tough because you know that, like Rio said there, you know, you can't get anything wrong. Your touch can't be wrong. Everything has to be right because they're the kind of players that they're not looking at what you're doing in respect to trying to make a run off of them guys in that range. What they're doing is they're looking at how much time the midfielder has got. This is the caliber of player you're playing against now. He's not worried about you trying to make a move to get the ball. He knows that you can't make that move because the guy on the ball has not got the time. And so that is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with that elite level of player and intelligence from a defender that it's not just going to be pace and stuff that's going to beat them. I'm going to need Dennis Bergkamp, Patrick Vieira. I'm going to need all those guys, Mark Overmars, to be on their game as well, because everybody that they're coming up against can match up with them. So you're coming against somebody that's as quick as you, as good as you. So it's going to come down to the small margins. And I honestly, it was amazing, because you know you're playing amongst the elite.
I was going to say then, surely you never let any other opponent's players know that you feared them. And I guess that was because you had such a strong team around you. So you knew you had backup. You knew someone already always had your back.
Well, the thing is, you're fearful of great players. Like Rio was an amazing player to play against, because he was so quick, so strong, so defensively astute, knew everything was happening, what the moves you're going to make. But what they can't cater for is what someone like Dennis Bergkamp, and Dennis's like ability, and if Dennis has got time on the ball, and Rio knows that if I get half a yard, Dennis is going to put that ball into the space where I'm going to make sure that if I get through, I'm going to finish it. And this is what I'm talking about, is when the higher you get, you have to take the half chances, because, you know, you go through on goal, the goalkeeper's waiting for a bad touch so as he can come out and narrow his angle. But if your touches are good, you end up seeing people just slot it past the goalkeeper, because he's in no man's land, because you're elite. You're good, your touches are good. You got someone like Dennis passing the ball to you. And when you're playing for England, you got Gaza or Bergkamp and stuff like that. And and Beckham passing the ball to you, Scholes. And so you know that the ball's coming, and you punish people. You punish people, and you get punished if your touch is off.
I've got a statement and a question, all right? Statement,
yeah.
I want them to do the Ian Wright version of the Rio Ferdinand that we just saw, with what players think and having the back and forth and the reaction. So I'm throwing that out there. I'm manifesting right now. I want that. And my question for you, though, Ian, is I want to know, you've played with everyone. You've had all this star-studded crew around you, including yourself, of course. Who was the most impressive? Who's the best player you think you've played with? Because you've got everybody. You name the position, whether we're talking defenders, midfielders, attackers, you name it. You know, you had it there, whether it was domestically or internationally. Talk to us a little bit. I'm putting you on the spot a little bit.
No, it's okay, Mike. I have to give Dennis Bergkamp a lot of props, simply because he took my game and our football club, Arsenal, to another level. And I think it'd be unfair to say that Dennis wasn't the greatest I played against, but because I played with him, guys, for so much. So being with him, saw his greatness all the time. But I think one of the most impressive players I've played against and played with is Paul Scholes. My God, he's so good. He's so good. And I remember when he first got into England, him, Gary Neville, Phil Neville, David Beckham, and Paul Scholes got into the England squad. And you're thinking these young guys are coming in. But Paul Scholes played like somebody that was a seasoned professional. The thing with the players like this, Mike, is that when they pass the ball to you, and I remember we played against Italy in France in a tournament, a tournoi tournament, and we played against like Ciro Ferrara, Maldini, Cannavaro, all those great Italian players. All of those guys was playing, Christian Vieri. And Paul Scholes made his debut in that game. And honestly, he set me up for a goal and everything, set him up for a goal, but he passed the ball to me. This is why, when I played against Cannavaro, and this is what I noticed, is Cannavaro couldn't do what you do if you get a midfield player who's passing the ball to you on the side, where Cannavaro will come round and nick it off you, because he's so good and he can see where the ball's not right. Paul Scholes and those guys, Beckham and people like that, they pass the ball to you in a place where it negates the defender. So it almost gives you time to get your touch right. And if the touch isn't right, the defender's not on the right side, so you can get it right. Those things happen for people like Paul Scholes. Bergkamp done it as well, Beckham done it as well, but Paul Scholes more so, simply because he was so good, and that was a natural thing for him. And that's what I noticed with the great players. Those things come naturally to him. Passing the ball to the right place for me and all that, so it made the game easy for me as a striker.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned David Beckham a couple of times. We might as well wish him a happy birthday. He's 46 today, guys. So if he's actually watching, he may well be. Happy birthday, David Beckham. Sven, though, we're going to go into the bracket and see who is still left in it. But have you got a question for Ian before we do? Before I send you off to the bracket?
Well, I would have asked Ian. He talked about Cannavaro being so good. Obviously, when they won the World Cup in 2006, he was Player of the Year that year as well, won the Ballon d'Or. But he was 5'9". And the fact is, Rio's talking about these kind of ever-present features that centre-backs need to be good. And usually, it is height. And especially in FIFA, we see that. And the reason Cannavaro's icon card's not been used anywhere near as much as it should have is because he hasn't got the height. What was it that made him have that X factor, that even though he's at 5'9", he's playing, he got that transfer to Real Madrid, did unbelievable things, won Player of the Year, despite not having the main attributes centre-backs need?
Spence, I've never seen anybody leap as high as him. I can't understand how people are not using him, because if they've got that right and they've got his card right, then I would have him, Rio Ferdinand was what, 6'2", maybe 6'3", whatever it is. And on a standing jump, I wouldn't tell you who'd win that with Cannavaro. Cannavaro has got the most unbelievable leap that I've ever seen. I remember this when we played against him. He jumped one time and his knees were up in and around my shoulders. In and around my shoulders. So pace, technical ability, defensive intelligence, everything Cannavaro had.
Amazing. Well,
that makes
I think
me laugh.
It's a great inspiration for anyone watching that's maybe thinks they're not tall enough to be a centre-back, or they don't fit the classic mould of a position. If you're good enough, you can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It always reminds me when Mike once said, jumping like a salmon, I think it was. Anyway, Spencer, we're going over to you with the bracket to see the 8 players who are left in it and going all the way to the finals in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, we do know who they are. This is the lower round 5, so every one of those 4 players will be in the finals on the 28th. They'll be starting with that fixture. AC Monza, Caccia going up against Dakan. For me, talk about players of the day, there's 2 people in there for me. It's either Dakan, who's done fantastically well to get this far, or for me, it's Oliver. We haven't talked about Oliver Nolaril enough, but he's come back from losing that first game. He lost that first game against #Tom, and he put a run together. Obviously, he's won every single game since then. He's snuck under the radar a little bit, but he's going to have a tough game to look forward to against Niat on the 28th. But all 4 of those guys will be there, done fantastically well. We've got one set of fixtures left to see today. If we take things up a little bit, you can see them right here. The upper semi-finals. Ollie Bolly versus Ethan. Huge game. This is not to get through to the finals. They're already there. This is just to give them that extra push towards winning it. If they get through to the upper finals and win that, it's hard for anyone to come back. Not impossible, but it makes it easier for them. So you've got Ethan, Ollie Bolly, and you've got Hezers versus Oliver PN. Oliver, 2 Olivers actually, being the 2 probably unsung heroes of this tournament. Both done really well. Look forward to seeing them on the 28th, but we're going to potentially see Oliver PN again in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Spen. Well, this is a matchup I think we've been waiting to see all day, ever since it was confirmed yesterday. It's when Mark and Ryan get the opportunity to cast this one. It's going to be amazing. It is Ollie Bolly taking on Ethan. I can't wait to see how this one pans out. Guys, enjoy it. I'm jealous.
Rightly so. I mean, this is a real honour to cast this game. It's going to be an amazing game, and I'm sure one that everybody who's watching at home right now is extremely excited for as well. 2 of the best players that we've seen form-wise in the eChampions League so far throughout the tournament, and one player in particular, the man right next to me, is very excited about seeing for the first time on broadcast. Ryan, Ollie Bolly was your pick at the start of the tournament to not only, put in a good performance, but potentially go all the way. And he's doing that as well. His performances have been absolutely superb. And you've been looking through some of the results as well. And there's a reason for why he's been playing so well.
Ollie Bolly, for me, is one of the best players I've played. So he was in the Club World Cup tournament in this year. I believe it was in February, and I practiced against him during the lead up to the tournament, and he was somebody that impressed me defensively, how assured he was offensively as well. He created so many chances. He's somebody that's really hard to break down. We even see with the scorelines he has had, he doesn't concede too many goals, and we've seen Caccia as well, the person that he actually defeated in the upper bracket to reach this moment against Ethan. He only conceded 2 goals against Caccia. Now, in the lead up for Caccia, he scored minimum 6 goals every game. He even scored 9 goals against Yago, who defeated #Tom. So he keeps a lot of games low scoring in terms of conceding, but he also scores a lot as well.
We'll have to see if he can continue this form. Now we're underway, as you can see, 7 minutes already gone in this game. A little bit of a different feel to this one as well. Both of these players booked their places in the finals for the eChampions League, and this is a game for top 3, and to give us such a huge advantage on the winner's side of the bracket as well. It's going to be Ethan, actually, who's going to have an opportunity to go forward here right at the start of this game. Neymar goes for the shot. What a last-ditch tackle that is.
That's an incredible tackle. I thought that was almost certainly going to be a goal for Ethan, and I would have jinxed the defensive assurities of Ollie so early on. But you're speaking about the winner of this game guarantees top 3 in the eChampions League. So, of course, the prize money, and of course, the extra step forward to becoming the champion for the eChampions League event. But for Ethan, there's more up for grabs, of course. If he finishes top 3, well, he already has play-ins secured through the ESL tournament in the UK a couple of weeks ago. But he'll be looking to get that playoff spot secure because he was unfortunately unable to do so throughout the season. So he would have to win this game and then potentially another round to 100% secure that. So there's a little bit more up for grabs for him.
So much riding on it for both these players, as you can see. And I mean, with the prize pool as it is, $281,000 available for these players to get their slice off. First place takes home 75k of that. This is one step closer towards that, and a massive opportunity for Ethan as well, who is the last unsigned player in the tournament here. And I'm sure that might change by the time that the finals come around, if anyone's got some sense about them. But it's going to be Ollie now. He does represent Makers, a team that, of course, Ethan did used to represent as well. Who's going to be coming forward here? Bruno Fernandes goes back inside to Vieira. Ethan trying to stay compact in defense. No real room to find that through ball, and there's a perfect example of it. Can't quite squeeze through those defensive lines.
I completely forgot about Ethan representing Makers. I think that adds to the storyline as well. Of course, both players used to be part of the same organization. Of course, Ethan leaving a couple of months ago, and you mentioned being a free agent as well for Ethan, which is massive for him. I feel like he plays a lot better when he doesn't have anything resting on his shoulders. He's free to play. There's not too much responsibility, and I feel like that helps him. It keeps him calm, it keeps him composed, and he's somebody, of course, I remember during my time at #United, he was a player that was also part of the team during that time as well for a brief period of time, and he was always a prodigy then. He was very, very good going forward, and I feel like he's matured a lot over the years in terms of game management. He's doing well now at the top level, defeating a lot of players. You have to remember, he beat Houston, which is one of the favourites coming into this tournament. He beat him on the very first game 6-5, so he's taken a lot of scouts already.
Both of them playing at an exceptionally high level, as is shown by the results they've had so far and the players that they've taken down along the way to find themselves in this game. And I've got to say, both players, passing-wise, are absolutely flowing at the start of this. You can see the confidence in everything. And now we're going to see the first opportunity as the ball is whipped into that near post. R9 got the shot away. Somehow managed to beat the offside trap as well. And it's going to be the first save of the game and an important one there for Ollie.
Very important. It was more of an unorthodox attempt at goal there from R9. But it was good build-up from Ethan initially anyway to get that chance. And I feel like 30 minutes have gone. The game seems to be flying through. This is a game, as I mentioned, I've been looking forward to this since the matchup began. Of course, there was a mistake there. This could lead to a chance. But, of course, Ollie being one of the favourites coming into this competition because, of course, he won the first event this year in Europe. He's also a champion in the Club World Cup alongside his teammate Principe with Makers. And this could be a chance.
Inside the box now, Rashford goes back. And this all stems from that mistake that you were talking about momentarily. And as much as it sounds like something you don't want to be bringing up, you feel like a game like this where you have two players who are playing at such a high level, who are finding great form throughout the tournament, mistakes are going to be even more vital than what we've seen in previous games.
Sorry there, Mark. Something that I've just noticed with Ollie is that his selection of icons, usually I was mentioning if not all teams would either have Vieira, which I mentioned after this attack.
Mbappe with the reverse elastico, can't quite get past the tackle. Oh, no, my word!
Oh,
a mistake in the back, and is it going to make for an opportunity somehow or other? Ethan gets away with it. The pressure on R9 from behind. I thought that might have been a bit of a penalty shout, but referee decides not. But like I was saying just before, mistakes are going to be costly here, as now you're going to see R9 in on goal. 1v1 with the goalkeeper. Varane gets across.
We've seen already so many last-ditch challenges, and that's another big one there from Rafael Varane. This game is going to edge of my seat already, but I was speaking about the player selection. If you notice, Ollie is using Maldini, and that is the first time we've seen a defensive choice as Rashford gets a shot blocked by Kyle Walker.
And now Ryan R9 in a goal as well, and at the moment, everyone is taking turns to wear one as far as a block is concerned and do everything they can to stop that ball going in the back of the net. But you talked about the pace of this game. It's now almost the end of the first half, and it feels like we've been playing for about 3 minutes. It has flown by.
Wow. I'm surprised that there's actually been no goals. We've seen a few chances from both of these players. I don't know too much about in terms of them scrimming together or practicing. I would assume so because of the fact that they were part of the same organization until a couple of months ago for Ethan and Ollie at Makers. But yeah, I'm just very shocked that Ollie actually selected Maldini. As I said, he's usually very secure defensively and he's backing himself to do so. But the introduction of Maldini in the squad ahead of the likes of Ruud Gullit or maybe even a Pele is very interesting. It's unique, to say at the least.
I think it's one position that with all of the player restrictions, I think the few players have maybe struggled with. You've seen the Vieira being dropped back into that position by a few players and maybe exchanging with the likes of the road to the final Alaba. You've seen a few sort of shifts, but I guess the spine of the team is so vital, especially in those defensive positions when players are, you know, the likes of R9 and Pele are coming against you. The more you kind of think about it and the more you sort of step away from the decision, the more it seems to make sense.
It does, and I understand it, but the thing is, which I sort of like about it, is there is some uniqueness. You don't necessarily have to use the go-to squad for most players. You see a fantastic ball roll.
A fantastic ball roll and a phenomenal finish from El Fenomeno. What a goal that is. It's going to be R9 who finds the top corner. And that is the power of R9 once again.
Wow. Ethan builds up the chance that ball roll was fantastic. The little shimmy from R9 gets it just over Van der Sar, and it gives them the 1-goal lead. And I would say it's sort of deserved in a weird way. I think both players deserve to score already in this game, but I feel like this goal definitely wasn't against the run of play.
I love how Ethan is. It feels like he's come out to play. He's not just come to take part. He's come to take over in this game. He really has a point to prove in the eChampions League. Like I mentioned, currently unsigned. If you're a scout for an organization at the moment, there's only one name that should be at the tip of your tongue, and hopefully after all is said and done on a piece of paper as well, if you've got something about you. And now it's going to be up to Ollie to kind of change the tide a little bit here, try and find his way towards goal like he had done a few times in that first 45 minutes.
I think for Ethan there's more so a sense of revenge and vengeance, of course, being part of the same team, and of course unfortunately having to leave early on. I feel like he's wanting to show that he's a top tier player, and of course being a free agent, I mentioned some players perhaps perform a little bit better. They don't really have too much responsibility. They can play their way. They don't have to worry about or have the pressures of representing an organization. As we see a fantastic chance. What a tackle again there. I think that was from Alphonso Davies, and it was a brilliant last-ditch tackle there from Ethan.
And you just saw maybe the opportunity was there to strike it, but decided to try and turn away and guarantee a little bit more percentage on the shot. But look at that ball down the line. Ethan now with Marcus Rashford flowing forward. Patrick Vieira, there's an overlapping run here from Neymar as well, and Cancelo has to come across and get a piece of that and does so. So throwing on the far side now for Ethan. Manages to find R9, whose touch just lets him down a little bit and lets Cancelo back into steal that ball away. Now you can see the run outside from Mo Salah. Another interesting selection here from Ollie.
See him building up here as well. Of course, Ruud Gullit picks up the ball. That's the thing about having the likes of Gullit. We see Ollie using Vieira. You sort of lack that player that can help transition a little bit more. With Gullit, he can just stride through the team. He's got the 5-star weak foot. He's got the 4-star skills. He's got the stature alongside Vieira, who also does, but he's just a bit more rigid on the ball. He's not really a player you'd use to stride forward. It's more so to clean up the gaps in the midfield.
Well, here is Ruud Gullit then, looking to provide that little bit of impetus in midfield. Like you mentioned, there's a directional nutmeg, and there's Marcus Rashford saying, time to chase me, Alfonso. Try and get back into position. The Canadian did well to do so as Ethan steps forward again. Already one up, and what a ball that is, and what a finish it is as well. Wonderful timing on the pass. The problem is, it wasn't quite good enough.
I was actually giving a slight round of applause there for Ethan. I thought it was just about onside. I feel like he's playing a lot better than I've seen him. This is the best Ethan I've seen. Defensively assured, he's attacking really well. Of course, that chance there was slightly offside, but the point still stands. He's breaking through Ollie, who I spoke about being so defensively structured and really hard to break down. And there could be a chance.
It's got the right side of him, the heel to heel, and it's going to be a penalty as he goes around the goalkeeper. And as crazy as it sounds, I think Ethan, to be honest with you, has has an opportunity here that he wouldn't have had if the keeper hadn't have brought him down. So a penalty now to tie things up for Ollie. It's going to be R9 who steps up, and Van der Sar makes the save.
Oh my goodness. Now, I really hope there's a statistic of the amount of penalties that we've seen missed, including penalty shootouts. I want to see, because I'm sure the chance conversion from penalties, it has to be below 20%. There is no way it's above that. I feel like there's been so many saves, so many penalties have hit the post, that have gone wide. It's been remarkable.
Certainly something for these players to be practicing ahead of the final 8 and the Champions League finals. It's been what's decided a lot of games so far, as Hullet turns away from his man beautifully, just kind of drifted past him as R9 now drops deep again. Maldini will pick up the pieces, the player selection that you highlighted early on in this game, and you're going to see a pause being made here. Maybe just a case of some fresh legs on the pitch, maybe a little tactical adjustment from one of these players as Kyle Walker steps out confidently there for Ethan in defence.
Very important tackle. But again, I was mentioning, I feel like from when I've seen Ethan, he's always been a fantastic player. He's always been the young prodigy in FIFA in the UK scene, but he's improved dramatically. I know he's been working behind the scenes with the coach as well. Jack Sharp's been helping him a lot, and you can see he's improved so much. You can see another chance here.
Mbappe in on goal. Can he get past the man? No, he can't. It's Varane. And that's one of those opportunities that maybe you want another go at, but you're not going to get another go, unfortunately, against a player like Ollie. And there is a long ball over the defensive line, and Van der Sar will say, we'll take that one quite happily and just slow things down here for Ethan. Inside the last 10 minutes, though, Ryan, I mean, even though it's just the one goal, you feel like this game really has been played at 100 miles an hour.
There's been so many chances. And for Ethan's sake anyway, I feel like he would be hoping he was in a more favourable position. Of course, he's still winning. He's got the 1 goal advantage, but all it takes is another goal, and then you're right back under the pressure again. And I feel like he's had chances to score. But again, Ollie has had chances to score as well, notably missing that penalty. But I think all in all, Ethan will be happy with what's going on so far.
I agree. I think both players are going to be fairly happy with how the game is going. You know, it hasn't got away from Ollie at all. Still a few moments left, of course, in this game before we tie things up and have that final score from the first leg ahead of the second. But, I mean, Ethan, I think there's 2 types of Ethan, I think, when I've seen him play. There's the Ethan that we're seeing right now, which is, it feels like he doesn't have any pressure on his shoulders. He looks extremely confident in every single decision he makes. And then there's the Ethan who maybe lacks a little bit of confidence, second guesses himself in a few situations, but that Ethan looks like one of the past right now.
It does, and you can see the way he's playing it. He's very assured, of course, unfortunately giving away the ball, but he wins it back. And I spoke about in the previous game, when I see somebody that's pressing high up the pitch, they're not dropping too deep, they're manually trying to cut the lanes and apply pressure themselves. I always associate that with somebody that's filled with confidence. They're flowing, they know that they trust themselves defensively to win the ball back, and even if they miss the tackle, they trust themselves to go back in and get the ball the second time round. And that's something we're seeing, and especially offensively, he's been very, very smart, very composed. I almost jinxed it. I was going to say I don't think he would push forward there with this time on the clock, waiting for the last attack, but it looks like, unless something dramatic happens, it looks like Ollie will have the last attack of the game.
Now, can Ollie make him pay? And there's been a few times today where, away from the screens that you guys have been watching, Ryan has been screaming at people to keep the ball in the last moments, because we know that the last attack can usually end in a goal, and Ollie to on goal, and oh, what a touch that is! Van der Sar with a double save, a triple save from Van der Sar.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
And Van der Sar takes our breath away right at the end of the game. And for Ethan, I mean, a massive moment, but Ollie, you felt like he did everything right there. Tried to go around the keeper. Unfortunately, Van der Sar equal to it.
Yeah, he done everything perfect, but also Ethan, I feel like he done well as well. It looks like he was moving the goalkeeper to the near post, because there's only so much you can do there offensively. You have to ball around the goalkeeper, and the angle was sort of cut off there with the goalkeeper movement.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable stuff from Ethan in that first leg from both players, to be honest with you. Playing at the kind of level you would expect from these 2 players that we have seen so far in the tournament, right? I mean, a second leg, you would imagine much of the same until maybe the halftime break, and see what the score is like then?
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird one for both players. I feel like they both had chances. I don't necessarily think there were huge mistakes as we see some of the highlights from this game. That was the first chance with the driven cross in with the volley for Ethan with R9, but I don't think either player can be too unhappy, other than perhaps Ollie with the penalty miss.
Well, it was a massive opportunity, as you say. That penalty miss really did hurt. And there was this opportunity as well, and he could see just the pressure behind R9. You expect him to hit the target there. And I think Ethan almost a little bit surprised that he didn't concede. I think he would have been okay with conceding in that particular situation, having made that mistake. But this was beautiful from Ethan. Sometimes it's the simple things, right? It's the ball roll away from a defender and getting the half a yard for that shot.
Yep, and the contextual agile dribbling there is perfect at those moments, just because I thought that one was going to be onside as well, as we see the chance that was slightly off. And the craziest thing is the penalty situation comes right afterwards, as we see R9 Ronaldo knocks it heel to heel past the goalkeeper. Van der Sar takes out R9 Ronaldo, and as you said, perhaps it was better, and it was, because he saves it as he tries to go to the bottom left corner.
Absolutely a massive moment in the game. And speaking of massive moments, there's someone, of course, who's been involved with a lot of those over the years. It is the man down at the bottom of our screen, the man with all the energy in the world, is, of course, Ian Wright, an absolute idol of mine, a man who made me fall in love with Arsenal Football Club, and I'm sure that Ryan will say the same. Ian, I've bigged you up enough now. What did you make of that first leg?
I like that first leg. I like the way that game went. I like the passing. I like Ethan's passing. I thought Ollie the chance at the end there was really exciting. I thought, yes, really good time to score. But yeah, it's at the moment, I like the way this game's going. And what I love about that goal, it's like what I'm saying. People got to take advantage of the fact that we're dealing with the best players, some of the best players that's ever played. So if you can get the ball into them as soon as you can in that box, so they can take their touch and finish, that's what they'll do.
And that's exactly what Ethan did do. Now, Ian, I want to ask you a quick question as we're back underway now in the second leg. You can see the score in the top left-hand side of your screen, as it's going to be an early attack thwarted here. Ethan basically used to play for the team that Ollie now represents. Now, talk to us about rivalries. I mean, you've obviously played a lot of games against Spurs over the years in the Arsenal shirt. What is it about those kind of games as a player that gives you that little bit of extra edge?
I'll tell you what it was for us, is that it's the fans. Fans and what it means to the fans. Obviously, you know, before I played for Arsenal, I could take or leave Tottenham. As soon as I signed for Arsenal, literally, it turned into hatred, and you could not lose against them. You know, it was a situation where from the start of the season, the first thing you look at is when you're going to play Tottenham, and the first thing that the fans will say to you is, when we play Tottenham, we do not lose. It was one of those games, it was the most nervous I've ever been in respect of going into a game, even when I had to play England games. World Cup qualifiers, European qualifiers. The Tottenham game from Monday to Saturday was the most nervous I've ever been in a week of football.
We'll have to see if Ethan can kind of work with that nervous energy here, wanting to prove a point against his former club, and he's doing it right now. 1-2 the good, as we're going to see Ollie stepping forward here. Bruno Fernandes is going to be twisting and turning and looking to see if he can find one of those passing lanes, as Kylian Mbappe now gets in behind. But once again, Ethan confident in defence here, Ryan, something that he's been all game long.
Incredibly confident. I thought the chance there, as Mbappe was breaching the line, there would have slid through, as we almost see a tackle there. But I want to quickly speak about, good to see you, Ian, of course. I want to quickly mention, you spoke about nerves when you played Spurs. And of course, us players, when we play, nerves is something that's at the forefront of our mind when you compete. Because the stakes are so high, and of course it's high because of many factors, as we almost see a chance there. Is there anything that you've done particularly to deal with nerves, or was it just something that you just knew it was associated with, as you said, playing Spurs and those type of things?
No, but the thing is, you know that the game is what it is, right? But what you want to do is you want to make sure that during that week in training, you're doing the things right. Because if you're not playing well in training, well, I found when I weren't playing well in training, I was more nervous going in on Saturday because I hadn't been doing things right in training, maybe missing too many chances. So you do extra training afterwards. But what I felt like is that if I've had a good week in training, which I always tried to make sure that I did, I never ever trained in a way where I was just like fobbing it off. I trained hard every time, so that when the Saturday comes, what that does, it kind of helps you deal with the nerves, because you know, hang on a minute, I don't need to be nervous. You know, I mean, of course I'm nervous because I don't want to make any mistakes, but the fact is, I've been training very well all week, so your muscle memory will continue to do that. Whoa! Oh, great save! But your muscle memory will continue to make you feel like you're doing well. So you go into the game with not so much nerves because you've been doing okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What an amazing save that was from Edwin van der Sar. Sorry to cut you off, gentlemen. And as we've just seen once again, Edwin van der Sar making a heroic save between the posts for one of the players that we've seen competing in the eChampions League. You mentioned Peter Schmeichel a little bit earlier. Well, Edwin van der Sar, I think, is equal as far as hatred for goalkeepers goes for a lot of these players that we've seen over the last couple of days. Some of the saves we've seen have been absolutely sublime.
In all honesty here, Mark, I would actually no. I was gonna say I wouldn't be shocked if we don't even see another goal with the saves that's been going on and defending from both of these players. They're playing phenomenally well defensively.
Yeah.
Well, Ethan's desperately trying to go forward again and put a little bit of pressure onto Ollie, who hasn't had too much to speak about at the start of this second leg, and obviously he is trailing in the game. When you're in the kind of situations on the pitch, Ian, and you're trailing in cup ties, for example, at what point do you start to think about the negative side of things? You start that result creeping in where you might get knocked out. How difficult is it to keep those thoughts at bay?
Well, it's very difficult to do that, especially obviously when the clock's winding down and you're feeling like you're not getting into the game, like they're keeping the ball and you're not kind of getting it, and you're starting to feel anxious, and then you start to get the ball and then you're trying to rush it. And what I'm liking about this game at the moment is that I like the way that they're passing the ball. They're keeping the ball and it's crisp, it's moving quickly. What you do when you're playing in a game like this is that you want to try to not panic in the situation. For instance, you know you've got Dennis Bergkamp, you know you've got Tony Adams at the back who's going to be solid. You know you've got Mark Overmars who's going to get the ball into you. So what you try to do is you do the right things. So, and what's great about this game is like you get the ball into R9 and then bam, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, you've got someone like Edwin van der Sar who's absolutely buzzing at the moment. But what you want to do is continue to do the right things. Continue to do the right things and hope that then makes them start to feel nervous because they could see the momentum change.
Well, great tips for everybody who's watching at home, who's competing not just on the virtual pitch, on the real pitch as well. But what a moment that was. Once again, Edwin van der Sar. I want to know what the man had for breakfast because I'm changing my diet to match it. He has made some phenomenal saves throughout this tournament, and now it's going to be Ollie putting the pressure on once more. Arni's just momentarily got the wrong side of his man, but Kyle Walker has that pace to get back in here, Ryan, and make that tackle.
Yeah, and you sort of feel for Ollie. Maybe you can relate to this in terms of real life football for you, Ian, is that there's situations where you do everything right, but the keeper saves it, or you feel like you're doing everything right anyway, and then nothing's going your way basically on the day. So it's like, is there anything you've done to sort of deal with that, or do you just carry on going because you think to yourself, if you're creating, there's nothing?
No, you know the thing is, I had games where I scored, like I mentioned it earlier on with Schmeichel. It turned personal simply because it's almost like he would save everybody else's. He would let people score, but every single thing I'd done with Schmeichel, he saved it. To the point where I remember there's one he made a save where he was on the ground. Hang on a minute, he's in.
Salah's in on goal here.
Composure.
A massive opportunity.
Oh my God.
And you would put your house on Mo Salah finishing off that chance, but the Egyptian, he lets him down.
Oh my God.
What a miss. It's really strange because sometimes you see Mo do that in games, but to see him miss like that, you're not expecting that. On his left foot, on his good side, wow.
That's remarkable. He's turned in as well on his favoured foot. I thought 100% we're going to see the equaliser there.
I was expecting it as well. Ollie probably thinking it as well. And unfortunately for him, it did not find the back of the net. And once again, lots of talk about player selection, player restrictions. But you would expect Mo Salah, with the finishing statistics he has in FIFA and on the real pitch, of course, to put that one away on his left side. But 45 minutes left to go. And I'm sure some of those negative thoughts we were talking about are starting to creep in to the mind of Ollie now as we take a look at some highlights. This was the moment. I mean, he did everything right. You expect that one to find the back of the net.
Got to keep doing it, though. Got to keep getting into the position. Because if the main thing is getting into position and being afraid to get into position. You've got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
At the moment, it seems like he's having one of those days, but then you don't want to get that to slip into your mind because you think, oh, it's not going to go for me because we're having one of those days. Keep getting in there. Keep doing it.
Yeah, I always think of that anyway as like a player when things aren't going your way on the game. Of course, it's like sometimes you get afraid to get in that situation again. Or when you do get into it, you sort of second guess yourself because the last time you were there, you've done something that technically 9 out of 10 times goes in. And you've done it that time, it doesn't work. Do you do the same thing again, or do you try something different? It's really hard playing at the top level. Like,
you got to do the same things. And what you try to do as well is in training, you keep doing the things that got you goals in the first place. You don't change anything because it's when you start changing things that it's not happening. But what you'll find is that people say, well, he's still getting into the position. It's just like it's just not happening for him. And they say things like, "Oh, one will bounce off his knee, off his backside." The fact is, you've got to still get to the near post, get to the front post. You know, get to the front post, get to the back post. You know, if you go through on goal, still look for the space where the goal is. Do the things that got you there. Oh.
Last ditch tackle from Ethan there as Ollie keeps trying to heed the advice. And we're hearing right now getting into those positions and trying to get those shots away. Unfortunately for him at the moment, the space is just being denied at the last moment by Ethan. And as we know, when you do have a few chances and things don't go your way, sometimes that your opponent could go down the other end. There's a beautiful stop up and Elastico. Mbappe now in the box and Cancelo has to get back and manages to do so. And now there'll be a corner. Neymar whips it in towards the back post and a little go dancing through the skies, but unfortunately can't get the important touch on it to turn it in.
I thought he was going to play that across goal there, the chance. I thought he really was going to do that, but I sort of feel for Ollie in this game because I feel like Ethan, despite defending well, he's definitely had luck on his side. And of course, you need that sometimes at the top level. There's only so much where skill can take you. You need that slice of fortune in order to become a champion. We've seen that in many competitions, and what better day to get that sort of luck for Ethan. As I said, he's got a lot fighting for him. He's a free agent. He's potentially playing for, who knows, a signature at a club. He's also playing for the prize money, but he's also playing for that playoff spot, and he needs to get top 2 in this competition to do that.
Mbappe's pushing himself forward again, little stop up, just trying to create an angle for a pass back inside, but Ollie defending incredibly well. You can see how compact he is, just forcing the play out wide now to Mo Salah, who has a little turn of pace here and gets past his man inside the box. Tries to cut it back, but Maldini will deal with it initially. Another corner, constant pressure here for Ethan as he whips it in towards the back post once more. Van der Sar will get a touch, almost a little bit of deja vu kicking in here. As now it's going to be yet another corner. Well, it's going to be under this one again. Doesn't get that touch, and now on the counter-attack, maybe Mo Salah can break away here. Slow build up now from Ollie. He needs to find a little bit of magic now as time is starting to tick away here. Ronaldo goes inside. Mbappe round the corner. Salah goes on the right foot but can't beat Van der Sar once more at the other end. And now, Ryan, this is where you're going to see the changes. You can see the formations. You can see what's being played right now. But this is where we need to see the change. What do you do as a pro player if you're in one of these players' shoes right now?
For Ethan's sake, it's a weird one because I always speak about inviting pressure on, which is something you don't want to do, especially in the moments where pressure is going to be high and it's intense. And I feel like when you allow your opponent a lot of space on the edge of the box, more time on the ball, they're most likely going to create a chance, as we see the highlight here. This is more of a low percentage chance just because it's on Salah's right foot. If he's on his left foot, I would back him to score it on the other side, but it's a tough angle there for Ollie. I don't think he expected to score. Perhaps he was just hoping maybe this time he would be fortunate. But for Ollie, I would say he needs to switch to something, or perhaps get a tactic available where he can all go gung-ho, basically, throw the kitchen sink at it when it comes to that moment, maybe the 75th minute. I would say that's a time where he needs to build up and just hope that he can have enough players forward to create a chance.
And Ian, I had a quick question for you as well. In these moments, a lot of these players, they have coaches who have been in their ears right now, giving them, words of encouragement, words of advice. How important is it to have that kind of leader? You had the likes of Tony Adams on the pitch in those clutch moments to guide you through some of the biggest moments of your career.
You know what? I remember there's times where Tony, when you're having days like this, where you look like Ollie, the day like Ollie Bolly's having, and the goalkeeper's doing well, you would get times with Tony Adams. Tony Adams would see you at maybe when there's a break in play, and he would say, "Just keep doing what you're doing. We know you can take a chance. Keep doing what you're doing." I remember we had to play Auxerre. We were playing Auxerre in the Cup Winners' Cup. Cross it! We was playing Auxerre in the Cup Winners' Cup, and it was one of those days. Goalkeeper was saving everything, Fabian Cool, and then it just so happened we got a man sent off. The ball came to me. He's in.
Oh my gosh, what?
A missed kick, pressure from Maldini. You can make your own decisions at home.
Oh my gosh. Like I was saying, we got a man sent off, and then I got one more chance. The ball came to 2 defenders, they kind of missed it, and I got it from the edge of the box, cut inside of my left foot, and I just hit it. And we beat them 1-0, and Tony Adams said, "See, I told you." Sometimes you just need somebody to just let you know you're fine. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a lucky ricochet here for Ethan as he keeps control of the ball. And with only around 15 minutes left plus stoppage time, that is the name of the game for the unsigned man at the bottom right of your screen right now. But he gives it away, and this is going to be constant pressure now. Last 15 minutes, batten down the hatches. If you're Ethan, all he needs to do is win the ball back, hold on to it. For Ollie, though, you feel like, Ryan, one of these chances surely has to at least test the goalkeeper here.
Should I tell you something that has happened to me sort of relatively recently, a couple of months ago, where I was playing a game where I felt like I couldn't score, nothing was going my way, and it was in the first leg, and because now we have this could be a chance here.
Neymar, chance,
yes!
goal!
There we go.
There is the goal for Ollie.
Yes!
That is what he has been desperate for the last 45 minutes or so. Neymar's getting down, and you can see a little bit of relief on the face of Ollie. You have to say that, Ryan, maybe he has deserved that on the run of play.
I would say definitely. It's a fantastic goal. We played the extra pass as well for Neymar to slot it in. But I was saying how with our sports psychologists at Man City, where we speak about performance, and of course it's very stressful. You can get under your own skin when things are going your way. And I used to get very frustrated in these situations as we see the goal replay with R9 back. And then I scoop into Neymar, a fantastic goal. Coming towards the end of the game as well, so it's very important. But I was saying for Ollie, where if I was in this situation, I actually started to laugh a little bit. I find it a bit amusing because I'm getting so many chances. Things aren't going my way, but I'm only losing 1-0. I feel like that's the funniest part of it. Also, I backed myself to just get more opportunities, which he done, and he managed to score from it.
It's a massive moment in this game, and now it's all tied up and not too long left as well. And you just feel that momentum might start to influence things here. We talk about in FIFA sometimes when you get into the mentality of just holding on to a lead, it's difficult to come back out of that shell again and to kind of change that thought process in your head of, hey, I need to go forward again now. I have to start creating chances once more. And these last few moments, you know the nerves are going to be there because you feel like the next goal might be the one that wins this. Davis is in behind it. Davis is battling. Walker does well once more. Ollie good in defence. Has to be patient out of defence as well as Maldini now goes into Patrick Vieira. And you can feel the tension in this game, playing for top 3 in the eChampions League. Play a lot going to be used off the ball as well. I think that Ronaldo might have just got ahead of the play a little bit there, and he has. And now it will be Ollie who's on the defensive side of things. I mean, Ian, nervy moments, massive pressure moments for these players. How do you deal with it?
Well, the thing is that what I'm quite impressed with Ethan is he doesn't seem like to show a lot of emotion. He's just getting on with it. Even when Ollie scored it, he just like, you never saw anything in him. So I quite like that about him because he's staying calm and in the moment. He's just doing his stuff. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But Ollie now should be, for me, just going for it now because he's got a bit of momentum.
R9's in the box. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, the touch across. Ronaldo will get the ball back. It's pandemonium inside the 18-yard box defensively, but at the end of it, it's going to be Ollie who comes away with the ball. And most importantly here, Ryan, the final attack, you would think, where we could go forward and potentially win it all.
If there is a goal here, it would be heartbreak, of course, for Ethan, because he's the one that's defending this situation. But there's 2 minutes added on as well. It's extremely nervy. I honestly have nothing to say. I'm just sat here in awe.
Vieira's managed to dribble past one. There's a little directional nutmeg, and Walker just about strong enough. But it's going to be brought back by the referee for a free kick from a previous infringement. And now Ollie last attack of regulation time. Is there going to be a little bit of magic here? R9 manages to get past one, but not past Van der Sar. And we are going into stoppage time, gentlemen.
Wow. I have something quickly for you, Ian. You see, when you're in those situations, when you're in a tough game or something, it's a big game, basically, a cup final or anything like that in the latter stages of the season. Do you prefer having people around you to help lift you, or are you somebody that's you can basically lift yourself up through your own mentality?
No, when you get to this stage, you're thinking about what you could do, right? Simply because you're starting to get down into the annals of the game where it's kind of like life-changing stuff. Especially you're talking about FA Cup finals, games for England, things like that when you're semi-finals, and you don't want people in and around telling you, oh, you need to do this. You know what you need to do, and you just want the Zen moment just to be calm to say, right, I just want to make sure. When the chance comes, if I need to make my touch right, that's all I'm thinking. Touch right, get my technique right, if the chance comes to take it, you know.
But yeah, no, I understand that.
We're back into the game now, as you can see. Extra time between these two players. I mean, what a spectacle it's been so far. And we talked about how good the form has been of both of these players in the build-up to this game. And you can see exactly why we were talking about that and exactly why they're both in the position that they find themselves in now. It'll be Ethan with possession from the restart here in the first half of extra time. And a chance maybe to find that lead once more. There's a little directional nutmeg. There's a cheeky little flare pass as well. Mo Salah now trying to weave a little bit of magic, and Raphael Varane, no nonsense defending, sends this one out for a corner. Now we've seen a few corners taken so far today. This one going to be aimed towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Now recycled towards the edge of the box. Mo Salah again. Vieira looking for that pass and almost finding it. And I tell you what, if Ronaldo's boots were a size 12 instead of an 11, he might have got on the end of that one.
That was the first time we saw any emotion really from Ethan in his player cam, of course, letting out a little bit of despair. And these moments are the worst as a player. It's extremely nerve-wracking just because you feel like in extra time, technically if you get a goal, you're of course in a driving seat and you just don't feel like you're going to concede again. So it's like sort of next goal, usually anyway in extra time, is the goal that wins the game.
That's the thing, right? When I see the pressure's getting to Ryan a bit, to Ethan. For him to show that kind of emotion means what it means to him right now. He's starting to feel it.
Yeah.
Well, Ethan's starting to step forward now. Taking his time, trying to work, maybe even thinking about this being the last attack of this first half. Or maybe just trying to be patient in build-up and make sure that he's valuing possession of the ball and he's not going to have to defend too much before he does maybe go for the winner. There's the player lock. There's R9. We'll keep hold of the ball. Ruud Gullit now stepping through midfield like you were saying, Ryan, just trying to inject a little bit of that pace. And he will win a free kick here as well.
This is big. It's a weird angle, of course. It's a little bit too far out, and the angle's a little bit odd to take a direct attempt at goal, but I see what he's doing. He's looking onto Ronaldo and he's going to dink it to the back post.
Ronaldo's going to be there. Can he get on the end of it? Just a little bit too much juice on it, unfortunately. And now that will be stoppage time, and you would imagine the last moments before the referee brings this half to a close. Now, let's talk about pressure moments. Let's talk about last-minute goals and all of that, because Ian, I know that you've been in that position for England before, World Cup qualifiers. I remember you scoring a goal against Italy, I believe it was, away from home. That secured a qualification. I mean, try and sum up to people how the game changes when you get into these final moments, when you don't have any time to play with and you need to make every single moment count.
Well, when you get into these moments, especially playing for the country as well, you know the people, you can't help but feel the pressure of the expectation of the moment. So even more so, you have to get into a place where you just bring it back to basic. I'm just playing a game. You try to take away everything that's around it, because if you start getting into everything that's around it, you literally will clamp up simply because it's so enormous. You know what I mean? You're playing in front of like 80,000 people. You know there's millions watching at home in England. If you get into that headspace, you're going to have a problem. You just need to get into the moment of playing football. I need to make sure that everything what I do is simple and take the chance if I get it. It's literally that basic.
Well, here we go then. 15 minutes left of extra time before maybe we go back to the spot. And if you've been watching any of the eChampions League, Ryan, you will know that the penalties shootouts, they haven't been the most consistent of finding the back of the net. So there's going to be drama.
Not at all, but just following on from briefly what Ian said, it's about basically, I think there's a saying, is it play the game, not the occasion? I think that's what people say, just because it helps them sort of settle their nerves. And I know that for me, myself, it's something that we work on, because the moment you have to treat every game the same. It's something that's very, very difficult to do, because obviously the earlier stages, despite it still being nerve-wracking, are a lot less nerve-wracking than it is in this stage, because there's so much up for grabs now. But it's very, very difficult at the top level.
Well, Ethan's in behind it, and this might be a last chance goal here as R9 gets inside the box, and oh my word, you could see Ethan's eyes lit up there. There was contact inside the box, and I've seen penalties been given for a lot less here on FIFA. It's going to be Ollie Bolly who gets away with things. It's almost as if this is foreshadowing penalties at this point, as Vieira now steps forward. Last moments of the game, entering the last opportunities to attack on goal. There's a directional nutmeg, but no. Cancelo will tidy up.
See, Ian appreciating the run off the ball there as a striker.
It's a great run.
Yeah.
It's a great run.
I feel like the tides have changed, though, in all honesty, Mark. I feel like Ethan, as I mentioned, allowed pressure because he went a little bit too defensive early on. And now he's gone back to his four at the back. And again, when you apply pressure, you can you change it around. It feels like Ollie's been on the back foot a little bit in this half of extra time. Or, sorry, the whole of extra time, I should say.
Well, Ethan's just given the ball away.
Yeah.
And now with 119 minutes on the clock and the seconds disappearing, this is going to be the last attack of the game. And if Ollie gets through on goal here and has the opportunity to strike, it would be a winner and a top 3 position secured. Cancelo, heroic from you. But that only means one thing, gentlemen.
I can't watch.
We are going to the spot.
I love the penalties.
Oh, no.
First up, Ethan with Salah. Oh, it's as cheeky as a bare backside.
Peneka.
Well, now it's going to be Walker stepping up for Ollie, and he goes down to the left and manages to put it away.
Of course, we see Bruno Fernandes, a staple at taking penalties, and another Peneka from Ethan. He's backing himself. You can see he's confident. Didn't have to do that twice in a row, but we see Neymar, somebody who I don't like taking penalties with on FIFA because of the run-up. Is he going to score? He scores just about.
2-2 then. And now it's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo.
Elite level penalties.
From the spot, buries it, bottom left, hard and low, hard and true. And now it's Cristiano Ronaldo's time on the other side. Ollie steps up, goes for the Panenka, and Van der Sar catches it to his chest.
Oh no, Ronaldo scores. That is huge for Ethan.
Ethan now.
Van der Sar saves this.
With the lead. Ethan, if he saves this, he's through to the top 3, but he can't do it. And now the pressure moves back onto Ollie. He needs to find a save.
Yes!
It's the Panenka party here in the eChampions League. And Ethan as cold as ice.
Unbelievable. We saw 3 Panenkas. We see them not going in today in other penalty shootouts, but the ice from Ethan. And of course, despair for Ollie. You can see how much it means to him. He's devastated, but he still has a chance to progress in this competition. He's falling into the loser bracket, of course. Both of these players have already secured the top 8 at the end of May for the finals.
Amazing stuff. Ian, I mean, penalty shootouts are always a lot of fun in FIFA, unless, of course, you're involved in them as a player. But, I mean, talk about the cheekiness, the confidence from Ethan in those penalties, just deciding he's going to dink 3 of them down the middle.
Well, the thing about it is what I'm hearing is about the penalties and how much more difficult it is at this level to take them. And so in the last penalty shootout, what I saw, it was really exciting. But, like, when the goalkeeper stays, it really does look bad. But when they do come off, it's brilliant. But, like, there were some really good penalties in that shootout. Some very, very good penalties in that shootout.
Amazing stuff then from Ethan. And I've got to say, on the reflection of things, I think Ethan probably deserved that. I think he deserved the win over the 2 legs. I think he created more. Yeah. He did go into his shell a little bit towards the end of the game, but that's to be expected, Ryan, you know, when you're holding on to those kind of leads. And Ollie now, your pick, another player now who has fallen down to the lower bracket. This seems like the eChampions League is the rise of the underdogs in Europe.
Exactly. You would say that this is a shock, in essence, just because of how highly ranked Ollie is. Of course, being a champion this year twice, not just in the European Qualifier 1, but also in the FIFA Club World Cup. So he's done well, but Ethan has performed fantastically well defensively. I think that might be the lowest scoring matchup we've had so far in this competition. So it goes to show how well both of these players defended.
Yeah, I mean, they're both defended incredibly well, but I would say as well, it wasn't a game without chances as we jump into the highlights here. And this was the real chance that I thought was going to find the back of the net there, Ian. Salah, left foot, you expect it to find the back of the net.
You would on his strong left foot. And you could see Ollie, you could see that was a massive chance. They need to take it. You didn't, that one not so much, on his right foot, you know. But he'll look at it now and he'll think that chance, the Mo Salah chance, the other one was a very good chance. You know what I mean? This is a fantastic goal, you know, getting back in the game.
Vamos! So fuck.
Vamos. The thing with what I worry for Ethan is the way that he kind of like went into his shell a little bit. And, you know, I feel like he's got to do more. He's got to come out more. He's got to get the goal, try and get the other one instead of trying to hang on like that. Because if I'm totally honest, I think Ollie with his chances, should have won that game.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you, Ian, something that we'll both remember for a long time to come. And I'm sure that Ethan is going to remember this result too. Top 3 in the eChampions League. He is, of course, through to the finals, as is Ollie, but it will be a 2-1 win to the man from the UK. Ethan, 2-1 winner. Back to you now, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. I love that. That was an epic matchup from Ethan there. And Ian Wright, you were absolutely treated. You said you'd never seen penalties in FIFA. You didn't just get to see one, you got to saw 2. So yeah. I know how much you loved watching that and the excitement which comes with it. Ian, I have a question, though. How much did the drama of our eChampions League live up to the drama of regular Champions League nights?
No, but when to me, watching a penalty shootout, you get to certain games when you're watching, like whether it's Champions League, Euros, World Cup and that, you get to a certain stage in the game where you think, I want it to go to penalties. Like, that's the first time, the game before is the first time I saw the penalties. And, you know, because of how difficult it is to take the penalties, you kind of sympathise with the guys. But I thought that penalty shootout was brilliant. It got to a stage in the game where I was hoping that Ollie would score, so as it could get to penalties, so as I could see another penalty shootout, because I quite like them. And I love penalty shootouts if I'm not involved in them.
Absolutely.
Hey, Witchy, how you doing, Witchy Poo?
I'm good. How are you?
Cool.
I've got a question. So I actually interviewed another big FIFA player, Ollie, who was coaching Ollie, and he was talking about the importance of getting the right sleep, having the right diet and exercising before a competition like this, because it's such a massive competition. There's so much pressure. And in moments like we just saw where there's a penalty shootout and it needs so much focus, how important do you think that all those 3 elements are, even in real football compared to FIFA?
Well, the thing is that it's a good question, Els, simply because I remember when Arsene Wenger came, he emphasised to us the importance of eating, sleeping, resting, the training, the thought process, all of that going into it, and being in control of all of those things. You know, I really struggled, especially the more important the game was. I struggled to keep things in. Like, I couldn't, like the food we had to eat, I had to eat the food for fuel. I found it, I was so nervous, I couldn't actually eat it. So I'd have it in my mouth and it'd be in my mouth like for mush. And I'd struggle to sleep in the afternoon because I'm thinking about the game, thinking about not making mistakes, thinking about the importance of the game. But it's vitally important to get all those things right, so as you feel that everything's right for you to go into the situation you're going into, go into the game you're going into and the importance of the game, and making sure that you haven't left any stone unturned in respects of your preparation. And that's what I noticed more than anything else once I became a professional, is how important it is to be prepared and ready for the situation you're going into. And that's why, you know, when you get all those things right, then you go in there and it's just up to you to go forth then, Els, and just perform.
Righty, I have got what I think is quite a difficult question for you.
Go on then.
Maybe you don't think it is, but so we know that Ethan's he's got a good chance of getting to the final now. One of him or Oliver PN will make it to the grand final now. Oliver PN, we told you earlier, is a professional footballer as well.
Right.
He's the captain of Denmark under-18s.
The youngsters,
That's it, right, exactly. And he's got a bright future. The reason he's been able to take part in this event and other events, because obviously there's a lot of clashing between football fixtures and FIFA, is because he's injured right now. Significant injury, right? So he's 17. He's played under-18s football for Denmark. He's not played any sort of first-team appearances in the Superliga in Denmark yet. You know full well what small percentage of people at that level will actually make it pro.
Yes.
You know this. It's a tough old gig.
Yeah.
He's playing this level of FIFA. It's the first time we've seen him play an event, and he's basically been the performer of the tournament. He's outclassed people that we thought were a lot better than him. He has got a future in FIFA if he wants one. And we know how much money there is in FIFA now. There's a $200,000 plus prize pot in this event. The winner of the FEWC each year can make $100,000. My question to you is, which career should he focus on?
To be honest, you have to, for me, you have to focus on your football career because that's probably what's led him to the game. The game is something that he's doing in his off time to play, and you know, to be honest, he's in a very fortunate position because he's he's got the capabilities of maybe being a professional footballer, and he's got the capability of being a very good gamer, a professional player in this, and earn a lot of money. But the fact is, for me, you know, you may be asking the wrong person the stage of my life I'm at, but playing is unbelievable. This is the next best thing. Don't get me wrong. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And I get the same kind of energy when I'm watching it, watching a really good game. Like I thought that last game was really good. I can get the same kind of vibe. But the main thing is, Spence, because it is a bloody difficult question you've asked, but I would always want to play, but like I would never stop playing. I would never stop playing this if I'm as good as what we've seen.
It was a loaded question, to be fair, because you're completely right. We all play FIFA because we love football, and for me, there's nothing better than playing football, even at like low level that I play. There's nothing better. That's the best thing. Better than watching, better than playing FIFA. Anything. The best thing is playing football. But you can play FIFA theoretically for longer. You can play FIFA in times when you can't play football. You can play it on your own. You don't need 20 other people. But I guess a better question would have been, what has he got more odds in making better odds in making a career at? And the odds are probably more in his favour on FIFA.
Well, obviously, when you look at the percentage of people that make it, it's very, very low. You know, I would never say to anybody, if you've got to this stage and you're like 18 and you've played already international football at that level, then you've probably got a better chance than other people who are not playing at that level yet. So you'll have to say that he's kind of maybe further on in respect of getting a chance. And if that's the case, then you've got to do everything you can to try and do it, because what is great about this and what we're doing with the gaming and that is that you can do it. You can do it till you're 50, 60, 70, however long you want. So you've
still
got
time
this.
For you.
Absolutely, still time, massive amount of time. So when you look at the percentage of people that make it, Spence, then you've got to, if you've got an opportunity to do it, you have to try and do it. Because this is something that you can do as well that can just be like a sidebar for you, but like it's so rewarding, so fulfilling.
Ian, I think that was a pretty tricky question for you to answer. You can tell Spencer off, I do quite often. But Oliver PN as well has a tricky decision to make in terms of his career. We'll have to see which way he goes, because $75,000 is what is up for stakes. But Ian, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. For your first time here on the eChampions League, we really hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope you come back and join us again soon.
Absolutely. Take it easy, guys.
Thanks, mate. See you later.
Legend.
Bye.
Legend.
Legend. There we go. Ian Wright has left the building. And maybe we'll get him on for one of those little VTs that you saw Rio Ferdinand doing. Maybe he can rate his icon card and we can get a little bit of a deep dive into his career as well. That'd be great to see, wouldn't it? Okay, well, Ian's left us, but we have to wrap up today's competition. There's so much still to talk about, because right now we're handing over to Mike Lebel, because he has our final MasterCard of the match from today's matchup. Mike, where are we going with this one?
Well, of course, we're going to review the game. I mean, this was very intense, low scoring. There weren't a lot of goals. And we're going to look at Ethan, who won in penalty kicks, but we should review his goal. It's got the finesse shot, which always makes me just kind of remember all the nostalgic vibes from playing FIFA over the years. This has never left us, whether it's the silkiness or the effort of this play. It's just kind of glossy. Some would say serene. I could tell you with many superlatives how I would attach to the finesse shot. That top corner, when it hits the net, it just feels velvety. Yes, I just described the finesse shot as being like velvet, but that's to wrap it up. Congratulations. Ethan is more than, I talked about this in the recap earlier, but he was a dark horse. He was very underrated, maybe even underappreciated. We really didn't build him up properly until we saw these results, so congrats. He got the job done, and I know that he's unsigned now, but I'm sure there's going to be some teams calling. And back to all of you at the desk. One more time.
Thanks, Mike. I think maybe you're looking at my velvet collar I have here. Velvety. Velvety skills going on. Velvety collar and Rachel's jacket. Anyway, guys, right, there's been so much action. I kind of need to catch my breath. Okay, we'll come back and join us after this break when we have the Santander player of the competition will be unveiled. So we have that coming up later. And we're going to have the PlayStation post-show. We're going to actually tell you the exact 8 players who have made it all the way through to the finals on the 28th of May. Guys, do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this last show. Come back and join us. player competitor of the day, guys. Hi guys, and welcome.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction, I put you in ring for the next one. So anything.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard.
63 miles an hour.
Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, and welcome to the eChampions League PlayStation post show. We have now confirmed all of our 8 finalists, which will be joining us back here on the 28th of May for a chance to win $75,000 and be crowned the eChampions League champion for 2021. We'll run you through all the competitors who have made it to those finals in a short moment's time. But first off, I'm going to bring you back to our beautiful looking desk card. Doesn't that look amazing right there? We'll chat through each of those finalists in a short while. But hello, welcome back to our amazing virtual studio. Els, Spencer and Dux Gravison join us once more. Gravison, I'm going to come to you first because your friend, your competitor is joining you. Obviously, Dux Niat, he has made it through in quite epic fashion, didn't he? To be one of those 8 finalists. Have you had a chance to chat to him and get his thoughts on that matchup just yet?
Yeah. I speak with him, and I've talked with him, and he's really happy. Obviously, all of the members of Dux are pretty happy. But the thing is, we have the La Liga finals in a week, and then we kind of all of us had to go home for a quick vacation, and now we can't because we gotta prepare for the Champions League final. So it's kind of the double thing, you know, being happy, but you know, the vacation kind of delays till June. But that's a great news, of course. But yeah, we're all pretty happy with him.
The vacation can wait. Okay, Gravison, it's fine. You'll get one in the end. Els, I'm going to come to you. I have a question, actually, about Ethan, obviously one of our 2 undefeated players. Do you think he had so much more motivation because he is recently a free agent and he's got to get those crucial points for the playoff position or a place where he kind of almost is to make it to the playoffs, obviously then the journey to the World Cup.
I definitely think that he's probably motivated. He probably feels a lot of pressure, and that maybe has motivated him to excel in this competition. I mean, it has really been the underdogs excelling. We could have never predicted this. None of our predictions made it through to the finals. So it's been really unexpected, but a really, really great day. I mean, we had lots of penalty shootouts that we saw in the feature games that were both incredible, and the tension was so high. And I'm just so happy for Ethan and Oliver PN to have made it through.
Yeah, exactly. Spen, I got a question about Ollie Bolly. Everyone really bigged up at the beginning of this competition. I mean, rightly so. He obviously went through to extra time and penalties and just missed out due to that Panenka penalty by Ethan. But did you expect Ethan to have the edge there? Ollie Bolly dropping down to that lower bracket?
I don't think many people would have predicted against Ollie Bolly. I mean, even before the tournament, let alone once they saw what he was doing once the game started. But fair play to Ethan. You know, fair play to Ethan, fair play to Oliver PN. They're both unsigned and they're both in that winners final, which is unbelievable. You know, I can't imagine they'll be unsigned for very long, to be fair to them. But yeah, we've learned a lot today. We've learned a lot over the last 2 days. We've learned that there's going to be a baby boom of FIFA fans having kids called Oliver in the next 20 years because
3 of them.
Basically you got a 77% chance of winning a major if your name's Oliver. I just made that stat up, but it feels about right. I'm looking into whether I can change my boy's name in time because Oliver is the name to have. Not only have you got Oliver PN, Ollie Bolly, and obviously Oliver No Real, but you've also got Olilito, who's not in this event, but he's also one of the best players out there right now. Olivers hold the key. I'm going to watch the film Oliver after this as well. Just get more Olivers in my life.
I don't know if you are, but you know, if you do, let us know if you enjoyed it. Okay, Spen, love that insight into the Olivers in FIFA. Mike, we're going to go over to you in our virtual studio. I love walking across the set here because I think you have the Santander goal of the day. Who is winning this accolade today?
Well, I do indeed, and I'm pretty sure the percentage play there from Spen is slightly off. Maybe somewhere in the 30s, just based on the event, 30, 40%. Either way, if you name your kid an Oliver, you've got a big upside. The goal of the day, and we've seen plenty of goals of the day, I really want to talk about kind of the upset of the day, which you saw Yago really put on a clinic against Tom. And you see there's just classic vintage tiki-taka. It just feels right to end off the day with some striker-to-striker passing, give and go, get it back, receive. And this is just playing the game of sliding those defenders out of position, making it look easy. Pele on the back end, on his knees, celebrating, hands up, my hands are up. It just feels right. If you play a lot of FIFA, you love a little 1-2 action, and that's a great way to close out the competition. I can't wait for the 28th. Back to all of you at the desk.
I feel I should do this and go, yeah, Nissan goal of the day. Hands up, guys. I'm going to keep my hands up because we're now going to Santander competitor of the day. Who wins that? We're about to find out. Reveal. 59% of you went for Dakan. I mean, rightly so. This guy here, 285th ranked in Europe, okay? From Turkey. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff there to come away top 8 in the Champions League, eChampions League, make it through to the finals. Benny CR7 there, second with 19%. So a convincing win there for Dakan. Guys, Dakan, I mean, would you have ever predicted him to go all this way? Gravison, have you ever played against him before?
No, I didn't even knew him before. Like, I'm pretty sure he's a really big player because he had a really difficult bracket. He matched up against Adriman in the first leg. Then he played against Houston, one of the best players in the last few years. And then he qualified against Figueiredo with a convincing 4-0 result. So I didn't know him before, but for sure I gotta train with him these next few weeks because he's a big prospect in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Oliver Nola Real as well, Spen. How much do you know about him? Again, 137th ranked from Sweden. Again, a lower ranked player, but kind of coming through and really showing that he's got the skills and got mental strength. We didn't see many of his games, but obviously, doing something right.
I think that's why events like this are so important, Rachel, as well, because the majority of the ecosystem of the FIFA sort of competitive year is built around the European qualifiers. And it's one specific way of qualifying for events, using your team and then going through this weekend qualifications off the back of Weekend League. But having these sort of standalone events as well that you can come into and try and qualify for can uncover talent. And who knows, some of these players that are unsigned, for example, they may now get signed. Them being signed now may mean they have more resources behind them going into FIFA 22, which allows him to make a play for the other competitions as well. So it's a great opportunity to find out who's out there. We've got someone like Gravison who knows a heck of a lot about competitive FIFA, and he wasn't even aware of Khan. Obviously, I wasn't aware of him either, and he's come and done that. It shows you that there's these players out there. They are out there. Could be someone watching this right now who hasn't qualified for this event yet, but maybe next year will be their breakout year. And this is what these events do. They give people that belief that they can go and do it. So I love it. And again, going back to the Oliver theme again, Oliver PN, I was sort of winding Wrighty up a little bit there, asking whether he should be a footballer or a pro FIFA player. Obviously, it's amazing that he can be a pro footballer, and good luck to him in that. But what I like is this idea now that parents might tell their kids, listen, try and be a footballer, but you need to get a solid trade to fall back on. Maybe try and be a FIFA player as well. It's not really, it's not quite. It is a solid trade, to be fair. Nowadays, I mean, there's a lot of money in it. You can be a pro. It's come a long way in the last few years, and I think the eChampions League is a big part of that.
Sven, I'm now picturing living rooms around the world and they're kind of, I guess, kids going to their parents. See, look, Spencer just said, you said that's fine, I can fall back on FIFA. I mean, you've just started something there. Els, I'm going to come to you next and say, obviously we just saw that Dakan there, 59% of the votes was the Santander competitor of the day. Who would you pick, though? Would you pick Dakan? Who would you have gone for?
Do you know what? I'm going to go for the legend that joined us today. That is Ian Wright. He is my competitor of the day, because what an honour for him to come and grace us with his presence. Not only for us to host and commentate beside him, but for the players themselves to have Ian Wright commentate on their game. I'm sure it's going to be something that will go down in their memories anyway. And it was really great to hear some of his stories and also see how much he got into the FIFA game, because I think he's really got the FIFA bug now. So hopefully we'll get him back sometime soon.
Yeah, and Els, I know that he's obviously kind of held in high regard for you. He taught you how to play football, I saw online.
Yes, so I learnt my first ever football trick from Ian Wright, which is my claim to fame. So yeah,
I love that. Amazing. All right, well, Mike is standing by because he has even more great content for us. He has the hotels.com goal of the day, top goal scorer of the day, I think it is, Mike. Who earns that accolade?
Well, you have the top goal scorers, I'm hoping. I've got a big list here that I can run through if you like, but it goes to Mert. Football is Mert. And the irony is, if you're looking through this top 10 in terms of a lot of the goals being scored, and this is why we always talk about balance, and they have the age-all saying that says defense wins championship, Mert's not going to be there in the finals. And in fact, 4 out of the top 10 goal scorers are not qualified for the finals. Therefore, 40%, that's a percentage that I actually do know. I know Spencer loves a good stat, so we're throwing that out there with a little percentage play, are actually not going to be in the finals. So you have to have enough balance, but football is Mert definitely played FIFA his way, his manner, the way that he went forward, the aggressive play defensively, which plays a major factor with scoring more goals too, and I can appreciate this. And I always enjoy watching players that really leave it all on the virtual pitch in terms of having this mentality, just push bodies forward, 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 regardless of the scoreline. They just go for more. So we always compliment the likes of someone like Houston. Whether he's playing well or he's not playing well, we know he's conceding goals and scoring goals. So it just makes great performance for the neutral. Or if you're, of course, a supporter of one of the other guys. But it's always going to make for good FIFA.
Yeah, 20 goals, though, wasn't enough, though, was it, for Mert to make his way through to the finals? Mike, we're going to let you go, but I'm going to see you at the finals, correct? You're going to come back and join us?
Yeah, I'll be there, 28th. Mark your calendar. You're not going to want to miss this. Top 8 competitors. Going to be that premium quality FIFA material.
Loved your work today, Mike. Lovely to see you all the way from New York City, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time. See you later, mate.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, we lose another member of our team, guys. This is really sad, isn't it? Everyone's just departing back to their lives. Anyway, right, let's wrap up what we have seen over these last 2 days, because I don't particularly think we expected the 8 players who have now booked their spots in the finals to possibly be there. Gravison, I'm going to come with you first and just go, who's, I guess, the person that you least expected to make their spots in those top 8?
I think I gotta go with Oliver PN because I've been training with him for the past few months. I knew him, and he's a player who can perform really good, but also who can rage quit you at any given time if he's not playing that good. So I thought, yeah, he could perform well, but I don't think he's gonna make that good run. And he qualified through the winners bracket. Like he made it to the final, and he's a top 3 guaranteed, and I think 30K in the back. So yeah, props to him. I didn't expect that good result, and he just shut me up. To be fair.
Absolutely. Els, you're not allowed to say Ian Wright, but what did you most enjoy about the whole eChampions League?
Well, obviously it was my first time being here, and what I've loved is the unpredictability of it. I keep saying it, but we could have never imagined these final 8 right at the beginning of the tournament. And I would like to say that I still think that Ollie Bolly's got it in him. I know he's gone down to the lower bracket now, but I do think that he's a force to be reckoned with. So I think he'll be really interesting to see on May 28th.
Yeah, absolutely. And Spen, what was the standout storyline for you?
Yeah, well, I think if I'm honest, at most of those final 8, I maybe would have had 4 of them on a list at most. Obviously, I would have had Ollie Bolly in there. I probably would have had Hezes as he's won a major this year. I think I looked at Niat as someone that could do it, and I mentioned that before, but Ethan would maybe be the next one. But there's 4 guys in there is no way I would have predicted. So, yeah, the fact that the 2 guys in that upper final right now, or the upper bracket left in there, are Ethan and Oliver PN, both unsigned. That is the big story for me. Whether they will be unsigned come the 28th, I'm not so sure. And there's a little bit of a Makers storyline there as well. You've got to be honest. I mean, I've given Makers a lot of credit this year, and I continue to do that. They've still got 2 guys going through, albeit in the lower bracket, in Hezes and Ollie Bolly. But Ethan was a Makers player. They let him go. It was a little bit controversial at the time. Won't get into it now. But he's the one that's outperforming, technically, right now, even though there's only penalties, the 2 other Makers players. So there's a bit of a storyline there. I wonder if that's given Ethan a bit of impetus. But overall, if you want to get to this level of FIFA, you've got to play against the best players. You've got to put the time in. And you probably should change your name to Oliver.
Obviously, Spencer would end it with that, but guys, that's enough from all of us. I've loved being here with the 3 of you, and obviously with everyone else, the casters, Dan, Aggie, we've had Mark, Ryan and Mike who have had to lose already as well, but we do have our 8 finalists joining us on the 28th of May for a chance to win £75,000 and be crowned the eChampions League champion. There they are. Makers Ollie Bolly, Ethan, Makers Hezes, Oliver PN, Dux Niat, Dakan, AC Monza Catcher and Oliver Nola Real. They are your 8th finalists, guys. We hope you've enjoyed the unpredictability that is the eChampions League 2021. There's going to be more upsets along the way, so please come back and join us on the 28th of May, where your winner will be crowned. That's it from us, and we'll see you again in a couple of weeks' time. See you then.